Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Stormkeep. Today we are doing a review for the new Battletome Slaves to Darkness. This book's actually been out for a little while in a special edition kind of way. They immediately eroded it because it was too powerful, and then later down the line they added some more errata. So we're now looking at the book in hopefully a balanced state that is not making huge waves across the scene anymore, and it should just be a good, fine, balanced book. My name is Paul, and today I'm joined by...
Hey guys, this is Morgana.
Hey, this is Karl with Kaiju Gaming Lounge.
Hey, it's Dan.
Fantastic, Karl. Glad to have you on the podcast. We've been working together for a little while now, with our mutual friend Dan acting as a go-between. He's the one who introduced me to you guys, and it's been really fun working with you. So I'll let you take the sponsorship slide this time around. Tell us about your store and what you guys do.
Hey everyone, so again, it's Karl with Kaiju Gaming Lounge. We are a pop-up store in Orlando, Florida. We basically pop up wherever there's a big event that has vendor space. We specialize in 3D printing and laser cutting of all sorts of custom widgets and terrain. Our website, kaijugaminglounge.com, has a bunch of our stuff currently listed, but I'm working on getting tokens for every book, every sub-faction up there. And like I said, we do custom things. So if you ever want a custom piece, either printed or laser cut, you can always reach out to us on Facebook at facebook.com/KGL Orlando.
Yeah, and you guys also are the guys who help us manufacture and sell our merchandise for the podcast.
Definitely.
We've got these sweet dice that they're still limited stock. We've got I don't know how many left, but there's a few left. And then you guys also just laser print these sweet 9 and 7-inch markers that are really useful for Stormcast units, especially Thunderstrike units using Guided by Lightning from a Lord Imperaton.
Definitely. Yep, those are super useful. I was actually giving them away at LVO.
No, hopefully people will see them around randomly at tables and be like, "Ooh, where'd you get that?"
Right?
Yeah, I handed out a couple of them too, like to US Coach and other people. So fun times.
I really like using them at the local store. They've got this unique shape that we came up with because we've got a unique army. So let's take advantage of it and make some stuff that goes with it. So today we are talking about the Slaves to Darkness. Let's do an introduction to the army as a whole. This is kind of trying to be like a narrative hook, trying to explain what the army is doing on the battlefield, what the models look like they're doing. And if anything sounds wrong, Karl, you're a Slaves to Darkness player. That's why we got you here. So let me know if anything seems out of the ordinary. How I envision the Slaves to Darkness is that might and dark magic makes right. You are trying to survive the wastelands of the mortal realms by winning the favor of any dark patron that's watching. You want to gain the boon of the Chaos Gods and then claim victory in their name. You can ascend to demonhood by severing the heads of your enemies, or degenerate into a mutant spawn, and that sucks for you, but the Chaos Gods are fickle. In terms of unit compositions, they've got armored elites marching into battle, backed up by hordes of cultists and mutants and terrible, horrible spawn that you just never want to imagine. Each unit gets a specialization in its role with a mark of chaos, and we'll talk about those very shortly, about exactly how that translates into gaming terms. But your units can pledge themselves to one of the 4 Chaos Gods. Sorry, Skaven, you don't count. Or you can go undivided and try to win all of their favor and ascend to demonhood even faster. They have super durable, fast, heavy cavalry that threatens the whole battlefield, kind of reminiscent to how Ironjawz play, but with less movement tricks in exchange for better stats. The durable Chaos Warriors hold the enemy in place, followed by a killing blow from Chosen and Cultists. And then you have in the backfield Sorcerers tapping into forbidden powers to enhance their casting, but also sometimes just randomly killing themselves because the power is too much.
That's all definitely accurate. I've had my sorcerers die to draw on power before.
So let's see.
Tournament season.
It'll happen for sure, but you can't not use it. It's too good not to use. So let's see how that translates into. It's always worth the risk. Yeah. So let's see how that translates into their battle traits. We usually like to talk about specifically just the battle traits for an army, and then we get into a detailed discussion of their war scrolls, and then we look at the allegiance abilities. But without the context of these battle traits, none of the war scrolls are going to make any sense. So let's take a look at that. They get 3 main things. The first one is they get to add Marks of Chaos to every unit in their book, and you can pick, like I said, one of the 4 Chaos Gods. So that's Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle, or Slaanesh, or you can pick Undivided, and each one of these has its own benefits. Quickly going over them. The Undivided mark gives your units the Eye of the Gods keyword, which allows you to roll on the Eye of the Gods table, which we'll explain shortly. And then heroes, if they have Undivided, can reroll the result on Eye of the Gods, or reroll one of the dice specifically, which is pretty neat. The bonuses are pretty good overall from that table. So like if you get a bunch of them, and you can kind of game the system a little bit and try to fish for some of the better ones. I thought when I first read this that this was just going to be like, nah, it's too random. You never rely on it. But there's actually a lot of ways to make this more reliable, let's say. It's still totally bonkers random, but it's a little more reliable if you take the Undivided mark and you can reroll. There is a command ability associated with each mark. For the Undivided, it kind of sucks, I'll be honest. +1 to wound rolls against heroes and monsters in the combat phase. The problem with that is you can get +1 to wound rolls from a spell that's going to be super common in every list, and you can get +1 hit with a command. So like, why would you want +1 to wound? Some of your units even wound on 2s already, making this really superfluous. Yeah, this command kind of sucks. You probably will never use it. The Khorne mark gives you all of your melee attacks +1 if you charge. So if you have a mounted unit, that gives it to both the rider and the mount as well. But +1 attack is just phenomenal. For most units, it's like a 33 to 50% damage increase, max damage increase, not just accuracy, which is really good. And the command here, again, is okay. After you charge, you can activate this command to deal D3 mortal wounds to 1 unit in range on a 2+. Little bit of extra damage in melee. It's okay. Probably not worth using a command point. The Tzeentch mark gives you a 6-up spell ignore, so if you're affected by a spell, sometimes you ignore it. That kind of sucks too. It's not really very useful. Every Tzeentch wizard has access to this spell where they can teleport a Tzeentch unit to the wizard, and it's as long as you can see the unit, it can be any distance away. So you could have a unit hiding in the corner, and then the wizard's like, hey, you, get over here, and you just teleport that unit to you. So there's some really janky plays you can make with this, but it doesn't affect your stats in combat, which is really the most important thing with this army. You really want the best stats possible. So overall, Tzeentch mark, kind of a meh. Pretty situational.
It could affect your stats. You could use it to cycle charge Chaos Knights in and out, but yeah.
Yeah, it's just a little situational. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The Nurgle mark is pretty much just gravy. It's arguably the best mark. Enemies have -1 to wound you with melee weapons. If you're a listener of this podcast, you know how ridiculously good -1 to wound with melee is when we have it on our big dragons. People hate it. They had to errata it out of our Stormcast book so that our regular dragons couldn't have it anymore. It's a crazy strong effect. And you can just have a whole army with it in this book if you wanted to. And their command is also quite good. After fighting, so you roll a dice on a 3+, D3 mortal wounds to all units within 3 inches. So if you tie down a whole bunch of units with a big block of Chaos Knights with the Nurgle mark, you don't need to all-out defense them necessarily, and then you just splash a bunch of mortal wounds to everything around you. That's not bad. Slaanesh gives you +1 to run and +1 to charge, which works really well with the command ability to allow you to run in charge. And this is used in the charge phase, unlike the Stormcast ability Steadfast March. You can run 6 in the movement phase and then charge again later. So this gives you tremendous threat ranges on every unit in the book. Knights can go terrifying amounts, especially when you combine this with something like Demonic Speed, which is a spell that gives that unit a 3d6 charge instead. So you just clear the board if you're a Slaanesh mark unit. It's crazy. So Eye of the Gods. Eye of the Gods is a keyword that some units have, and if you complete one of these 2 objectives at the end of a phase, you can roll on the Eye of the Gods table. So the 2 things you want to do in order to do that are you have to destroy a hero or a monster with attacks, or you have to gain control of an objective that your opponent previously controlled. And I like that because there's a lot of play that goes around with this, and the fact that you can do it from just walking onto an objective with a support hero, I think that's really, really good. There's no dice involved like movement. You can run 6, it's pretty steady, and that's really good. Destroying a hero monster, a little more situational. You'll score that against some armies than others. I think given the context of the season that we're playing in right now, I don't know how often you're going to be killing support heroes and things like that. It's mostly going to be infantry fighting each other, but it'll still come up and your block of Chosen will cut down a Maw Crusher every now and then and get a nice little buff to themselves. So what do you actually get from the table? Well, regular units roll a dice and add 2, and heroes roll 2d6. And then there's a whole bunch of results. The best ones here easily are a 2+ spell ignore once per battle, and then you can roll this result again after you've used the 2+ spell ignore, I believe. You can get a permanent +1 to charge rolls. You can get a permanent +1 to your rend. That's probably the best one if you're looking at units. Sometimes heroes, too. Just getting bonus rend is really, really good. This army is not that high on rend in general. And I think
they calculated that in, yeah.
That's probably why, right? Because you can just get +3 rend, potentially.
Yeah,
so.
Like if you started out at -2 on most of your weapons, you would just, Eye of the Gods would just be crazy for you.
Oh, you'd be like rend 5 by the end of the game. It would be nuts.
Yeah.
And then heroes have additional ones because they roll 2d6. So on a 2, you become a spawn, get owned. On a 9, you become a wizard, which is cool. Unless you're Khorne, in which case you just get more rend. You can get a 5-up ward, which would be good, except it's on heroes and not on units, so that's not as good. And then if you roll an 11+, you just become a Demon Prince. You keep all your same enhancements, the previous unit is destroyed, and now you have a new Demon Prince replacing that unit, which...
It is not a count as slain, but it is gone.
Yes. Yeah, it is destroyed. It's not slain, but it does get removed, which means it is destroyed, as per the rules. Becoming a Demon Prince, there is a battle tactic that you want to score with that. Or I guess, sorry, a grand strategy you want to score with that. But Demon Prince is not so good. Not the best war scroll. Usually you want your support hero there to have a specific reason, and you don't want it randomly turning into a unit that does not have that purpose as the previous model. So, thematically, awesome.
It is worth noting that if you don't want a Demon Prince, I believe Demon Hood, or
you can select one of the lower results on the table.
Yeah.
Yep. And then something I actually want to touch on, because it's been being actively debated, is the wording on how you attain a role. If you look at the wording of Eye of the Gods, where it says you get the role, the first paragraph in the book, where you get the role when you kill a hero or monster, it can be read that you are going to roll at the end of every phase for the rest of the game. There are some people who are playing it that way, but I think it is intended for it to be a one-shot, like kill a hero, make the roll, and then kill another hero, make another roll.
Yeah.
Not at the end of every phase.
I assume that's how it works as well. Every thought I have about this book assumes that to be the case. I understand that there's a debate about it, but I'm just going to assume that their argument's wrong. And it's just more reasonable this way, because if you could do it every round, some of these combos get way out of control. Like being able to roll 2 dice and pick one is pretty nuts.
Being able to reroll with a hero, even.
Yeah, it gets pretty nuts.
I would like to get the Demon Prince one and increase the character rend to -5. Yes.
Yeah, just picture you kill a hero with your chosen. And then for the rest of the game, every phase, so like movement phase, shooting phase, combat phase, charge phase, battle shock phase, even if nothing happens, you just roll a dice and on a 6, hey, I got more rend. So there's 6 phases per turn, so every turn on average you're gaining another rend with your chosen. It would just be so silly. Like that's
right.
Yeah.
Well, those are the people I would just call my TO and we could collectively laugh at them or something.
Let's not shame people. It's okay. People can be wrong. It's fine.
I mean, I will happily roll 72 times a game for chosen, if allowed. But it should be intended that as a do the thing, roll once.
Yeah, that's the intent, I believe. It's hard to ascertain intent, but we'll just go with that for now.
Right.
The third unique thing that this army does that'll put most things into perspective is they have unique heroic actions, and this is really cool because no other army really does this, where their heroes actually act heroic. How about that? How about that as a feature? They get
Lord Celestins.
Yeah, he just fights. It's so bad. So the first one here is Pledge to the Dark Gods. Until the end of your turn, that hero can roll 3 dice and pick 2 of them for Eye of the Gods. And remember, if they are undivided, they can also re-roll one of those dice. So you're rolling 3, re-rolling 1, and then picking 2. Pretty dang reliable. About as reliable as you can get anyway. But then this just blew me away when I read it at first. I thought it was the same kind of mechanic. You roll 3 and pick 2. But Draw and Power, a wizard rolls 3 dice while casting for this whole phase. And any miscasts now happen on 2 rolls of 1. And you take you take D6 instead of D3. So you can just potentially die. And this will just happen to you sometimes. But every other time you're casting with an extra dice, which is insanely good.
Oh, yeah.
Because like the
It can
spell,
actually, like with a good roll, it can put you past like some unbinds, like some Zinj unbinds, for instance.
Yep, and it's not like you're trying to cast hard spells, right? I think like the most difficult spell you're generally trying to cast with this army is like a 7, like
Yeah.
5 to 7. So like doing that on 3 dice, it's not like your Luminath where you're trying to cast stuff that's a 9. Like this is just regular spells, but you just happen to roll 3 dice on them. Very, very powerful ability. There is a stipulation though. You have to have the Eye of the Gods keyword in order to do this. And there are some units that are wizards but do not have Eye of the Gods and cannot gain Eye of the Gods, and we'll point those out as we go through it. All right, so Section 1, Warscrolls. The Stormkeep ranking system is very straightforward. We rank S-tier units as a unit that has a high impact ability. It's a unique list-defining unit. Like it does something the best, and it'll be featured in a lot of different lists. That scales down to A tier, which are strong and versatile units, maybe not as efficient or just lacking in a little bit compared to the S tier units. And then scaling all the way down to F tier, which is like this unit's just too niche. You're not going to find a use for it. They'd have to cut the points on this unit so drastically for it to be useful that it just probably won't see play. For reference, typically we put C tier and above as competitively viable units. Like they'll find some kind of niche. That doesn't mean D tier is not playable. It's just like unlikely, not very good. And let's start us off with a staple, the Chaos Warriors. They're always battle line. They're 20 wounds for 220 points, which is good. There's worse than that. They are durable. They are very durable, in fact, if you give them a Mark of Nurgle. They have a 3-up save, like a lot of Stormcast units, but then they also have a 5-up ward against mortals. So the way you typically deal with high save units is you slap them with mortal wounds, and these guys have a 5-up ward against mortal wounds. It's like they have the built-in counter to your counter. It's really, really good. So you give them a Mark of Nurgle, you get a squad of 10 or 20 of these guys, because they come in squads of 10, and that's just a huge wall unit that your opponent's going to take a long time to chew through. Then, on top of all that, in addition to just being durable, they also have somewhat decent attacks. They get +1 attack while they're wholly within enemy territory, or wholly within 12 inches of an objective, which, the way this unit plays, will be one of those all the time. You're not doing anything with this unit except trying to capture objectives. Then, they're one of the units that can take these cool enhancements called the Ensorcelled Banners. So you can pump their damage up even further with Khorne to give them +1 to wound. You can give them a 4-up ward against shooting if they're Zinj. You can give them +1 attack after charging, which would then bring them up to 4 attacks apiece if they're in an enemy territory. And then Nurgle icon, which probably is the best one, you can reduce the rend of melee weapons by 1 while enemies are wholly within 12 inches of that unit. So that's really, really strong to make these guys really, really durable. But there's some downsides, right? They're slow, they're expensive, they don't have the best bravery for a really high model count unit. So if you go 20 of these guys, bravery 8, you lose 10, and all of a sudden you're losing a lot more on the bravery checks, which having to save inspiring presence and command points for this unit is not ideal. It's not what you want to be doing. And I think the biggest problem with this unit is that you have to bring them in squads of 10. You can't do just squads of 5. There's no option for that. So if you wanted to just bring 5 for 110, that you just can't do that. You have to pay 220 and bring 10 of them. And it is worth noting that the bonus attacks on objectives, that's only when they're on objectives you don't currently control. So your opponent is controlling them. If you are just defending your home base,
you have to use them as objective taking units.
Yeah.
It's like the opposite of Laylo the Tyrants, where you're defending objectives as opposed to conquering them.
Exactly. And with 5-inch move, they're not very good at getting to those objectives usually. They'll move up a side flank, and then that's where they are for the rest of the game, fighting over that one objective. So they're durable. They have pretty good attacks for what they're supposed to be doing. But that's about it. That's the extent of what this unit can do. It's not particularly fast. It's not particularly punchy. There are other units that can be just as durable as this unit. So it's kind of in that middle ground. So I'm giving it a B tier. What do you think, Karl?
I think based on how they're loaded out, they're anywhere between A and S. I'm quite fond of having 20 Nurgle with the eroding icon. There's not a lot that can actually remove that from the game immediately, at least. I did experience it at LVO over this past weekend, where your 6 pigs and a Maw Crusher to the wound killed all 20.
Was that because of bounty hunters?
I actually don't remember. I'd have to double check the list. Yeah. No, it would not be. He was a 2-drop.
So yeah, I guess Mighty Destroyers. Sorry, the big wad that they declare is very it's probably made to counter that.
I've been toying around with the idea of Corn Warriors because, like, on the charge, that's 4 attacks. If you command ability in them in this new season, assuming you don't need to pile in, that's 5 attacks.
Well, remember that new command doesn't work if you charge.
Oh, it doesn't. Never mind then.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's all good. I haven't gone through the new GHB with Fine-Tooth Comb. I actually just got my copy today.
Right on.
Yeah. So the other thing to mention is they do have 1-inch reach on the more efficient weapon, the one that hits on 3s and wounds on 3. So you do need to always take them in a galley vet battalion in order to make use of it. Because you can take the halberds for better reach, but then you'd be hitting on 4s and wounding on 3s, I believe, with -1/1 damage. So
yeah,
it makes you a little less efficient.
And this isn't the unit you want to be using all-out attack on or demonic power on. So their accuracy is going to pretty much stay where it is. They're not going to be the high damage unit. There's way better choices in this army to put your resources into.
AODs and AOKs on.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Chaos Knights are an excellent all-around unit. Like Chaos Warriors, they're always battle line. They are 15 wounds instead of 20 wounds, but they have the same 3-up save and 5-up ward against mortals. They have this cool ability when they charge, they can switch one of the dice into a 4, which means they are always charging a minimum of 5 inches. They always fight in 2 ranks because their lances have an ability that allows them to hit even if they're within half an inch of a model that's within half an inch. So reinforcing this unit has no problems. If you're, one of the common ways people play around units with larger footprints like this is they'll create choke points in terrain, and then you won't be able to fit your whole unit into combat. This unit doesn't care about that. They're still going to get all of their attacks off. They have good damage on the charge, not great, but good. Right, lances become, per squad, you've got about 30 damage on Force 3's Ren 2, which is quite good for a unit like this. And they can, again, take the same banners that the Warriors take, right? So you can make this super fast pinning unit that tries to just tie down the enemy army, or you can make a super punchy unit that's going to just do a whole bunch of damage in like a squad of 5. That way you're not overcommitting points. They can just do a lot. And then they have this cool janky teleport charging nonsense with the Tzeentch keyword, which we'll talk about that when we get to the Gaunt Summoner later. But know that that's possible as well. Like the Warriors, they can get a 5-up rally and Host of the Everchosen, or you can play Knights of the Empty Throne, and then they all get to run in charge, even without the Slaanesh mark, which is really, really strong. But there's some serious downsides, I think, that stopped me from putting this unit into S tier. They are an inefficient source of wounds, right? So if you're just taking a lot of damage and not using all that defense, and you're getting hit with like Ren 3 attacks, they do tend to die pretty quickly because they're only 15 wounds for 230 points. They need to be reinforced to do like really good damage. Even on the charge, squad of 5 is not super impressive because you are hitting on 4s and 3s base, and the best you can do is 3s and 2s. So squad of 5 is just not quite enough damage. They'll kill screens, they'll kill lighter stuff, but you want them to do more damage than that. So they got to be reinforced, and that's a quarter of your army almost at almost 500 points. The biggest downside is that they've hit on 4s. And this has come up every time I play against this unit, is that unless you're saving command points to all-out attack on this unit, or you're casting demonic power on them, that 4+ hit really, really sucks. You will feel it almost immediately. Being able to only max 3+ on the dice, it's rough. And then if you face an army that has -1 hit effects, it's even worse. It just feels really bad to hit on 4s.
Charging Illuminate like Venari Castle is going to feel really bad this unit.
Yeah. So I think overall it's a little bit more useful all around than Warriors. Obviously it depends on what you're trying to do, but I can just see Chaos Knights in almost any kind of list that Slaves to Darkness are trying to build.
They're just really, really versatile. Like, you can run them as a hammer unit, sure, there's nothing wrong with that. And that's what I really love about this book. Like, the marks make every unit in this army so customizable to like whatever like your tactical choices are. But this can also be one of the most durable anvils in the game. I think Ridge Hanna from Season of War, I saw him at LVO, one of the sub-factions I will talk about, and he had 10 of these with Mark and Nurgle and the Eroding Icon. Just this wall of 3-up armor that moves 10 inches and just like pins your opponent's army in place.
Yep, you give that unit Mystic Shield with draw and power, casting it very reliably, and then you give it all out defense, and now you're on a 1+ save. So you're effectively ignoring Ren 1. Really, really strong unit.
I mean, this is one of the coolest units because it has the. I like that it has the ensorcelled banners to do, like the Zinch Ward versus shooting. I think is kind of underrated by some people, to be honest. But I think the Nurgle one's going to be the one's taking the most. But I think like the Zinch Ward versus shooting, I think that there's going to be a lot more shooting than I expected this season, just because it's not like the Sharpshooter Battalion is amazing or anything, but I do think that shooting is going to be a lot more impactful than people think. And once people figure that out, I think it'll be more interesting to take Zinch on this unit. Just my like.
Oh yeah, it's a very interesting niche that this unit can take that banner and be fast, right? Because like Warriors and Chosen can take it, but they're not speedy or anything. And there's some jank here with the Gaunt Summoner, charging these guys in out of reserve pretty reliably. So yeah, that's interesting. A tar pit unit instead of -1 wound and the rend thing. If it ever shifts, you can just run the Zinch banner.
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting because it's Slaves has kind of an issue with dealing with long range, just shooting in general, right? So I think it's interesting that this unit is able to be fast and deal with that.
Mm-hmm.
When I look at these units and how I've been playing them recently is I haven't tried the Nurgle variant, but I really want to. Like you said, they're a screen clear. They're wave 1. And how I feel like this book wants to play at a certain level is buff one thing as big as you can, send that missile in, rinse and repeat each turn for a different missile.
Yeah,
I'll keep that in mind. I'll take you up on that question. I'll have a question for you, but I'll ask that you want to get to the correct unit. But
Okay.
So far, I like this unit.
It's good. I like it as well. Yeah, I think a lot of lists are going to start with 10 Knights, Nurgle with that banner. The Nurgle banner, yeah. Next up, the Chaos Chosen are massively improved from every previous iteration of them. They're basically Chaos Paladins now. But the context of this unit is very different, being in a all-melee army as opposed to a mixed arms army like Stormcast. We would look at it, say, if Stormcast saw this unit, we'd be like, that's okay. We've got other stuff. It's fine. We don't need to use this. But man, does this have a juicy war scroll. So let's go over it. First up, they're only battle line and host of the Everchosen, but that doesn't really matter. Everything's battle line in this book. Like almost every single unit that you're going to use is battle line. So being battle line, one unit not being battle line is not a big deal. Just like Knights, they are 15 wounds on a 3-up save. But unlike the previous 2 units, they don't get that 5-up ward against mortal wounds, which makes them a little bit more vulnerable against certain types of damage. But at the start of the battle, they get to roll on the Eye of the Gods table. And if you make them undivided, you can take a banner, one of these fancy banners that you can get, which allows you to get 2 rolls and pick 1. So you can start fishing for some of those rewards like bonus rend or 2+ spell ignore, depending on what you need. They also have +1 to charge to make it a little more reliable. And they have good damage all the time. So Knights, they reach this 30 at 4s, 3s, rend 2. But they do that when charging. Chosen just do that all the time. They have rend 1 instead of rend 2. However, hit 6 does mortal wounds in addition to your regular damage. And that has the potential to swing crazy high in terms of damage output. But what puts this unit over the top, in my opinion, is that they can fight twice per game. Or twice per phase, once per game. And specifically, that ability does not require having an enemy within 3 inches. And a problem this Slaves to Darkness and most melee armies in general have is that they will fight. They'll kill the things on the objective, but they weren't able to get on the objective just through fighting. And then they're just stuck there for a turn, and then their opponent just walks back onto the objective, and you don't capture it that turn. Like, that's just how people play against melee armies in the tournament scene. And Chaos Chosen get around that, even if the second fight does 0 damage. The fact that they get to just walk onto an objective the turn they charge, after they destroy whatever they're fighting, will win you the game. It's such a powerful ability. It can't be understated. And I think that's what takes this unit from A tier to S tier in particular. And then it's got all the stuff we've talked about the previous units. You can take the cool banners. It can get a 5-up rally and host. It always has 2-inch range, so it just fights well reinforced. You don't have to take it in the new Veterans Battalion. And in fact, they make an excellent choice for a sworn bodyguard. which is the new seasonal battalion that allows you to fight in the hero phase with this unit if you're going second, and then fight at the same time as a champion hero, which there's a very juicy combo that we'll talk about a little bit later in the video. Like warriors, they're slow. They don't have the 5-up ward against mortal wounds. They are inefficient, right? They're a high impact unit, but they're not very efficient because they're a little more expensive, and it's just not that great. And the biggest downside is they're only rend 1. So there's going to be a lot of times where you like hit a big block of 1+ save stuff, like another Slaves army or Stormcast, or there's a bunch of stuff coming out and that has 1+ saves. And unless you've been getting rend bonuses from Eye of the Gods, or you swing crazy high with the mortal wounds, they're just not going to be able to cut.
They're not going to be doing that much damage. Yeah, like it'll feel really bad when you hit a guard with this thing and you haven't rolled a 6 on the Eye of the Gods table.
Yeah, and there are ways to game that. You can take the banner that allows you to roll 2 dice and pick one. There's different ways to do it. There's like a spell you can do to activate that. Every time they capture an objective, they can roll on that. Every time they kill a hero or monster, they can roll. So there is ways to get around it. But it is a downside. This is not the turn 1 Alpha Strike unit. These guys kind of have to build up their strength, wait for the Knights to finish, getting chewed through. Round 2, they can charge in and do some damage. They're really good. I really like this unit.
That's probably my favorite unit in the book. Just from
look cool, man. Like good lord. Like I got gifted a Slice of Dark reset. They look like Annihilators, which is my jam. So yeah, I'm a big fan of this unit.
Just the versatility of it, the sheer output that they can do. Their slowness can be mitigated.
Feel like Chosen, yeah, they really do feel like Chosen.
Oh yeah, their slowness can be mitigated through Slanesh and like some lucky deployment and charge lanes. But yeah, they're pretty slow overall. They are definitely the wave 2.
Yep, that is exactly what I would think. It's like once you've tied your opponent down with warriors and knights, that's when you bring these guys in for the coup de grace. So Daniel's missing for the part of this review. So this is going to be a really awkward review by Daniel about Chosen.
Here we go. He hasn't heard the rest of what we said about this unit.
I have literally not heard it. And while I think this unit is S tier because it's one of the best units in the book, it's kind of awkward because I think this unit, it kind of constrains the design space around what slaves can do. Does that make sense? Like basically, you have to build your list around these guys pretty much. Because
you're basically automatically down 480 points because this is such a you have to take this one.
So this book doesn't have what Stormcast has, where like if you don't take Fulminators, that's fine. You can take Annihilators. You can go like a Dragon's Route. You can even go 6 Tempestors if you really want to. So there's there's a lot of options, and it feels like if you're not running Chosen and Slaves, like why?
Because you need more Splintered Fang.
And that's the thing is like if you're scared to take Splintered Fang, which, we'll talk about later for future stuff. If you're scared to take Splintered Fang because you think that they may be nerfed in the future, then this is your best bet. So I don't know. I think
I know what you mean. Like it's a crutch for the army, but honestly, this army has such few good units. Or I feel like, okay, so it's like how we have like 3 different types of paladin. They have like a mounted paladin, a better mounted paladin, and then they have this paladin. And it's their really customizability comes from their marks, not necessarily from their look. Because this army is going to look a lot of the same, lots of like tough armor. As much as I agree with you that they're going to be seen in every list, it's sort of like the face of the army in my opinion. It's like warriors and chosen. It's like when we think of a Stormcast army, we tend to think of either vanquishers plus annihilators or liberators plus protectors. So it's not
not every army gets the choice because they don't have the like varied, us as Stormcast, we have a billion Warscrolls. We're like trying to shove them at other people. Like, hey, can you take these so we don't have to like bounce around them? But like slaves, they kind of have that too, but in a way like we'll get into it when we look at the end. Like it feels like their unit viability is just not as much, and I feel like they shoved a lot of power budget here. I
think the power is locked in this book into a very small section of Warscrolls as opposed to sort of distributed.
It is, but remember, each War Scroll is effectively 5 War Scrolls because of the mark system, right? So like each of these units could, especially the Warriors, Knights, and
That's
Chosen,
fair.
they can take the Ensorcelled Banner, which is even
Yeah.
further customization. So even though
Instead
it's
of having like Retributors and Protectors, you have
just Paladin.
banners.
If you just had a Paladin War Scroll instead,
Mhm.
so I think it's okay. Like you're going to see a lot of variety in this unit. It won't be as boring as seeing 3 Iron Blasters across the table every time you play Ogres, right? Tons of variability in this unit, and because it's so expensive, if you bring more than 10, you're really going to start to struggle in a lot of other aspects of the game. It's like Fulminators. We don't bring 6 Fulminators. We don't spam Fulminators. We bring a block of 2 or a block of 4, and that's it. The rest of the build...
are done.
Tactically, that's all we can afford. And I think Chosen kind of fall into the same range because they're so elite. So I don't see it being like... it sucks that there's nothing that competes with them at this role, but it's fine because there's basically 5 different kinds of Chosen, and then you can choose to specialize them further with the banners, depending on how much you want to invest in them.
Yeah, I don't think this unit will be spammed at all. Like, I think, I can see Knights being spammed because of the movement. I can see Varanguard being taken in, 6 or 9 or 12 of them. I don't see this unit more than a single block of 10 of, because you're just restricting what you can do on the field.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, and I kind of wanted to bring up kind of a con that I found with them, just because I feel like you guys might have talked them up a little bit, because I think that they're a great unit. I really do. I think that this is... I'm jealous, right? Like, I wish
it's what everyone
stuff.
thought our book was going to devolve into.
Yeah.
Like, everyone thought our book was just devolve into spamming dragons all the time, and that's what Slaves of Darkness feels like. I think you have to take 10 Chosen, because otherwise you're just playing this faction wrong.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely jealous of it because they are so good, and the fact that you can build around anything, like I mentioned with the Knights, even if you need to build against shooting, right? Like, you can go ahead and do that. I think the Nurgle one is going to be, kind of hype. I don't know what you guys were thinking, but I think the Nurgle one is probably my favorite one here because I think that this unit does enough damage to where you can go defensive. It's a way I like to play is a very like aggressive defensive play style, if that makes sense. I like to make very aggressive lists, like my dragon lists, but that have a lot of defensive tools because I think that the base damage is there, and they can just grind out.
So Paul and I actually went the opposite route. We went
Really?
Let's try to fish for the Eye of the Gods table and try to increase the rent to 2 on this unit.
Yeah.
2, 3, 5. There's no limit.
5. Why not? Yeah, there's no. The sky's the limit.
That's funny. I guess I like playing for like a conservative, consistent, like I know
sure.
what I'm gonna do play style. I think that's just something kind of.
Nah, man, you gotta embrace chaos when you play chaos.
That's
the Stormcast mentality. Like, come on.
Your wizards sometimes will just randomly have their heads explode. You just gotta embrace it.
Yeah, your heroes will turn into demon princes or whatever. Just like
I mean, hey, I don't think anyone's complaining about that one.
Or spawns. Actually, I would complain. I don't want demon princes.
I don't know if I'd want one. Unless we were down to the wire, and then I suddenly needed one for the damage or something.
Mm-hmm.
Or if it's super secret tech and it's a Darkoath Chieftain, that's awesome to turn that into a demon.
Prince. Just turn like an 80-point hero into a demon prince. Yeah.
It gets better. Just wait till we get to that my list. I can't wait to talk about it.
Oh, then you can revive. Oh no, it doesn't count as slain.
No, it doesn't count as slain, but it is destroyed.
Oh, I don't.
If all the models in a unit are removed from the game, it counts as destroyed. So even if they're not slain, if they're removed from the game, it's destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god.
Oh yeah. I read into this. I know.
Yeah, no, this is true.
All right, then Varanguard. They are, if Chosen are to Warriors, Varanguard are to Chaos Knights. So they are like super elite Chaos Knights. They become Battle Line if you're playing Host of the Everchosen or Knights of the Empty Throne. You get a 5-up rally for them in both of those. And if you're playing Knights of the Empty Throne, they can run a charge as well, which gives them really, really high threat range. Exactly the same as Knights. They're 15 wounds on a 3-up save, but they get a 4-up ward against mortal wounds instead of a 5. And I would say they have great damage. Knights, I say, are good damage. These guys are great damage. And there's a different weapon you can take for each of them, depending on how you want to play them. If you're just going to charge with these guys and try to do as much damage as you can on the charge, the Fell Spears are really, really good. They offer Rend 3 on the charge and 6 damage per model on really accurate 3s and 2s, so you don't even have to give them demonic power. You can just give them all-out attack, and you're on 2s and 2s, Rend 3, which is a spooky amount of damage. If this unit is reinforced, you get 6 of these guys swinging with that. You're just going to kill any monster in the game. It does have the lowest max damage to run the spears, right? Like you can get 10 max damage out of an ensorcelled weapon. But but it is more accurate in terms of rend and wound rolls, so it kind of just depends on what you want the unit to do. The mounts are no slouch either, right? Force 3's rend 1. If you give that a corn mark, that's an extra attack on the charge, so then that's adding up. Varanguard can do a lot of damage. They are the same, kind of the same durability as Knights. They can't get the eroding icon, which is unfortunate. They're one of the few. It's only Chaos Warriors, Chosen, and Knights that can take those cool banners. This unit can't. But it's Rend 2 all the time, and sometimes Rend 3 when you charge. And nothing else in the army does that. Well, Ogroids do, but not with this speed. Like, this is crazy. They do also have the ability to fight again, like Chosen, but there's a couple restrictions. Chosen have to fight again at the end of the phase. These guys can fight later in the phase, but it requires having an enemy within 3 inches of them when they do that. So a savvy opponent will make sure that when the Varanguard finish their charge and finish their pylon, there's nothing else within 3 inches, and then they're just left vulnerable, unable to attack again. And that's a big downside. Yeah, you really want this unit being able to attack twice. So I kind of compare them to Stormdrake Guard in the Stormcast army. They're really high impact. You know, they have good enough damage, good enough defenses, but at their price point, $290 per squad, they are inefficient in terms of damage and wounds. If you bring too many of these guys, you will have a high impact unit, but savvy opponents will be able to control it,
outmaneuver
you. Even though they are super fast, you will get outmaneuvered, which is a weird thing to say. You'll just run low on bodies, you'll run low on damage, total damage, which you'll need to kill some armies like Night Haunt, Gargants, Soul Blight with their crazy zombie swarms like Hearthguard. You're gonna run out of damage. You're not gonna be able to do enough. And I'd say the biggest downside is you can't take that Ensorcelled banner, which means if you want the eroding icon, the Nurgle banner that we've been talking about, this unit just can't take it. So it kind of leaves this unit, pushing it towards Khorne just to get the most out of its damage and hoping it lives as long as it can. That's my take on Varanguard. What do you guys think? All right, Dan, what do you think about Varanguard?
Oh, good. I thought they were going to be in the hero section. Perfect. Yeah. So Varanguard are, I think, right? Because here's one of that's one of the points. You can actually have Rend in Varanguard. Like, that's so crazy to me, and it's funny because you put similar to Stormdrake Guard, because I feel like they're like the opposite for, if this makes sense, they're the opposite of like Stormdrake Guard for this army that needs it, where like Stormdrake Guard don't have a bunch of like rend and like high volume, but they're really mobile, and they do they do a specific job with all their different things that are on their Warscroll, right? I think Varanguard fill a similar slot where they're like the dragons of the book. It's a unit that's like, and it does it in the opposite way in that it actually has rend, but it doesn't really do like, a ton of mortal wounds. I think that's what's really cool about Varanguard in this army. I think that I feel like there's a list that I'm not seeing yet where they're going to be S tier. But I
think they already are kind of a close to S. I think Ridge ran them recently, and he ran them with really good effect. He had some bad dice rolls from his lost game, but these guys are scary because he was just running 10 Knights as a wall, running Varanguard as Slanesh, running more Varanguard on the flanks as Khorne, and just like absolutely just killing stuff on the flanks and everywhere else. The Devil Fight is just an insanely good ability to have.
No, I think that they I would personally put them at higher than what we had them. I'm not sure what the rest of the conversation was again in the past, but I think that this unit is a very good for its speed. The fact that it has a lot of things that's packaged together, and it feels like they don't need, like, obviously you need some investment, you have to run, nicely empty throne and such, but it feels like this unit can just do everything that it needs to do if other things go wrong. And that's what I feel like they're really similar to Stormdrake Guard.
Well, that's one of the reasons it's not S. You mentioned Knights of the Empty Throne or Host of the Everchosen. I am not sold on those subfactions, personally. I think there are better choices. And I think if you run Varanguard outside of those two subfactions, they get noticeably worse. Without the ability to rally back against heavy shooting, and without the running charge from Knights of the Empty Throne, they just don't. They have to take Slanesh mark, and you just don't want to give them that mark, right? You want to give them Khorne, because they're your armor cracker unit. They're going to get in there and they're going to get that delicious turtle meat from out of that Battletome,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see that where they're kind of limited, but in a way, it kind of reminds me of like Annihilators. Like you have to run it at Knights Excelsior, but like they're just so good. Like I
Well,
feel like you can build around the army very well.
we did rank Annihilators as A tier, right? Though we
Yeah.
took them down
So,
from
yeah.
S.
That's
Same
fair.
reasoning. Yeah.
So Varanguard, I've only been playing them Corn. I think there's a case since Blaze of Corn got FAQ'd to only affect Blaze of Corn. So you can no longer whip them, so you're losing the plus 3 to round charge. So in a Knights of the Empty Throne list, like you're losing 6 inches of movement. So like being sluggish there isn't the end of the world. I would rather be Corn in most instances, just for the extra attack, because like you said, they don't have access to any sorts of banners. I have seen people play completely Nurgle lists of Knights of the Empty Throne, and they've chosen every unit in the army to be Nurgle. Was at a GT earlier this, well, actually in January, where I think there were 2 Knights players who just rolled all Nurgle, and they did very well.
Yeah, this is one of those weird customizable units that I'm just not sure like what would work best. So the list that I think would work really well is if you ran multiple units of Varanguard just on the flanks. I think Horn just works fine for you. If you work it as a 6 block, I really want that speed and I want them to get where they're going to go. So in a 6 block, I would prefer Marcus Lanesh, and then if I ran another unit of 3 on the flank, I would put it Mark of Corn. I think I just prefer the speed in the bigger block to get to my opponent when they can't get to me, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. I think that speed and outmaneuvering is probably going to be pretty critical this season, trying to delete the screens as fast as possible, and then if you're lucky to catch a Glacial Champion within 3 for the fight again, popping the fight again and going that way. But you know, I think it really depends on what you're building for, because this book is so versatile. You can build multiple different play styles, and then what you're anticipating playing against in your local meta.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah, I like that the same models can be used in totally different ways depending on what you want out of them.
Mm-hmm. Man, you know who I wish had that? I don't know.
I can't. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Let's look at Ogroid Theridons, which are a new unit. They get +1 to charge all the time, and they just do a lot of damage. For 190 points, you get 27 damage at 3/3 Rend 2 for just 3 of these guys. They can +1 attack themselves, going up to 12 damage per model instead of 9. And then if you give them Corn Mark, they go up to 15 damage per one guy. And that can be on 2s and 3s pretty easily. They're always 2-inch range, so if you fight in a reinforced squad, they're going to just ruin stuff. And the fact that they do crazy damage, but at a much cheaper cost than everything that we've talked about so far, gives them a really interesting niche where it's like, okay, I have points, I need a melee hammer, I can't bring a reinforced unit of knights, but I can bring a reinforced unit of Theridons to do damage. So that's kind of an interesting little niche for them. And the fact that that fits into any sub-faction is also really interesting, because they don't benefit one way or the other from any sub-faction. Since they're not immortal, they can't get demonic power, they're not cultist or Darkoath, so they can't be revived in Ravagers. They're kind of this weird unit, but like the damage for the points is just so good that it will see play in one way or another. But downsides, unlike everything else we've talked about so far, it has a 5-up save and Bravery 7, so they will just die if your opponent focus fires them. But if they're shooting these guys, they're not shooting anything else. And maybe you can stop them from shooting by charging a whole block of knights into their whole army and making something a little more important for them to deal with. And while they deal with the knights, these guys move into a position where they can do a lot of damage. In theory,
right,
but they're only 6-inch move.
So, I see this unit as a as a very clear example. Like, okay, so we're gonna talk about Splintered Fang because holy shit, sorry, we should probably not first.
I was trying to get as long into the book without mentioning the Splintered Fang as possible, but you did it.
Yeah, but I couldn't do. We're gonna talk about Splintered Fang, but because it's very important. But I view this unit as the typical This is bait, but if you don't deal with it, it will ruin you. This is the perfect example of a true glass cannon in this army. Most of the other cannons in this army are also very well armored. This is the example of a really elite glass cannon. I think you almost always give it Mark of Slaanesh, because +2 to run and charge and run and charge ability. You can just send this into the opponent and just like crash something hard. And if they ignore it, like you said, if they're too busy dealing with your Nurgle wall, then yeah, Ogroid Theridons will just come in and do massive amounts of damage.
Yeah. So you can go ahead, Karl.
Keep in mind marking. Are you talking about Theridons of Slaanesh or Splintered Fang Slaanesh?
I'm talking about Theridons of Slaanesh.
Never mind. My comment is not good.
Well, okay.
Well, there's downsides of this unit, right? Like, unlike the other elite stuff, they can't take the Ensorcelled Banner. They can't get that 5-up rally from Host of the Everchosen. They are 5 wounds apiece, which is actually nice. So they are still 15 wounds, like a squad of warriors, or sorry, a squad of chosen or knights. They just take more damage faster. So a bigger rally would have been nice for them. They are not battle line, which it doesn't really matter. Everything's battle line. You're not going to run short on battle line in this army. But I think the biggest problem is they're not mortal, which means you can't use demonic power on them, which means the best they're going to wound on is 3s, unless you specifically use a Triumph to get them +1 to wound. And there's probably a better unit to use it on in your army than this.
How many points are they? Just
190 for 3.
So yeah, and we'll discuss this as I guess we haven't been talking much about points. When you're making this army, it's a fairly elite army. It almost feels like a Stormcast army. There's going to be lots of scenarios where you have approximately 190 or 200 or 210 points remaining. And if you aren't the kind of person who wants to shell out $50 for Warcry bans for a bit of utility, this is not the worst option to take. It's just adding more straight honest damage, melee damage to your army, and it's not. It's not. I'm not saying it's great, but it's not bad.
Yeah, like if these guys got a 20-point cut in the next battle scroll, they would be very good. Like if these guys cost the same as a Stormcast Chariot, they'd be very, very good.
Yeah, it's a liability against shooting armies, but you know, it doesn't matter if it is, because if they're shooting this, like Paul said, they're not shooting Chosen, for instance.
Yeah, there's so many things that want to get shot in this army. So these guys are, they'll make it in just because there's other stuff to deal with on the way in. So it's about a B tier. They'll find use. Maybe it's like a soft B. Chaos Warriors seem generally more useful than this. But it'll make more sense when we see the full context of the book and where everything lies in tiers. Next up, we have the Chaos Legionnaires. This is a super weird unit. They are always battle line, which is nice to have. They're kind of in between cultists and warriors in pretty much every way. They're not, they have the high model count of a cultist unit, but their damage isn't as good as a cultist unit can get. But it's also not bad damage either, right? Like 3s, 4s, rend 1, 24 damage max is pretty good. It can be on 3s and 3s if you have Bellicor. But they have this cool ability once per turn. And this can be in any phase, by the way, hero phase, charge phase, whatever. Pick an enemy unit within 6 inches, and it can't issue or receive commands on a 4+. So you could potentially use this to shut down Stormcast Holy commands. You can use this as a pseudo roar. You can use this to block Unleash Hell. There's a lot of things that you can do with this, but it's random. 4+, not reliable enough, unfortunately. They are 1-inch range, which is, shouldn't be listed as a pro. That's my mistake. They can get 2 rank fighting with Galatian veterans. You can reinforce them and double reinforce them if you wanted to. But then they kind of have all the other downsides of other units. They're slow, 5-inch move. They are undivided, so you can't give them a different mark unless you play Legion of the First Prince. They're Bravery 7, which isn't ideal for a higher model count unit. They're a 4+ save as opposed to a 3+, like a lot of the armored stuff. You need Bellicor in order to fight efficiently. They can't take a banner. They can't rally. So it's like, are these supposed to be an elite cultist, or are these like a higher numbered but worse Chaos Warrior? And when would you want either of those things? And the answer, I can't come up with an answer for that, unfortunately. It just seems like they're not bad, objectively, but they're also not good at anything.
I mean, it is a Warcry warband, so it is sort of a cultist. Just not, in keywords, but yeah, it's meant to have cultist levels of stats / utility. So take that as you will.
I think their main utility is the gotcha factor. So like, there's a few models in there that get extra attacks. There's a few models in there that get extra damage, and then like 50% of the time, you're turning off commands for a unit that's within 6 of them for that phase. So there's like a few gotchas that you can do there. A good example is I was at an RTT here in Florida, and I had a unit of 8 kill a Bloodthirster and Sentient Rage, and due to poor rolling on my part, D-level Kronspine in the same battle round.
How about that?
Like I said, poor rolling on my part for the Kronspine, but they do have gotcha factors, but do their points warrant it? Probably not. Their sculpt looks awesome, and that's, I mean, it's kind of the only reason why I would take them, is that their sculpt is awesome.
Probably like a case where, like, if your opponent ignores them, they'll once in a while do something that really, really annoys them.
Yeah, if I was on the other side of the table from these guys, I would assume they're going to always make that ability at the worst possible time. And just to get rid of that threat, I'd shoot them off the table. I'd put resources into them because I look at this as a roar. A 6-inch roar that can just run into range, doesn't need to charge or anything, can roar past my screens even. And that's kind of a threat. And I would consider putting damage into them just to get rid of that as a possibility. Reduce the variance of the game, you know?
That kind of mentality is why I would bring them.
Yeah.
It's like, if you're going to dedicate resources, like if you're shooting them with Judicators or for whatever reason, long strikes, like that's shooting. I don't have to suffer on the stuff I care about.
Yeah, exactly. That's not a bad use. So this is not an unusable unit by any means. It's got enough going for it that I think it can see play. Next up, the Chaos Warshrine. It is a weird unit. It's a Mount Totem Priest. So it can take demonic speed, it can learn prayers, and it can issue commands like it was a general. 14 wounds on a 4-up save, which is beefy, but it's not a monster, which you'd think with a model this size and these big guys carrying it, it might have the monster keyword. Unfortunately, it doesn't.
What did one last edition? Karl, do you remember?
Say again?
Was the Chaos Warshrine ever a monster?
No, I don't believe it was.
Okay. It's always a behemoth, I think. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So it gives your mortal slaves units a 6-up ward while they're wholly within 18 inches, and it scales down to 9. But the reason you bring it isn't that, because you can just get oracular visions of the Chaos Sorcerer, which we'll talk about later. The reason you bring it is because it's a priest. And it has 5 prayers, with varying use, let's say. Personally, I like the Nurgle one, because you're going to bring Nurgle units anyway. So that unit having +1 to wound rolls is a nice accuracy boost on what would otherwise be a durable unit, which sounds at odds with each other. But the problem with durable units is, even if they're super durable, if you have enough combat phases, like if you don't kill the thing that's attacking you, you will just get weathered down eventually. I also like the Slanesh Prayer here, being able to 3d6 charge with any unit without having to cast demonic speed. I think that's really good. And interestingly, Tzeentch gets a -1 to wound, but you could just get that if you were a Nurgle unit all the time. This does work on missile weapons.
Just might be against missile weapons too.
Yeah, but like, whatever. It's like not that big a deal. It's not enough to push me to make a unit Tzeentch, you know. So these are all 3-up effects, which is not on its own. It's not reliable enough to justify the price tag here of almost 190 points. If you're playing Legion of the First Prince, which we'll talk about later, you can add a mark. So you can be like, well, this guy's undivided. This turn he's Khorne. This turn he's Nurgle. This turn he's Slanesh. And he's buffing different units each time, which is an interesting niche. He can also just chant Curse, Heal, or Guidance as well. This army does want a lot of command points, so having a 5-up command point, that's not the worst thing in the world. But it's slow. It's expensive. There's no army prayers, so like all you're doing is just the ones on the Warscroll and the universal ones. And the buff is probably not worth 190 points, because you can get a unit of Ogroid Theridons for that same cost. And yeah, overall, I don't see this one seeing a lot of play. It doesn't have enough. It's not reliable enough. It's not punchy enough. It's not fast enough. Like, if one of these things changed, it could see play.
So with this guy, In second edition, he could be whatever mark and use whatever prayer. I believe the wording in this new book is if the Warshrine is corn, he can only do the corn prayer.
Correct.
So that's like a huge downside. So you're like all inning on one thing, or you're taking 185, 190 point tax for the ability to succeed on a 30 or a 66 point whatever percent, chance.
Yeah.
Unless you're next to mystical, and then it's like 84 or something.
Well, Stormcast know what 3+ feels like. 3+ might as well just be a 5+. Like sometimes when you really need it, it just fails.
This guy is fast at nights because the dudes carrying it count as a mount, so they can run and charge. And like, there's some silly things that you can do. Like, I don't think it's particularly good, but I've been playing around with the idea in like friendly games as allying and Sigvald, taking in the Warshrine, and then 3d6 charging Sigvald. It seems fun. That's all it seems. Is it good? No, it has not been good in practice. Overall, I think this is one of the worst iterations of this War Scroll I've ever seen.
All right.
Paying for the sense of second ed. This used to be a staple. This basically used to be a staple in most armies that I remember.
All right, let's talk about the Chaos Chariot. So pros, it's fast. It's 12-inch move as opposed to 10-inch like the Knights and Varanguard. It's always battle line. It's got a big base, and I've come around on how important having a large single model base is playing Stormcast Chariots, which means it doesn't lose any board space until you fully kill it. You have to do 7 damage, and then you get some board space out of it. Interestingly, this can actually be brought as a squad of 1 or 3 without taking up reinforcements, which I think will matter in this army. The way this army wants to play is by, like you guys were saying, just buff up one unit, send it in, buff up another unit, send it in. So you want those reinforcement points. Once per battle, it can run and charge, which is good, because after it runs and charges, it'll probably die after that. And after charging, it does mortal wounds, kind of like the Stormcast Chariot, but on a 5+ instead of a 4+. So a little bit less accurate there. It does have 3 different melee weapons that you can give +1 to each of those if you have a corn mark on this chariot. And it's only 100 points, so it can easily fill gaps. It can fill battalion slots for things like Warlord. Yeah, but downsides. It's only 7 wounds for 100 points, and it's got a 4-up save, so it's not particularly durable. The damage sucks. Let's just be honest about that. The damage is not good.
Yep. It's basically got no rend. The 4s and 4s.
Yeah. And the charge mortal wound thing is like, if I could bring 2 of these guys, that would actually be good. 3 is too many. That's too much of an investment at 300 points, because then you're looking at, trading in, you could get a squad of Varanguard for 300, which would do way more damage. Mm-hmm. And when you do reinforce them, in air quotes, Bravery 6 then kicks in, and you lose 1, and the other 2 can just run away, which is rough. Yeah. Also, the charge mortal wounds don't scale with the unit size, so it's after this unit finishes a charge. So if you have 3 of these models, you don't get triple the charge. So you're really not encouraged to bring 3 of these guys at all. If the mortal wounds scaled with the unit size and you could bring 2, this would be a somewhat decent unit. But as it stands, it's got to be like 80 points to see play. 100 points is too much to ask.
And I think you nailed it. It's basically a list filler. It's like, hey, what can I fit? Do I own any War Tribe Warbands? No? Okay, here's a chariot.
Yep.
In practice, for me, 3 is too much. 1's not enough.
Like 3, you can stack Demonic Power and Demonic Speed, and they have mounts, so they can run in charge and Knights of the Empty Throne. But like, no, just use Varanguard instead.
It's also like the footprint. It's hard to get those 3 into combat.
2 is the sweet spot for that.
Yep.
But you can't do 2, unfortunately. Well, on the same vein, we've got the Gorebeast Chariot. So it's very similar to the other chariot. You sacrifice 3 inches of move, you only get a 9-inch move. Same thing as almost the same unit, but it's way higher damage, right? And if you give that a corn mark, then it becomes significant damage, in fact. But it's got this cool ability. At the end of each of your combat phases, you can move. If you charged, you can make a normal move. And like the Blood Knights from Soulblight Gravelords, they can pass over certain models with a wounds characteristic of 4 or less. And when you pass over them on a 3+, you deal D6 mortal wounds. But most importantly, you can make a move after fighting, which we talked about in Chosen, how useful that is to be able to get onto an objective after you kill a bunch of stuff. This unit doesn't have to do any damage. If it just charges in alongside a unit of like Knights or Varanguard that will do damage, after all that's happened, this unit then takes the objective just by walking onto it. And that's a super useful ability. Unfortunately, it's stuck on a bad unit because it's 115 points and it's not very durable, and the damage is okay, but not great. And again, there's issues with spacing, so you don't want to bring 3 of these guys either. And it's also not battle line. So just feels bad all around. I'd say it's better than a Chariot, and it has some niche play, but it's not a particularly good unit. So sticking it in the C tier.
Can agree with that. There's a lot of like movement shenanigans you can do with this this unit, but it falls into the same trap as the last Chariot. I find it difficult to put 3 into combat at the same time, and then using their ability after they charge, and I think it's not up to it. They get to moving them out, moving each one individually, and making them hit the targeted unit, and then having enough move to end wherever you want them. I just find, at least in my practice games, that it is fairly difficult.
Yeah, and that's why I think the best use is they charge in alongside Knights or Varanguard, and once those units are done, they're a distraction, and once those units are done wiping stuff out, they just walk onto an empty objective. That's like the best case scenario for this unit.
Yeah.
Chaos Marauders. We don't have to go super in depth with this unit. They're cheap, they're battle line, they're 10 models, they're a screen that you can revive in Ravagers, but they're just bad at everything else. Like, you can pump up their damage, sure. Why would you do that? There's other units you could do that for. They're going to die in droves, and they're going to run away in droves. They're a cheap screen, and that's enough to get a C tier in this army, because 85 points for a cheap screen is somewhat useful. Yeah.
Typically have about 2 units of 10, 1 unit 10 in most of my lists. Mark and Nurgle, Sword and Board. They're effective screens.
Yeah, the problem with them is that Corvus Cabal are a cheaper screen, and they can deep strike. So there's not much, and they're a little bit cheaper too, right? So it's like, I don't know. It's hard. C tier is pretty generous for the Marauders. Like, they're not objectively bad. They're just also not very good.
No, they're just paying for the sins of second edition. They were extremely degenerate in second edition, to the point where even Slaanesh was running them.
Yeah.
Like, just a bunch of things, having a Gavriel Shorehard charge, and then just like putting a buttload of attacks into you.
Yeah. Marauder Horsemen they're kind of interesting. They are a wide screen. Like, if people are playing this game properly, they'll understand how useful it is to have an oval-shaped base. 5 of those models can be a super wide screen. Saurus Knights are really good for this, and Marauder Horsemen are good for the exact same reason. But that's pretty much all this unit does. Like, I've wrote a bunch of stuff here. None of it matters because they're just a fast, wide screen. Their shooting is bad. Their melee is bad. They're -1 to be wounded by missile units, which is actually a way a lot of armies will try to get past a screen so that it helps them. Serious shooting will still kill them, but it helps against lighter shooting. It's like having Liberators instead of Vanquishers, right? The +1 save helps against lighter damage. Otherwise, just not very useful. I don't think this army even wants a fast screen, because it's like, you want cheap screens. You don't want fast screens because you've got fast units. So it's not terribly useful.
Nope.
Corvus Cabal, starting off the cultist side of things, pretty well, I'd say. Corvus Cabal actually surprised me with how good they were. Their damage doesn't matter. They're always battle line. The only thing that matters is that they are battle line and that they have a reserve deployment. They can go into reserve and then deploy anywhere on the table more than 9 inches from an enemy. And that's awesome. And if they're in cover, they can't even be shot, which is awesome. If you have some terrain near an objective, you can stick these guys in that terrain. Now they can't be shot. They have to be engaged in melee, which is perfect for what this army is trying to do. You want things engaging you in melee. You can give them a Nurgle mark to make that a more daunting prospect, to put more resources into killing them. They're slow. Once you actually put them down, they're not going to go anywhere. But that's such a strong ability for this army, which is normally immobile, let's say. It's fast, but it's immobile. Being able to just drop 1 or 2 of these units anywhere on the board can very much swing games in your favor.
I think it'd be nice if a certain chamber relegated to shadow operations could also drop in into terrain. Oh no! Oh no! But yeah, these are really good. You will see one of these in almost like every like other Slaves of Darkness list because of how objective sniping capability.
This unit to me is 80 points for a free battle tactic.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
It's great for that. So overall solid. It's hard to give them anything higher than a B tier because they're just so bad at everything except the one thing that they do. All right, Cypher Lords. I don't know if we want to spend too much time reviewing every single one of these cultist warbands because the short version is they're terrible.
If they're bad, and don't play them.
Yeah, pretty much. If you want to read this slide, figure out for yourself why Cypher Lords are bad. They're just bad. Low damage, no unique thing. Like, they're just god-awful. Next. Darkoath Savagers. This is one of the actual interesting ones because the stats on them are good. Right? Looking at their melee damage, they're 26 on 4s and 4s, but hit rolls of 6 deal a mortal wound in addition to their normal damage. So you start to pump that up. You can give them a Corn mark if you play Legion of the First Prince. Because they're not cultists, they can't use the Idolator Lord command trait. They can only use Legion of the First Prince to get it. But with Corn, they go up to 41 damage on 4s and 4s, splashing hit 6 mortals in there. If you reinforce it now, that's 82 max damage on 4s and 4s with hit 6 mortals. Yeah, that's a spooky amount of damage for only, 200 points? It's so stupid. And if they ever complete their oath, which just requires gaining control of an objective, which you can just walk on while your hammers are killing stuff on the other side of it, this unit just walks on the back end of it, they have a 5-up board for the rest of the battle, which is cool. They also have this special model called the something or other here. I should have written it down, but basically on a 6+, that unit can generate a command point, but that command point can only be used on a Darkoath Savager unit. And that's a kind of cool ability because the more of this unit you have, the more likely you are to get a command point, and all of those command points can be used by any Savager unit. So let's say, I don't know, you have 5 units of these guys, they all roll dice, let's say you roll 2 6s. Well, now you have 2 command points, and one of those units can use both of those command points at any point in that. So that's kind of cool. And what makes them good this season, in particular, is that they can use Galatian veterans to fight in 2 ranks. So when you can reinforce them, sometimes double reinforce them, you actually get the attacks in range, and this becomes a very efficient unit. So why is it only B tier? Well, it's slow, it dies quick, and it runs away quicker. It's not a cultist, which means you have to use the Legion of the First Prince, which is just not an efficient choice. That's not a great sub-faction for these guys. So you have to just dedicate a lot of resources into making them good. And you could just use the Splintered Fang instead. And we'll talk about how ridiculous the Splintered Fang are in just a minute. But you can use these guys. Like, you can make a competent Darkoath Savagers list, and maybe it's not the most competitive thing, but it's super fun. Horns of Hashut. They have this weird shooting attack where they get a number of dice equal to the number of models in range. So if you unleash hell, cool. They all charged in. I've got 3 of these guys in my double reinforced unit. Now I've got 24 shots on the unleash hell, and that's on 2s and 3s. So that's pretty dang accurate. If you're looking to kill Gits, you're looking to kill Gut Rippas, these like 5-up save models in big units. Not the worst choice in the world. Not particularly good either, but they're not the worst. And that's all they got going for them. D tier, not useless like Cypher Lords, but also not good. Iron Golems, their niche is they have a 4+ save, and anytime it's not your turn, they have +1 to save. Because anytime you didn't make a normal move, they get +1 save. But their damage is really poor. They're super slow, like all the other cultists. Yeah, not very good. D tier. Scions of the Flame. If they hit a unit with 10+ models, they get triple the hits on one of these weapons. So that first attack from 7 damage spikes up to 21 potentially. And then at the end of the combat phase, you can do 2+ to deal D3 mortal wounds. And this can scale up with unit size. So if you reinforce it, you can potentially roll 3 dice, and each 2+ is a D3 mortal wound, which is pretty cool. But again, it's just inefficient compared to the Splintered Fang, which we're about to talk about. Spire Tyrants, same kind of deal. They have a lot of attacks on 4s and 4s. They can get an extra attack if they're near a mortal hero to make them 34 damage on 4s and 4s. You give them Corn Mark, you give them Reinforcement. They're That's a lot of damage. 90 attacks on 4s and 4s. Pretty good. Well, not 90 attacks. It's like 90 total damage on 4s and 4s. But let's just talk about the Splintered Fang. That's what we're all here for, right? 10 models for 100 points. Each model has 3 attacks apiece. And every hit roll of 6 deals a mortal wound instead. So you give them Corn Mark with the Idolator Lord. Now they're 42 damage on 4s and 2s with hit 6 mortals for 100 freaking points. You reinforce that. It's now 84 max damage on 4s and 2s. It's an absurd amount of damage. Then there's this neat trick where you can revive one of the Serpent models. They're 2 wounds apiece, so if somebody's chipping away at you, you can do that. That's kind of cool. But yeah, they're just so efficient. At 100 points, their damage is insane. S tier all the way. This unit is like so good, it kind of makes the book look bad in comparison. Frankly, it makes almost everything in the game look bad in comparison. This much damage.
Yeah, it's one of those things that needs a revision. And honestly, I'm surprised after 2 passes of a battle scroll they haven't fixed it. I can only guess it's to move Splintered Fang boxes. Maybe they were the least popular Warcry warband before this or something. But yeah, the damage that 200 points of this thing can do, it's like you don't want to commit resources to them because they feel like they're so cheap and they have Chosen and they have Knights and they have Warriors. And then 20 of these guys come in and just like absolutely decimate whatever like Paladin hammer unit you were going for.
Yep. When we
you're
were
going to see
at
a lot of these guys until they fix them to maybe 130, 140, so just be careful.
Yeah, when we were looking at Chosen, if you recall, a squad of those guys was 30 damage on 3s and 3s, Rend 1. These guys are 42 with a Corn Mark. Yeah, without the mark, they're 32 damage. They're more damage than Chosen at less than half the cost. It's wild.
Yeah.
But the thing is, they can't just nerf this unit, right? If they make any changes to this army, they have to nerf these guys and the Spire Tyrants and the Savagers because it's merely a matter of efficiency. Whatever the most efficient cultist is, that's what people will spam. So they have to nerf kind of all the damaging cultists all at the same time. Especially nerfing the Splintered Fang because they're just ruining the balance of this book. Like everything looks terrible compared to this.
Well, so maybe not because it's like, yeah, I understand it's an efficiency issue, but like the thing that already sets this thing apart, it's like already got 3 attack space versus the Darkoath Savager 2 attack space. Like how problematic is Darkoath Savagers at like maybe the Darkoath Savagers go up with 10 points or something, but I don't think that's problematic at 2 attacks and having to use Mark of Corn versus 3 attacks and Mark of Corn. You're talking about nearly 100% efficiency increase.
Yeah, no, totally. Like Savagers don't have to go up as much. Like they could even be fine at 100 points. It's really just this unit at 100 points because it's so easy to use. Like all it takes is a command trait, and frankly, you don't even have to have the Mark of Corn. You could. There was a list at LVO that ran 80 of these guys with the Mark of Nurgle.
I was looking at that list actually. I was there. So I think Darkoath Savagers are fine. Like I think of Darkoath Savagers, I think of like Chameleon Skinks. They drop in, they do the 2 attacks apiece from range, 6s or mortal wounds or whatever, and it's fine. I think these present a problem because the 3 attacks and winning on 2s really, really sells them. Because if you use a command point for all-out attack on these guys, that's 32 attacks like Paul said on 3s and 2s. Meaning even if the mortal wounds aren't happening, you're still getting a lot of like mass like Vanquisher levels of damage going through. And then Darkoath Savagers don't have that. They just have the mortal wound. So I think like that's more the model that they should go for when they're considering these cheap mortal wounding units. But I don't know. What do you think, Karl?
I think they're a mistake, to be honest. I think they're really good. I have people in my local meta trying to build lists with as many as physically possible that they can jam in. But there's no Splintered Fang to go around. When the leaks came out, everyone in the local area were looking for Splintered Fang. Even one of my coworkers at one of the stores I work at bought everything he saw on eBay. And it still wasn't enough to fill what they wanted, at least at that time. I think
the only person I know who has that many is a friend of mine. He plays in our local meta. He was playing them in 2nd edition. He has, I think, 100 of them.
It's like me myself. I have I think 40, maybe 50. I'd have to double check. But like with them being so rare, like it's a good unit. Like if you can get your hands on this for like MSRP or like a little cheaper, go for it. I would not spend absurd prices on these because like I honestly do think their points cost is a mistake. I think they will be revised in a battle scroll, but that's just me.
I think it's one of those things like people are gonna go out and buy these and feel really, really bad when they get nerfed.
Oh yeah,
It's like one of those
100%.
things it's like one of those things that's just like so obviously needs to be fixed that if you're the one who wants to take advantage of the couple of months of spamming people with mortal wounds that you get, then good for you. But just know that you might just be utterly screwed like in the next battle scroll.
Yeah, I mean, going off of just to piggyback off of what Margok said, it's such an obviously out of balance thing that they didn't foresee, which I feel like it wasn't that hard to see this coming, but I kind of wish they did, because once you give something hit 6 mortals, there's always going to be like, can you multiply this? What can you do to make this tankier? Have some recursion happen, and this gets to do a lot of that. Especially all the corn keyword stuff. That's just so many attacks. Like, how do you allow something like this to keep happening? But the good thing is at least they don't have any native rend, so like it's really just a whole bunch of mortal wounds, which can be mitigated.
Well,
but
they are also
it's
horde
not just-
killers, right? Like, you don't need rend against
like,
all
it's-
targets.
It's like imagine if Vanquisher suddenly got mortal wounds when hitting max size targets or something.
Yeah, that's fair.
Vanquishers would also have to have triple the attacks. Like, it's so silly. Oh, yeah, okay. All right, we talked enough about this.
Yeah.
Moving on. Tarantulos Brood. They're bad. They have poor damage. They have a poor shooting attack.
They have no utility.
No utility, which is the big thing. You either want to be the most efficient damage dealer or have some unique utility. The Unmade have unique utility. Enemies within 12 inches can't receive rally or redeploy. And that's cool, but there's an artifact that does that, and Archaon does that, so it's not like it's the only unit in the army that does it. They're cheap, and they can do it. But aside from
there's
that...
an artifact that does that?
Yeah, Crown of Conquest, right? Can't rally or Inspiring
No,
Presence.
it says can't use Inspiring Presence in rally.
I think
But
it's rally.
it could be rally. But what I really like about this is, though, it's like you're a slow army. You can be fast with knights and mnemonic speed or whatever, but you're a slow army, so having them redeploy 6 inches out of your threat range, or like chosen charge range, I want to say, it feels pretty bad. So it's like, yeah, it's like an 80-point utility slot. Like, it's not the worst thing in the world. Plus, like, being able to cut down on rallies from on higher, because I think the range of this is like 12 inches. So you could like literally run these up and like hit a Fire Slayers player, maybe die on the swing back, and then the Fire Slayers player cannot rally. So it's pretty useful compared to, because I think that one is, I want to say it's 6 or 3 inches, the one you're talking about.
It's 6, yeah, the artifact. My problem with this always is that you can stop rally by just being in melee. And that's always the problem with a unit like this, is like, I'd rather just have a Corvus Cabal for more objective grabbing potential. I'd rather spend more points on hammers and spend less points on utility units like this.
That is true. If they're redeploying away from you, you're probably already winning. Plus, like, you're pretty durable as an army in melee, so maybe this isn't the, like, it's a very niche utility piece compared to something like Corvus Cabal.
Yeah, it's like, it's not bad. I don't think it's good enough to get it into C tier even. It is, but it's not F tier. Like, it's better than Cypher Lords.
Mm-hmm.
Untamed Beasts. They have an okay ability, so their damage is whatever, trash, like the rest of the cultists. Doesn't matter. They die fast, they run away fast. But what they do that nothing else does is they get a move after deployment, which is usually, that 6-inch move is usually enough to get onto an objective and claim it. Also, you can use this to deny space for deep strikes. If you slaves are not a low drop army. They're going to have a lot of drops. They're going to have a lot of deployments. And if people want to alpha strike you, well, they're going to have to get through the Untamed Beast, which just moved up 6 inches first. So that's going to deny space for longer charges. It's going to deny space for deep striking. That's a useful thing to do. And then if you're playing Ravagers, you can revive these guys later on an objective somewhere if you don't have anything better to revive. So that's not the worst ability in the world.
Yeah, I actually quite like these for this season, because a lot of the battle plans, the objectives are, I think, 9 inches away from your deployment zone. You could pre-move these guys, I think, like 5 inches away, and then you're within that 6-inch radius.
Yeah, they do have a 6-inch move as well, so they get within.
So, and the thing is, here's the thing, right? This happens pre-game, meaning you take control of the objectives as the game starts. So you pre-move these guys, say, your turn, I control these objectives, go.
Yeah. Now that can be a downside if you're trying to score Eye of the Gods, for example, taking control of an objective. Oh no, because that has to be an objective your opponent controlled. So like that's not a downside.
Yeah. And it forces your opponent to come to the center, because if I'm playing a list like, for example, my Aliana Grande, right? Like I would hate to go up against this unit, because now they've taken control of 2, maybe 3 objectives, and I have to now start contesting objectives as opposed to like sitting back and letting my opponent come forward for real with all their real units.
Yeah, it's about resource allocation. These guys draw you away from the main thing. If you were going first, they wouldn't have a chance, for example, to drop a Corvus Cabal unit, but they would have a chance to move the Untamed Beasts onto it.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's a useful unit, little C tier niche kind of pick. Chaos Spawn, they're terrible. They only exist so that you can be randomly transformed into one with Eye of the Gods, and never take them as a unit. They're bad. They're random move, random attacks, inaccurate, poor saves, not infantry. They're not battle line, can't be reinforced even because they're single. Yeah, don't use them. They're bad. Fomoroid Crusher. He is a better version of the Knight Heraldor. I think that's the short version of it. He's 10 wounds, and he shakes terrain just like a Knight Heraldor. Unlike a Heraldor, it's a 3+ instead of a 2+, but the terrain just has to be within 6 inches as opposed to wholly within 18 inches, which is actually a really big pain with how the Heraldor moves and comes into play through Scions. So that's pretty cool. And if it's a faction terrain, or if it's defensible, so if it's a garrison, when you shake it, you've also demolished it. So this guy might actually even see play. Stuff like Skaven Gnawholes, you've got stuff like Sylvaneth Wildwoods. Being able to just destroy terrain every turn is good for this army, because it doesn't want to play with terrain. Like, you don't want terrain on the battlefield when you're playing Slaves to Darkness. But it's slow, it's vulnerable, it can't get cover itself, which is probably fitting considering it's trying to destroy all the cover. It's not a hero, so it can't take enhancements, and it's kind of just like a unit that's just doing a thing. It's undivided, so you can't buff it or make it more durable. It has to be near the terrain in the hero phase, which means you don't have a chance to move first, which is unfortunate. And if you're bringing a monster, that monster can be the smash terrain thing instead. So it's not like this is totally unique that only this guy can do. Where I see this guy fitting is a meta full of armies that bring terrain that you want to smash, because it's within 6 inches, unlike Smash, which requires you being much closer to it in the charge phase. So you can reach over and smash a Herdstone if you get this guy in position properly, or the pizza oven from the Fire Slayers. You can just break this stuff and deal mortal wounds. So not totally useless. And I believe, I'd have to double check the wording on this, but I'm pretty sure you can shake the same piece of terrain multiple times if you have multiples of this guy. So that is something worth considering.
Huh, I'll look into it.
Yeah, we'll double check that and we'll edit it in if it's wrong.
Right. One thing to note, even if they do crush Sylvaneth terrain, it doesn't really do much to Sylvaneth, but that's their video.
Yeah.
I thought we did one.
Furies.
Wow, the terrain army doesn't interact with crushing terrain. Wow.
Furies, they are fast. They're battle line in Legion of the First Prince. There are 12 wounds for 90 points. There are 6 models, which is an important number because it beats a monster on an objective or a 5-model unit of like Liberators or other 5-model units. And instead of fighting, they can just retreat, which means they get a flying 12-inch move a flying 12-inch move and then a 2d6 charge, and then they just retreat a flying 12 inches onto objectives. That's the best case scenario I see for these guys. Everything else about them's terrible. They just fight like trash. They die quick. Can't tie down shooting units because it's a retreat, which means you have to end more than 3 inches from all enemies. Undivided, so you can't even buff their durability with Nurgle. Yeah, and it's not like this combat phase movement is unique, right? Chosen can do it. The Gorebeast Chariots can do it. This is not a totally unique utility. So not totally useless, but also not good. D tier. Mergonk, you want to talk about this one? Because you've kind of been a little keen on it. The Mindstealer Sphiranx.
Right. So it's a really interesting tech piece. I started seeing it during LVO, and to me this was just like a Warcry monster. So like I looked it up, what it does. And its main thing is, its melee is fine, 10 attacks at -1 damage. 10 damage at -1, 10 wounds from 95 points. So it's very, like, it fits into those, like, cultist / utility slots that Slaves of Darkness has. But each combat phase, so that's yours and theirs, you pick an enemy unit with a 9, And you roll 2d6. If it's equal to or over their bravery, they fight last. That unit fights last. And that's a really, really interesting utility piece, because this army, unless you're like spamming Splintered Fang, but even if you are spamming Splintered Fang, it generally doesn't have screens unless you take dedicated utility slots like Furies or Raptorix for that specific purpose. And this army can, for that reason, be prone to like an Iron Jaws Alpha Strike, for instance, like where 6 pigs just get into you, with all buffed up, and maybe they even pop the wall for an additional rend. And having those low bravery units just come in, and you can roll 2d6 over their 6 or 7 bravery. Chances are you'll get to roll it at least once. Making them fight last and making your guys fight them first is actually a really interesting tech piece for 95 points. The fact that it happens both turns, the fact that you can just run this with like a 10 plus d6 and then target something within 9, it lets you multi-charge too. So Slaves of Darkness does have like some fight first effects, but those are on all their mounted lords. Otherwise, they fight pretty much like Stormcast do, which is straightforward and honest. Just I go, you go fighting. And this sort of gets around that, it's not the worst thing. I honestly like, and this thing is a hell of a lot more available than any of the Warcry warbands that we said are good right now, because they're all sold out everywhere. So you might actually be able to get your hands on this one.
Yeah, there is a spell in the army that does grant an enemy unit strike last, so it's not a unique thing to get in this army. But I do like the fact that it doesn't require a hero phase to activate.
Yes.
But that's also kind of a downside, because on your turn, if you want to use this offensively to get strike last, let's say, you won't know if it happens or not until you get into the combat phase. So you've already committed all your spells, all your tools for the turn, all your movement, your charging, all your positionings laid out, and then you find out if you have this tool available to you or not. And because you can't even like roll multiple times with multiple Sphiranxes, it's unreliable.
I think it's more of a defensive than an offensive tool. I mean, it's nice if you get it on offense. You shouldn't count on it, but it's really, really good on defense. And if nothing else, it's just a 95-point unit. It's not, a lot of investment. It's got 10 wounds. It's got like a 10-inch move. You can like snipe objectives if you wanted to. Just, add 2 more models where it's needed. And when you get that fight, this is like one of those utility pieces like Legionnaires that we were talking about. It's like your opponent will look at this and will decide to try and get rid of it because they don't want to be like forced to fight last.
Yeah, it's not a bad unit. It took a second look to really understand that, but it is not bad at all. Raptorix are bad. Enough said.
They're basically like Vor's Furies. You only literally use them if you have them and you don't have any other Warcry warbands and you need some like cheap screens for your Chosen or whatever.
Yeah, they're bad. Not talking anymore about them. Vortex Beast. Karl, what do you think about this guy? Because I have thoughts as a Filthy Order player, somebody who uses an Engine of the Gods often. I have a lot of thoughts about this guy, but I want to hear what you think first.
I think this is one of my pet models. Like I have a list that I bring to RGTs that include 3 of them. I think he is particularly not good. Because we're gonna see things like ogre shooting. It's not going anywhere. Like ogre shooting, 2 cannons could probably kill 1, even if this one is in the spoilers. So if they're in the spoilers, they're +2 wounds. So natively 14, +2 from spoilers. Ogre's outrange its ability. Its ability is 18. Ogre shooting, I think, is like threat range 38, maybe
39.
39. Okay. So even worse. With that being so prevalent, at least in my meta and at LVO, there were a lot of ogre players. I think this guy is going to be used in fun lists, local RTTs. I think if you see somebody bringing them to a GT, that person is brave.
That person is there to have a better time than everyone else.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that person is there for Beer Hammer.
Okay, totally fair takes. For people who haven't seen it, let me explain what this guy does and why he might be useful for you. He's not slow, like 10-inch move is okay. He's one of the few monsters in the army that you can actually use, which means you get access to rampages for Roar, and he counts as 5 models on an objective. He heals D3 in your hero phase. He's got completely random trash melee attacks that don't matter. The main thing you care about this guy is the Aura of Mutation ability, which in the hero phase, you pick an enemy unit within 18 inches, and you get an effect. There's no failing this. It's just how good the effect is. And this stacks for every Mutalith Vortex Beast that you have. It can do this, and the effects stack for the rest of the battle. So you could, if you brought 4 of these guys, potentially get -4 move on a unit. And if it's like a Paladin, that now it has 0 move. You just can't move anymore. But what you're really fishing for here is you want the D6 mortal wounds. So you're trying to roll a 5 or 6, and even better if you roll a 6 and you kill something, because then it spawns a Chaos Spawn, which would be cool, because that sets up within 3 inches. So if you snipe something like a Stormcast Long Strike, the Chaos Spawn that comes out of it is now tying them down in combat. You get to roll 2 dice and pick one if you have a Tzeentch Wizard nearby, which is neat. So this gets around Key to Victory because it's not a missile weapon. So you can shoot heroes, support heroes, and maybe get some D6 mortal wounds. One of these guys on their own is just complete garbage. But when you start getting like 3 of these guys, that D6 mortal wounds can average out to a lot of damage. And you can teleport them with Warp Reality before you do that ability. So if you have, for example, a Gaunt Summoner drop into play with this guy in reserve, you can just pop him out. And then you can, or no, sorry, that's movement phase. So you can have, yeah, that wouldn't work. Dang, that's a Knights combo. I'm thinking of something else. Sorry, but yeah, you can have a hero cast Warp Reality, bring this guy into range in order to do the Aura of Mutation and try to snipe some mortal wounds off stuff. And that all sounds great, but then you remember it's 190 points. This army is super elite. It has trash damage. Aside from this ability, it's got nothing going for it except for monster keyword. Yeah, not great. Not a great unit.
There's not much else to say on that one. It's like such a weird war scroll.
It's a slot machine. It's one of those slot machine units. You know, it's chaos. It's warp. It's slot machine time. It's one of those. If you want to feel like you're a chaos player, I guess you play these in like Beer and Pretzel Warhammer, but don't bring this to like tournaments.
This makes me really worried for the future of the Engine of the Gods.
Because it's like the most used unit in Seraphon, I think. That legit might get hit. But then again, it might also get a new model, so who knows?
No chance. That none of the skink stuff's getting updated, I don't think.
What are you talking about? Skinks just got updated with the Raptor Riders.
That's a new kit. That's not an updated kit, right? Like, they're not going to take an old kit.
Okay, then you bring on, I don't know, Engine of the Gods 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Engineer of the Gods. It's bigger and more godly. So it's not... Vortex Beaks is not totally useless, but it's also not good. That seems to be a common theme in this book. The Slaughter Brute is terrible, and I actually want to spend time explaining why it's terrible. It is a monster. The damage is it's hitting on 4s like Chaos Knights, but for 175 points, you're getting 8d3 max damage. The other attack is, whatever, 2 damage at 4s and 1s, who cares? What makes this model especially bad is that it has this cool, it can use command abilities, and it can only be issued them by its master, and it has unique command abilities, and that's a cool concept, right? But there's so many problems with that design. The commands themselves suck. First one is you use the top row of the damage table, which this thing's just going to die before that matters. And the other one is you get an 18-inch 3d6 charge, which is cool, but there's so much stuff in this book that's faster and can get 3d6 charges already. And this costs a command point, which are so valuable in this army. Then it has...
It's literally only monster. That's the only thing it's got going for it.
Yeah, it's monster, and there's just better monsters. Like, it's just a command point drain. You can't use any War Scroll commands if the bonded hero dies, so it can't get all out attack or all out defense. It's terrible. It's just
one of those models that's just like, people have it from Warhammer Fantasy, so just give them some rules so they can play with their toys. It's not a serious consideration for this book. Like, if you're ever in the neighborhood of, I have 175 points I want to spend, chances are you're going to have 190. Just bring in Ogroid Theridon or something.
It could have been good. Like, they can write good rules for this. This is just a disappointment. Soul Grinder. It's not as bad as the Slaughter Brute, but it's also not good. It is 18 wounds.
What's this 40k model doing?
Yeah, that's always the question, right? It's like, wait, what? What's this 40k model from 2005 doing in this game? Its damage is okay. It's all hitting on 4s, which sucks. It has a bad shooting attack, but it's a monster, and it's a lot of wounds. And if you give it Nurgle, it's a tanky monster. And if you're playing Despoilers for some reason, it's a 20 wound monster with -1 to be wounded. So not terrible, not objectively bad, but it's also not good. There's so many better things you can spend your points on than this. 230 points is a unit of Chosen, or a unit of Knights, I'm just saying, right? Like, that's always more useful. Alright, into the heroes. Whew. Yeah. Centaurion Marshal. Cool model. I unironically dig this look, like a centaur gladiator thing going on here. He gives a 5-up rally to undivided mortal units, which is actually the only way to get a 5-up rally on cultists, which is cool. Problem is cultists are just going to die before they rally, but whatever. He has an ability. At the start of the combat phase, you can pick an enemy unit, and they gain the Strike Last effect. If you roll a 6, and you can't target a monster, and that unit only has 5 or less models. So if it has more than 5 or monster, you just can't do it. This might be the worst written ability in the game. It's so bad. It doesn't need any of this stipulation. Like, were they worried this guy was too strong in playtesting, so they had to nerf it to this degree? Like, it's so bad.
It's okay. I'll legit don't know what their design philosophy regarding this book is, because here's the thing, right? So if you look at every other faction in the game, like Daughters of Cain is probably like the best example of this. Cainite Shadowstalkers, insanely good when they came out, right? They might not have been the most popular Warcry warband, but they were really, really popular in the game. And this is like Slaves to Darkness is such a mixed bag. I think they just took a look at all these like Warcry warbands and said like, hey, what do we want them to be able to play to have cool utility, and what do we not want so that people have to like go out and buy boxes of? And it's literally just like a dice, like a dartboard. They were just like shooting darts, and they were like, yeah, make this guy good, make this guy bad, make this guy good, make this guy bad. And I can't seem to decide like what they want. Do they want Warcry warbands to be integral part of Age of Sigmar armies, or do they not want them to be? Because every other Warcry warband in every other army in the game has been nerfed to where it's like this, yeah, this exists and you can use it, but there's better stuff that you can honestly be doing. But then you look at like Splintered Fang or like Darkoath Savagers or Unmade, and then you look at this and it's like, well, are you guys being consistent? What are you guys thinking exactly? And I honestly, I don't know.
That's going to be a common sentiment for a lot of stuff we're about to review.
Yeah.
So this guy's just bad. Never ever finds a use. I don't think he could be 80 points and still just not be played. Terrible. Next up is the Chaos Lord, one of the few models that actually didn't get updated in the range when they refreshed it, and I think it still looks pretty good, honestly. It's got the aesthetic nailed down. They did not need to upgrade this guy. He still looks great. So what does he do? Well, when he starts the battle, he can pick a unit of Chosen or Warriors and turn them into his retinue. And what a retinue is, it's a fancy Warscroll ability that we've seen before in armies like Fireslayers. But basically, it gives you 2 bonuses. First one is you get to pass wounds off to the retinue, kind of like a bodyguard on a 3+. The guy takes a wound, you just give it to the Chaos Warriors or the Chosen instead. And then the second benefit is that when this guy is picked to fight, the retinue fights as well, which is a really cool ability. Makes foot heroes like this a lot more usable and interesting, thematically appropriate. It feels like they're joining the unit, which is cool. And another neat thing is that in this case, the retinue does not have to have the same mark as this guy. So this guy could have the Khorne mark, and then your retinue could have the Nurgle mark, or one could have Slanesh, and the other one could have Tzeentch. So there's all kinds of options there. I actually really like this guy. I kind of slept on him at first, but after talking with you, Karl, one of the things you definitely pointed out that's really good about him is that he's a very durable carrier for enhancements. And that's pretty useful to have in this army, because there are some good enhancements that you can take. And we'll talk about why you can't take them on another hero later. But the one that springs to mind for me is the Idolator Lord, right? Because that's a really, really useful command trait, and you can't give the Khorne mark to wizards. So this guy being able to just take a Khorne mark, he's pretty cheap. You know, he's only 115 points, and he's pretty durable. So like, he's not going to go away if you give him more value. If you give him like an Arcane Tome and things like that, he's going to stick around for a while. And then in Season 2, which is what we're playing currently when this review comes out, he is a really good choice for a Galatian Command Battalion, because the potential there to attack with him, and then immediately attack with his retinue, and then immediately attack with another unit in the Galatian Command Battalion, sounds like a pipe dream, but actually I think this is going to happen more than people think it will. It's not going to be common, but it's going to be a huge amount of damage. So one of the things you could stick in that battalion, how about some Splintered Fang, or just another unit of Chosen? So you could potentially have, 20 Chosen fighting immediately before your opponent gets to pick a unit to attack with. And then also it's your turn, so you can pick another. It's going to get silly. And he's a champion, so you can take Tunnel Master with him to teleport him onto an objective to score battle tactics, or just keep up with the units that he's supporting. You can take Leadership of the Alpha to rally 3 times up to nearby units. So, for example, if you're playing Host of the Everchosen and you get that 5-up rally, well, this guy can issue it to 3 different units at once, which is nice. Or you can just take the Tusk Helm to contribute some charge mortal wounds to soften things up before your hammer gets in there. So all around, not terribly good on his own, but the way you can kit him out and build him and the way he contributes to lists, I think is pretty meaningful. He's slow, he's a foot hero. He doesn't really directly buff anything. He's kind of like an indirect buffer. So it's not like your force just gets stronger from having him around, but he's like a nice little tactical piece. I guess the biggest downside here is that he could just be a Chaos Sorcerer Lord, which are really, really, really good. You'll probably want like at least 1, sometimes 2 in your lists. And this guy kind of is only 5 points short of that. So I don't know how good he's actually going to be, but there's definitely some niche, not even niche, some regular case use for this guy. Overall,
is he 5 points short of that?
Yeah, he's only 115.
Chaos Sorcerer Lords are 135, aren't they?
I think they're 120.
Oh, they're 120. Oh, wow.
Yeah. They're just styling all over Stormcast heroes, man. So yeah, B tier. This guy seems usable, and when you use him, you'll feel good about it, because you will have a list to support that. And I think one of the lists we have at the end of this review shows off that concept pretty well.
This guy, I played him. I was at 2 RTTs this weekend. I was at 1 in Tampa, 1 in Miami. Had a Mark Slanesh. He does so much. So when a good example is you're fighting Sylvaneth, and Oakbro is sort of like the flavor right now. My round 3 on my RTT on Sunday, I played against 3 Tree Lords and Ancient Durthu, the Revenant, and 1 other foot heroes. And because I had my Lord in combat with my Chosen, they couldn't make either him or the Chosen fight last, because it's a fight immediately.
Oh yeah, that's a fun way to get around that specific interaction. That's pretty cool.
Same is true for the Lords on Mount and the Karkadrak. But having this guy Mark Slanesh and having Chosen that are Slanesh, they're innately +2 to charge now, and you can make them run and charge with this guy. They are very, very fast.
Chosen are normally like this slower kind of hammer, kind of like you're playing Paladins on the table, except you don't have Scions, you don't have Translocation teleport charges. So being able to just speed boost them is really nice, and this guy's a nice little support piece to go with them.
Yep.
So yeah,
just if he gets to roll an Eye of the Gods, he just gets better, which is what you want.
Yeah, so he's got the Eye of the Gods, so sometimes you just score a battle tactic off him, rolling off that, or sometimes he turns into a Demon Prince, and that's okay too. That's not the end of the world. But then we have the Chaos Lord on Demonic Mount. So the Chaos Lord on Demonic Mount is a weird... he just doesn't look very good, right? Like, he's okay speed. Like, he keeps up with Knights. He has a mount, so you could Demonic Speed him if you need to, but that's kind of a waste of a cast. He's more durable than most heroes, right? 8 wounds, 3-up save. He's got the Chaos Rune Ward against mortals. That's cool. If he charges, he gains Strike First, which is very, very good, especially when you combine this with his ability to allow a unit of Knights to attack with him. So he can charge, he strikes first, he pulls Knights into combat, they strike first, then it's your turn, since you just charged, you can pick a unit to attack with. So he can effectively create like a huge combat chain that can do a lot of damage before your opponent has a chance to respond. And maybe on your turn, you pick a Chaos Lord that has a retinue and a sworn bodyguard. So now you're attacking with 5 units before your opponent has a chance to activate once. And that's definitely super greedy and pipe dream, but hey, if it happens, please let us know, because I want to see it happen. Downsides, his damage is not good. Like, on his own, he's trying to hit you like a storm. He hits better than a Stormcast hero, but it's not great, right? And you have to ask, how useful is it really to strike first? Like, if you're only going in with a unit of Knights, right? Like, if you're only charging in with a big block of 10 Knights, then you don't really need to strike first in most cases. Like, it does help get around certain things. Like, if you're playing against Fire Slayers, it's useful. if you're playing against Strike Last effects like the Tree Lord you mentioned, Karl. But really, how good is Strike First? Are people going to play a lot of Knights where you need to be able to fight first with a unit of Knights in this guy and then strike with another unit of Knights? I don't know. It's a strong ability, but the rest of this War Scroll is just so bad that you kind of don't want to use him. Especially because the next guy is basically just the same thing, but better. So I guess we can just talk about the next guy at the same time. And that's the Chaos Lord on He's basically just a Chaos Lord on Demonic Mount, but for 50 points more, you get more wounds, way better weapons. He also does charge mortal wounds, right? Like on a 2+, you deal D3. So you get a lot of damage output for 50 points. But do you have 50 points to spare? Do you really want the Strike First effect? Or do you want more damage? Like, I'm not sure how far 50 points goes in this list, but it feels like you're going to be able to find 50, and a Chaos Lord and Karkadrak feels like probably the better choice most of the time compared to a Lord on Demonic Mount.
Actually, I want to hear Karl's opinion on this because, in my opinion, building some slaves lists, 50 points goes a long way. There's some really awkward points fitting in this army once you get to the last 200-300 points. And like you mentioned, having a Strike First ability against something like Fire Slayer, something that we anticipate will be very good in the next season, is kind of important. I actually beat a Slaves to Darkness player who failed their charge with a Carrick Drag, and so like their Chaos Knights couldn't fight first, and I just demolished them with using Counter Strike. So Karl, what do you think?
It really depends on what you're playing against and how you're using them. So this army, I feel, is very starved for points for everything that it wants. Right now, after the last several games that I've been playing, the army feels like you're going to have 3 very good things, and then you're sprinkling in support for those 3 very good things. This guy I haven't really played against, but I have a few friends that are toying around with the idea of using him in Knights of the Empty Throne or spamming him. Like there's a list I saw from one of my buddies down here who was using like 4 or 5 of them and a Sorcerer Lord, and then filling the rest with either Knights Varanguard or whatever they wanted. Because the 2-up for D3 is kind of relevant, kind of not relevant. I think he's kind of expensive. I think he's good. But you have to build around him. You have to look at it like either a 170 point tax for fight first or a 220 point tax for fight first. What exactly do you want out of these 2 characters? Where this guy is much better stat wise than the Lord on Demonic Mount. I think if you're starving for points, you're going to go Demonic Mount. If you're not, you're going to go with this guy.
Yeah,
That's how
that's pretty much what it looks like. And then at 50 points is just, can your list fit the 50 points? If so, you'll upgrade. If not, it's not like you can take anything else for 50, right? Like an Endless Spell, maybe. I don't know how useful any of the Endless Spells would be in this army, because there's better spells you want to cast. You don't want to be wasting casts on things that aren't Mystic Shield or Demonic Power or Demonic Speed, right? So it's tough to fill that 50 points. So I think he's going to see play. I don't know about the idea of just spamming him, because it feels like instead of this guy, you can almost have a squad of Knights, right? Like 220 is a lot. That's almost 5 Knights, and 5 Knights are definitely better than 1 of this guy.
I don't know about that, actually.
You don't think so?
No. The thing is, if Knights hit on 3s and 3s, I would say so, yes. But Knights are so vulnerable to debuffs. It's actually really crazy how vulnerable they are to debuffs. Having this guy as a Strike First tool, as a Mortal Wound tool, as a potential, I get to roll 2 dice on Eye of the Gods at the very least. And if I turn into a Demon Prince, I can always pick something that's lesser than a Demon Prince. Knights are just like, oh, you have a -1 to wound or -1 to hit. Knights just fall apart at the side of that.
Yeah, I see this guy as like a utility piece when you're running Knights, right? I don't see this guy replacing Knights in your list. And I think the way the competitive lists are going to go is they're going to use like 1 big block of Knights as an initial pinning unit, right? Try to do a bunch of damage, pin you down, and you don't really need to fight first in order to do that roll, right? Because you're just charging that 1 unit on that first turn, and then you don't really care after that. So he seems like his buff is so good you're going to try him, but I think he's not going to make the final cut for the top tier lists.
I think that's fair to say. I think what happens is he's like a meta tool. I think as the meta develops and people realize how tough infantry is getting, how they're employing like fight first rules, or people might reevaluate this guy and be like, okay, I'm gonna throw one of him in. So instead of a 6 Varanguard, 10 Knights, and 3 Varanguard, I'll may drop the third Varanguard and maybe take him as like a utility piece to help push damage through.
Yeah, to get around Tree Lords and Fire Slayers and all these other effects like that. That's where this guy's really going to shine, I think.
I hate this guy. I've played against lists that have run one and have run lots, and I hate him. Thanks, I'll pass.
It's definitely something to be afraid of. Like, in my matches, I'm really afraid of him because giving something strike first is pretty insane. And he's not bad at damage. He's not like our Lord Celestin on Darkoath. He actually does respectable damage, and it can only get better as the game goes on.
Yep. Next up, the Chaos Lord on Manticore. This guy's got a weird niche, right? So he's a monster, and we discussed, we went through all the Warscrolls. There's not really any good monsters in this army. Nothing like really good, right? So just being a monster is a niche all in and of itself, right? Because you're not going to bring Slaughter Brutes, you're not going to bring the Vortex Beast. So this guy just being a monster is decent. He's also pretty durable compared to the other monsters, right? Like he's got 12 wounds, 3-up save, he's got the 5-up rune ward. He's fast, he's flying, he's got all these things that a monster wants to have. And he's got this little neat ability to reroll redeploy, which honestly, I don't think I've ever seen slaves use redeploy because there's just so many other commands they want to use. Maybe there's value in it though. But he's just a fast flying monster, right? And that's pretty much all you need. Downsides, the model is butt ugly. Definitely needed a refresh. This is what year is this? Do you guys want to try to guess what year this is from? We can see who's closest later. I was going to say it's an
Enzymes model.
Oh, it's End Times. Really?
Did he get a new model in End Times? I actually thought this was a 7th edition model.
Oh, you may be right. I think it might be a 7th edition model.
I'm guessing like 2007. This is old. This does not hold up. This is like when the Carnosaur came out, the first one. But his damage sucks as well. Just use the Sorcerer Lord on Manticore. Like if you want a monster support piece, there's better picks. You can't even run this guy because you like the model. I just refuse to believe anybody likes it.
Yeah, if you find proxy for it, do it. Otherwise, don't run it.
Yeah.
So this guy, he's kind of my pet bad model. In the same way that the Sorcerer Lord on Manticore is. So this guy, he's obviously mounted, so demonic speed works on him. And if you're playing Knights of the Empty Throne, 270 points is a steep cost to not be having 5 Knights or 20 points more for 3 Varanguard. However, this is a distraction Carnifex. Nobody knows what it does. And when you do need the redeploy, because I have used it, it is very critical. When they are wanting to commit to your 20 Nurgle Warriors or commit to hitting your hammer as hard as they can, and you can redeploy your redeploy, or you can reroll your redeploy, and it goes from a 1 to a 6. That's insane. I don't think there's anything else in the game that does that.
How many times does it go from a 2 to a 1? Just as often as it goes from a 1 to a 6.
True. But if you're only redeploying 2 and you go to 1, the result is going to be the same.
Pretty much, yeah.
But there is a case to say, specifically, I think in either Knights or Cabalists, if you make this dude a wizard and you put Flaming Weapon on the claws, he's suddenly damage 3 against all other targets and damage 4 against monsters on a fairly reliable hitting and wounding attack. Rend is negligible. It is 1. He can be buffed by Chaotic Conduit or any other thing that'll give him Eye of the Gods. And the way that I run him is Sword and Lance. So his damage output is a little bit better. His durability is a little bit worse. 270 points. I think he's highly overcosted. I just think he is fun to run at an RTT level.
Yeah, he's a fun little Timmy piece. There's nothing Like, I think for him to see more competitive play, he'd probably have to be about 40 to 50 points cheaper, though. Like, he needs to be like he's costing
Probably
you
like 10
knights
points over the Craig or something.
Yeah, I think he's just overpriced for what he does. You can build him in interesting ways. I like the flaming weapon Cabalist Tome thing. That's pretty neat. Exalted Hero of Chaos. So he is a champion. He's only 100 points, so he's technically the cheapest champion in the book, I believe. So there's that. Yep. That's all I can think of.
He sure is a guy.
He is a model.
He sure is a guy.
He is the Knight Quester of Slaves to Darkness, and that's not a good thing.
Actually, he's better because he will get to roll on Eye of the Gods eventually.
Oh, he is better, but not enough.
He gets a pregame one, and he gets to do it whenever he meets the conditions.
Yeah. So Exalted Hero of Chaos. There might be a list where you have exactly 100 points left over, and for some reason you don't want to bring any of the Darkoath characters, and then you can give like let's say you have no other characters. He's the only leader, therefore he can get command traits and artifacts. That's his niche. And that's not...
Yep, you have 100 points, and you can't take a Chaos Lord. You would really want to fit in a GC for the season. You take him. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Not a good niche. Sorry, Nico.
The only reason I would think to take him is when I play Legion of the First Prince this season, my grand strat is to roll the Demon Hood. He gets a pregame one. He's an easy target for like Chaotic Conduit if something else happens. So like your other characters that can fill that niche. Yeah. And he kind of just goes off and does things by himself. Like he's either a distraction card effects or he's an easy, quote unquote, easy grand strat. That's quite literally the only other time. I would rather throw cogs in my list.
Yeah.
The only hero you want to turn into a Demon Prince, because other times you don't really want that.
It's an upgrade for him.
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about objectively the best, maybe the best Warscroll in general in the book, but definitely the best hero in the book, the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. It's a 120-point wizard, and that would be enough, I think, in this army to be an S-tier unit, just because this army wants spells so badly. But then he has good stuff on top of the Warscroll, so he's got a really good spell. Demonic Power cast on a 6, range 18. You get +1 hit, +1 wound with melee weapons, and that includes your mounts, to a friendly Mortal Slaves unit. So, big range. It could have been 12, but it's 18. So even after units charge in, he can keep up with them and still cast a spell. This is huge, right? Like it's the only source of +1 wound in the book. +1 hit that doesn't require spending a command point is really, really good. It lets you fight with 2 units at +1 hit, or just not spend command points and use all at defense instead. Just a really, really powerful spell. On top of that, he's got Oracular Visions to give a 6-up ward to that same unit, probably that unit of knights that you just charged in with, so now they're tankier. The lore in this book is really good, so every spell you teach this guy will probably be worth taking, and you can give him even more spells with Arcane Tome and Cabalist, right? So when you use that heroic action, draw on power, now this guy's got 2-3 casts, all on 3d6. It's really, really good. And he's only 120 points. Unreal. Yeah, he's the Knight Incantor of this army. We just saw the Knight Questar. This is the Knight Incantor. Really, really good. I would even argue more important than that. He's the Lord Relictor of this army. Really, like he's so good. It just gives you something nothing else does. So absolutely fantastic. So many different ways to use this guy. Just every list is going to have one, right? Like I can't imagine a list without this guy.
Every list, when you're building slaves, is basically your 120-point techs and then the rest of the army.
Oh, yeah.
And sometimes the 240-point techs, like the list I'm playing right now, runs 2 of them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's so good. You bring in multiples because, like, just in case one guy's head explodes from drawing power, right? Oh, guess what? I got backup. So that's the only downside is he's only got 5 wounds. So sometimes he will just miscast and kill himself, which is unfortunate that you can't do anything about that. But, they're not called the friendly, fluffy gods. They're the chaos gods. And he's got all the Season 2 stuff, right? He's a champion, so Tunnel Master, take objectives, leadership of the Alpha, all-out attack, all that good stuff. Then the Sorcerer Lord on Manticore is kind of an interesting piece. he doesn't have the same spell as the Chaos Sorcerer Lord, and he is more than twice as expensive. So you could just literally have 2 different Chaos Sorcerer Lords here. But he's got a lot of cool stuff on his War Scroll. Just like the Chaos Lord, he is on Manticore. He's fast, flying, somewhat durable, right? He's 12 wounds. He's got a 4-up save, which really sucks against shooting, but it's fine because this guy's not really like a big target. Nobody's going to be that silly that they're going to focus this guy down immediately. So he kind of just flies around and supports your hammer units, right? You can make him Nurgle to make him tankier in melee. His spell is actually really good too. Like, this is one of the few damaging spells in this army, and it's also an anti-horde spell, which is really, really interesting, right? Because you roll dice equal to the model count. Each 5 is a mortal, each 6 is 2 mortals. Like, this thing can just spike crazy high against like 30 skinks if you manage to get it off. So, yeah, give this guy Cabalist, give this guy Arcane Tome. He's a 3-spell wizard, and one of his spells is this. Another one is like whatever you want from the lore, and then Mystic Shield. That's a good support piece, man. He's got the same Oracular Visions, and you can use this and the foot version in the same turn on different units. So, yeah, he's a nice little support piece. I like him a lot more than the Chaos Lord on Manticore, trading off all the damage potential just to get more support, but you keep that fast-flying monster, which is really, really good to have. Because this army really wants a monster. Being able to shut off all the defense is really good.
Yeah, so with this guy, he can only get up to 2 spells because of the Arcane Tome nerf, which it's unfortunate. I really enjoyed the week and a half where I could have 3 spells on him. His spell is so good. It is very frustrating for your opponent when they put like, a brick of something that's gonna be, a roadblock for your chosen or your knights or your Varanguard, and he just, he kills it because you're rolling an astronomical amount of dice and you're getting, quite a few 5s and, maybe not as many 6s. The spell's really good. He's the reason why I won my round 4 at LVO this year. The rest of him is he has decent damage output towards monsters. Not that you want to put him deliberately in a monster's path unless he is going to kill it. He's pretty durable, can't kill himself with drawn power. And just having him on 2 casts to do, Winds of Chaos and then Mystic Shield or Demonic Speed, depending on whatever you're running, it's just very crucial in my opinion. Most of my lists begin with a Sorcerer Lord on foot and a Sorcerer Lord on Manticore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems like a good combo because like drawn power is risky on the Sorcerer Lord on foot because like we said, sometimes you just miscast, right? And you're probably not going to go Master Magic with one of those 2. You might, right? That's an option. Master Magic is a command trait to reroll is fine. There's other ones you probably want though. So it's like, do you sometimes just lose your Sorcerer, or do you take the Manticore and that way he's casting multiple spells on 3d6 and not dying as a result of it? So yeah, it's weird that that's like a niche, but that's part of the army. He's also a nice pick to keep rolling on Eye of the Gods, right? Because he's fast, he's going to be contesting objectives. Maybe he can finish off a smaller hero and roll on it again. This guy ends up rolling on the table a lot more than foot heroes do, which is an interesting thing to him.
Yep.
Definitely don't want him going Demon Prince on you, but there's some nice stuff in that table. And the Demon Prince. Okay, so a lot of people underrate this guy. And I don't mean underrate as in he's good. I just mean they're too negative on him. That's my quick take on him. Because he's got a lot of nice stuff attached to him. Mostly from enhancements, right? And generally it's like, well, you're not going to spend the enhancements on him because there's just other heroes you can take that are better. And why would you bring a bad hero just to take a good enhancement? You'd rather take a good hero and save the enhancement for something else. Because there's always other enhancements, right? But let's take a look on some of the stuff he does. So he's a fast dude. 12-inch flying move, which is nice. He's 10 wounds, 3-up save, 6-up ward all the time. And he has some enhancements that are, I think they're just the best ones in the book. Generally, if you look at an enhancement, it's like, oh, it's Demon Prince. Damn. Right? Like, that's kind of the feeling.
Arcane Tome, yeah, I'd say like if it's an Arcane Tome, he probably has some of the best enhancement in the book.
Yeah, and his heroic actions are really good too, right? Like being able to strike first, which you can activate in your opponent's turn. So if he gets charged, he just gets to fight first. That's really cool. Unfortunately, his damage isn't very good, so it's not going to do much. But if you can pump him up with some Eye of the God rolls, with some offensive artifacts, like that gets better and better. If you're Tzeentch, you can 2-up Spell Ignore on the enemy turn or cast a spell on your turn, so it's like having another Arcane Tome. But Nurgle's obviously the big one, right? Like enemies within 3 inches can't make ward rolls. That's such a huge damage steroid for Warriors, Knights, and Chosen. Being able to just punch through ghosts, so even if they discorporate, you're just like, I don't care. You just don't get to make ward rolls. Those are strong effects, but they're heroic actions, which means they come at the cost of using Drawn Power or the Ravager's ability, or the one that the other one with the Eye of the Gods table, right? So like that's a big downside to have to use that. And then he's only 10 wounds. Frankly, I think he'd be stronger at 9 wounds because then he'd be a champion and he would get Lookout Sir and cover. He'd be a lot more useful at 9 wounds, but he's 10, which is unfortunate. And he's not a monster, which he's big and he's monstrous, so you'd think he would be. But no, you have to take a command trait in order to make him a monster. His heroic actions have big opportunity costs. Yeah, 200 points is not a lot of damage. So he's not as bad as a lot of other stuff in the book. I think it's a cost issue, really. Like if he was like 160, which sounds ludicrous for like a 10 wound hero to be 160 points, but if he was 160, I think people would find room for him as a starter model in their list and not just something you randomly transform into.
So I do want to hear Karl's thoughts on this. My problem with him is you're absolutely right. I think he could be cheaper. My problem is a lot of the you have to like build around him specifically using the Slaves to Darkness enhancements. Like you have to give him either make him a monster at 12 wounds or make him be able to do multiple heroic actions using the command trait. Give him an artifact or whatever, and it becomes good. But at that point, you might as well be investing those enhancements into actually good units like the Chaos Sorcerer Lord or the Chaos Lord on Character Rack or something. My problem is if he becomes too cheap, does he unlock like that path really easily for Chaos? Is my question.
Well,
does he become oppressive with the enhancements at 160?
Maybe. Well, let's just talk about him at his current point cost, and then we'll talk about the potential 160 after that.
Sure.
So this guy, if we just look at his war scroll, he has a lot going on. I think everyone flocks to Nurgle because turning off ward rolls is really good, especially if you're fighting like Grand Allegiance Death or anything that has like ward saves like Gardas or Hammers or like other warriors. So like Nurgle is usually the de facto pick. I think there is cases to take Tzeentch and maybe even Khorne. Because if he's Khorne and like you give him either the fight first artifact, or I think there might be a generic thing that does an additional damage or does mortals instead. I'd have to double check. These are things that I just never take, so like I could be misquoting them. In my opinion, this guy is just generally not worth unless you are in a word heavy meta to just pay the points for him. I would rather just roll and get him. And usually based on the games that I've played with the amount I've chosen, because I have been playtest the list that I've been playing since LVO is the 20 chosen list that we talked about last time we were talking about this, and it's doing phenomenal. So like the ability to turn off words is negligible for 20 chosen just because of the sheer damage output that they can do. Now, whether on a regular list you might want to take them, I think if you start looking at the other potentials that go into him, the enhancements, that's where it becomes a little bit like easier to like justify taking him. So if you want Doombringer Blade, because Doombringer Blade is a really good artifact if you're playing against somebody who has like, Nagash, Ilariel, Be'lakor, Kragnos, anything that has like big dumb monster or a big dumb hero. Or I think his third one like makes a piece of terrain LOS blocking, and that's like super critical. I mean, at least in my meta, there's a lot of shooting. Like, there's a lot of Ogre players, a lot of Lumineth, a lot of Doc. So like that's pretty critical. And then you start talking about the command traits for him. So unless you're playing to spoilers, you only get the one, and the one that I would probably take is Not Be Denied if I was going to take one, because that would guarantee you always get 2 actions. Now, in this current season, if you're going second, that means you're taking 4, depending on if you have that many heroes. Because you could, or maybe it is just 3. I'd have to double check the wording.
Yeah, remember that only champions can benefit from that, and that champion uses 2 heroic actions.
Right. Okay. So it would be 3. You could do draw on power on your turn, get a CP or heal, and then do whatever the prince is going to be doing. In most cases, it's going to be turning upwards. Zinch, like I said, could be pretty critical to have an extra spell if you have a Zinch prince for whatever reason. But when you start looking at the spoilers as a faction, when I build the spoiler lists, I typically just I put 2 princes in to make use of the extra traits. You could go pretty heavy with princes because there's 2 command traits there. There's I will not be denied, and then there's I can't remember what it's called, but it's once per game. If you didn't do a heroic action with this prince, do one. So you could do the once per game, your regular, your GC one if you're going second, and then the I won't be denied. So that's how you'd get 4 actions there.
Yeah.
Once per game. The monster one is very niche-y. It's +4 wounds basically into spoilers. There's typically, I don't think there's no other reason to take it in a non-despoilers list. This army is very monster light. You're either Bellicor Archaon, the 2 Manticore Lords, or the unplayable Slaughter Brute, and then the ever questionable Mutal Vortex Beast. Those are your options. So if you're really hurting for a monstrous rampage, that's 10 wounds on a 3-up, 6-up. Seems kind of sus in my opinion. I just don't put them on my list anymore.
Yeah. So do you think at 160 you might consider them?
160, I'd probably lose my mind over one.
So yeah, I really do think it's a points issue with these guys, right? Because it's always for the cost, 200 points, their damage is not good, but all their utility is so good, right?
Yeah.
So maybe 180 might be a more fair thing. I think just a little nudge. I think it's a community perception thing, honestly, because those artifacts, we'll talk about it when we get to the Allegiance section, but man, the enhancements these guys can take are really, really strong. Some of the best in the game, I think.
Yep.
Okay, Gaunt Summoner. In another army, this guy's really, really good. But we're talking about him in Slaves to Darkness, so we have to look at the context we're dealing with here. So pros, he has a pretty weak missile weapon. It's worth mentioning just because there's very few missile weapons in this army. But no, the main thing is he's a 2-spell wizard. He's got +1 to cast and bind to spell all the time, and he knows all of the lore of the damned spells, right? So if you want 210 points for this guy, or you can pay for 2 Sorcerer Lords, which is 240 points. This guy is 2 spells, knows all the spells, so he's a nice little Swiss Army kit, and he's got +1 to cast all the time. And he's got a good Warscroll spell, right? So he's got pick a unit in range, roll dice equal to the model count. Each 5-up is a mortal, or if it's a monster or roll machine, you roll 5 dice. So if you're rolling against a Stormdrake Guard or something that has the monster keyword, you're rolling quite a lot of dice there. But yeah, it's another anti-horde spell, right? Just good spell. He has a random ability that can sometimes kill an enemy hero if you hurt him and he survived. I don't know. The odds are if you're going to hurt this guy, he's going to die because he's 5 wounds and a 6-up save, so he's just paper thin. He's going to die. This ability probably won't ever activate. But then the main gimmick with this guy is the Silvered Portal. So what you can do is you can deploy Tzeentch keyword units in reserve, and then at the end of a movement phase, set them up wholly within 9 inches of this unit. So normally this would be way too risky, right? You'd have to bend your entire list into deploying a whole block of 10 knights, and then, they get a 9-inch charge, they can reroll one of the dice, or just change one of the dice into a 4. So that's a little reliable, it's pretty decent, but the problem is if this guy dies, then you just can't use that ability, right? The knights are lost forever. And that's such a huge gamble and such a huge risk, especially because he's so paper thin, he just dies to 2d3 sometimes. Not generally a good idea in this army. You have to go battle regiment, you have to hope your opponent doesn't have a 1-drop. It's too much, is what I normally say. But this season, he's a champion, which means he can take the Night Flyer Cloak in order to deploy from reserve within 1 inch of the battle line unit. And it's a battle line unit that can deploy from reserve is the Corvus Cabal. So you just deploy the Corvus Cabal, then you deploy the Gaunt Summoner, and then you deploy your Knights, which have, if you crunch the math, about an 80% charge rate. So that's pretty neat. And then you can also take Tunnel Master to just teleport away after that's all the next turn after that's all done. Steal objectives, score a cunning maneuver, or you can make him more techie, useful with Leadership of the Alpha to revive those knights. Let's say if they fail to charge, take a lot of shooting. So that's about the best case scenario. You can ally in Pink Horrors, right, and spawn them from the portal. You can do all kinds of shenanigans with this guy, but overall, just given how much this army wants very specific spells, which are Demonic Power, Mystic Shield, Demonic Speed, the toolbox aspect of him isn't that good. Being +1 cast Unbind a spell is okay, but when you have Drawn Power, that's just a lot better, right? Like, this guy I'm pretty sure can't use Drawn Power because he doesn't have Eye of the Gods, because he's Zinchmark, so he wouldn't have it. Yeah, and you have to give him the enhancement to make this whole Night Flyer Cloak thing work. That's an artifact. That means you're not taking an Arcane Tome in your army, or some other artifact. You're giving up something. And then it's also, that combo activates in the movement phase, which means you're not getting any spells off with him on that first turn. So, yeah, there's just a lot of downsides with this guy. Like, he seems really, really good. But then you have all the downsides and then all the risk, and it just doesn't seem to make the cut for me. What do you guys think?
290 point tax to like deliver some knights or Varanguard or warriors or chosen, whatever you're putting on the silver tower, really. His spell is pretty good. If you're going with that suggestion of like Night Flare Cloak, Corvus Cabal, and whatever else you're putting in there, it's an extremely expensive delivery system. I would rather take Screaming Bridge and Drawn Power.
Yeah, it's always the problem, right? There's just other ways to do stuff. So yeah, we can go ahead.
And like, depending on what you're playing against, like if they're playing like a heavy model count, thing, and they like you do the pregame talk of like rule 0, hey, this is like the shenanigans of my army. They're just gonna like be on the look for it because they're going. Your opponent will generally not want you to do the thing that your army is going to do in that regard. So they're just not going to give you like a juicy flank typically. Now, if they're playing a low model count army like Gargans, or I've been playing against an Ogre's list that isn't playing Nobblers as their screen, that could be something. But typically, you're not going to be given an inch.
Yeah, the nice thing about the delivery mechanism here is there's no, like a lot of the other stuff that slaves rely on is unbinding. So if they have like a Teclis or Seraphon with their table-wide unbinds with bonuses, or even like a Knight Incantor, just guaranteed unbinding stuff, that can kill your delivery mechanism. Like if you're relying on the bridge to get your units in, bridge is gone. That's it, right? Like against some stuff like that. And this guy's combo doesn't require any spell casting. The only dice rolling you do is for the charge roll, right? So that's nice. But it's just such a heavy investment, and when is it really that useful, considering just how fast you could go if you played Knights of the Empty Throne? Like it's, I don't know. I'm not excited about it, but it's there.
Yeah.
And we can talk about the guy on Disc of Zinch. 30 points more, you get a 4-up save, you get 6 wounds instead of 5, you get a 16-inch flying move. So like but he loses champion because he's on a mount. So you can't do the Night Flyer combo. Can't score battle tactics with him, which I think is a big downside because this army wants to score battle tactics with his champions. But he is very fast, and he's more durable, so you can get into a good position for Silvered Portal. 6 wounds means he's half as likely to die when using Drawn Power. So, I don't know. Frankly, I don't even think this guy should cost more points in this season. It seems like he's actually a little bit worse in the FUT version. So yeah, they're there. They're an option if you want to use them. But Sorcerer Lord just seems much, much better.
Yeah. Saving the points and then being a GC is just infinitely better.
Yeah. Let's talk about the Darkoath Chieftain, who I had originally ranked F tier, but then I built a list with him after seeing just all the little things this guy can do. I don't think he's great. I just think he's not a D tier unit, and so we stuck him in C tier. So anyway, let's talk about why he's good. Not good, but not bad. First off, Darkoath, which means he can be revived in Ravagers, because Ravagers says you can revive any destroyed unit with half the model count rounding up. Half of 1 is 1 after you round up. So yes, you can just revive this guy in Ravagers, which is hilarious. He does that new foot hero thing where he fights at the same time as a Darkoath unit. So if you have him in Galatian Command, you can pull in multiple units. You can have him fight, and then a Darkoath unit fight, and then the Sworn Bodyguard fight. So same thing as the Chaos Lord. And he has a really cool ability here, where after fulfilling his oath, he always strikes first, even on the opponent's turn. Which is really good when you combine it with the fact that you're then making your hammer unit strike first, which is like the Chaos Lord just juiced up, which is really cool. And he's a champion. So all the good stuff that comes with being a champion is there. Downsides, the biggest one obviously is his oath is really hard to do. You have to kill a hero or monster with attacks. And since this guy only does, 11 damage on 3s and 3s, some of it without rend, it's not likely. That's not likely to happen, right? So you have to juice him up with a bunch of Eye of the Gods rolls. He's not even a cultist, so you can't use the Idolator mark to get the Idolator Lord command trait to get a mark on him. He's always just going to be undivided unless you're playing Legion. It's such a hard setup. The reward is so huge, but I feel like the setup is just way too difficult to make that a combo. But despite all the problems, I think he's going to maybe sometimes see play because he's a very cheap hero, and he is Darkoath, which means he can be revived in Ravagers. And he plays well with cultists, right? Because of his thing. He's got potential. He's just not complete garbage like he initially appears.
Like his value is tied to cultists. So if cultists ever get a big nerf to where no one's playing them outside of like utility pieces like Corvus Cabal, he just rises and falls with them, Like he's good because Splintered Fang are really, really insane right now, is my argument.
And that's only because the Sworn Bodyguard thing, right? Because he fights at the same time as a Darkoath unit, so not the Splintered Fang usually. So, but he can strike first, and then if he has a Sworn Bodyguard in Galatian Command Battalion, that bodyguard can fight with him. So that could be Splintered Fang, or that could be Chosen even. So if you want to give strike first to Chosen, this is how you can do it, potentially.
That is a pretty good 80-point tax for strike first.
Yeah. Well, he is just a cheap hero, and sometimes you want 3 or 4 heroes in a list to fill out battalions. If you're not going for a battle regiment, sometimes you just want more drops for a Warlord or a Galatian Command or some other battalion, and being a cheap hero is an interesting niche in this army.
Yeah. I haven't done any testing with it. I might now, after just looking at this slide.
I think I put him in a list at the end of the review, and I think you might like the list, and he fits in it. He just fits into it properly. So, give it a try. It's not that bad. Unlike the Warqueen, who is that bad. She really is. She's more durable than the War Chief. She is Darkoath, so once she dies, she can be revived in Ravagers. But frankly, I'm not sure you want to revive her. She does have the same fight at the same time as a Darkoath unit, which is cool. And after fulfilling her oath, she can Inspiring Presence 2 different Darkoath or Cultist units at the same time, which can be useful, I guess. Cultists and Darkoath are just so fragile; they're probably going to die before they battle shock. But her oath is super easy to fulfill, and you fulfill it by just being wholly within enemy territory at the end of the movement phase, which is super, super easy when you're playing her as a champion, and she's got Tunnel Master or the Night Flyer Cloak. You just auto-complete her oath, right? So it's super easy to do. The reward is not very good. Her damage is okay. Like I've had a game where she gets a 6 on the Eye of the Gods, and then she's hitting at Rend 2, and then she's using heroic actions to fight, and that's pretty cool. Right, like 8 damage on 3/3s, Rend 2 in the hero phase is something. It adds up. But she just doesn't really have anything going for her. Her unique gimmick is like, nah, just bring more stuff. Don't bring her.
Yeah, I'm pretty much the same.
Ogroid Myrmidon. It's like another Exalted Hero of Chaos. He's there. He makes a unit of Ogroid Theridons battle line, but I don't know when that would ever matter. There's so much battle line in this army, I don't think that ever matters. Cool model. Yeah, he's just bad. Don't use him. F tier. The Godsworn Hunt. So this one's really easy to overlook because typically Underworld's warbands, you can probably just ignore them and feel pretty good about that. But let's look at actually what this one does. So it's 160 points for a wizard that comes with a 10 wound bodyguard. And each of these units are Darkoath, which means they can be revived independently in Ravagers. And she has a good spell. Enfeeblement casts on a 6, range 12, pick an enemy unit within range. It has -1 to wound with melee weapons until your next turn. That's a mini Be'lakor right there. That's awesome. And if she fulfills her oath, she can cast 2 spells and unbind 2 spells per turn. And so that's 160 points for a 2-spell wizard, because her oath is pretty easy. It's to cast a spell with an unmodified 10+, and if you use Draw on Power with her, that's really easy to do. And she does have Eye of the Gods to use Draw on Power. Even though she's unique, she actually just has the keyword on her, so totally fulfills all requirements. Really well done on that, GW. She can pass off the miscast mortal wounds to her bodyguard, which is cool. And after they fulfill their oath, they get a 5-up ward, and they get it by capturing an objective. So the damage and wounds or whatever of the bodyguard is irrelevant. I like that it's 2 different units, right? Being able to like move them independently, hold different objectives, hold different zones. I really like that. I like that they don't have to stick together. Yeah, downsides though, she's not a champion this season, right? She is undivided and unique, so you're not giving her any other mark. And the damage is not good. So 160 points for a techie support piece. I could actually see it happening. I could see people bringing this into their lists, especially once you get if you get an early oath with her, she's a 2-spell wizard for the rest of the game, and then I think when she gets revived in Ravagers, she might keep that bonus or not. I don't know. I'm going to leave that to the FAQ, hopefully. Yeah, so what do you guys think of the Godsworn Hunt?
So I'm not too keen on most warbands. I think they're kind of like a shoe-in for most armies. However, I am aware of one event. It sadly did not happen last year. But Midwest Meltdown, they had a rule in their player packet that you had to include a warband, and Godsworn Hunt is the one that I would take simply because of the spell. Then this is like before this new war scroll. I mean, the spell was the same. Don't get me wrong, the spell was pretty much the same. I think it's Rage 18. And like we have a couple other warbands in the army, but like this is the one I would take. Having a 5-up ward for simply fulfilling something that's really easy, becoming a 2-cast or potentially a 3-cast, because I don't think she has a subfaction keyword on her scroll. So if she's a Kabbalist, she suddenly becomes a 3-cast, and she's natively a 2-cast. It's pretty solid. Being able to use that draw and power on her, also really solid.
Yeah, she's just cost effective. If it was 200 points, like a lot of other warbands that are overcosted, unplayable. But at this price point, that is a real choice. You can actually pick her and not feel bad about it. Does take up extra slots in a battalion though, so just watch out for that. The bodyguard is a troop slot, and she is a leader slot. The other warband is the Kagra's Ravagers, which I was a lot more keen on, but then actually thinking about it, it's not that good. So you get a wizard and 3 Chaos Warriors, but they're like Chaos Warriors plus, right? They're like a little bit better than regular Chaos Warriors for 195 points. So let's say 120 points for a Sorcerer Lord, and you're paying 75 points for 3 Warriors, which actually is about what you'd pay, right? Because Warriors are 220 for 10. So this is, okay, sure, it's on track. She does have Oracular Visions, which is cool, and her spell allows her to teleport the Ravagers anywhere wholly within 24 inches of the caster and more than 9 from enemies, like always. So it's one of the few teleport abilities in the book. But the problem is, 3 models... Oh, sorry, they do count as 2 models each, which means they can beat 5 models on an objective, but everybody knows how to play around teleports. They're just... And these guys aren't going to kill anything on objectives, and they're not going to make the charge probably after teleporting. So the fact that they might beat on objectives is irrelevant because they can't kill anything. Their damage is not very good, and they're only 9 wounds, so they're probably, as soon as they lose a model, they go under that 5 model threshold. So like a monster is just going to kill one of these guys. I don't know. It just doesn't seem that good. They are undivided.
It's for getting a fancier model for your Chaos Sorcerer Lord. That's it.
Yeah.
Because the Chaos Sorcerer Lord model is actually pretty bad. I don't like it.
Yeah, you got some unit champion Chaos Warriors in there as well, if you want to get fancy with them.
Yep, and there's an Exalted Hero Chaos right there in the back. So
yeah.
$30 gets you out the whole kit. It's beautiful.
That's yeah. If it was like way cheaper, like 150-ish, maybe, right? Because then you're getting a bundle package, like with Godsworn Hunt, you're getting a wizard and a thing, but almost 200 points is too much for this. All right, let's talk about Archaon. He's got a lot. I'm sure people, if we're interested in this, are going to go look at the War Scroll. So let's just give a Cliff's Notes version. He's big, he's fast, he's tanky. His damage is good enough, right, that you can't just ignore him, but it's not like spectacular, right? It's not exceptional. It's not like 4 Fulminators or anything like that. He's got some cool, unique stuff with his command, and he's a War Master. He gets to pick a mark, and he has Undivided, which is cool. He's a 2-spell wizard, even though he doesn't have a spell on his War Scroll, and he can't use Drawn Power, which sucks. But he's like 900 points, 860 to be precise. So that's almost half of your army, which feels like you're building an Archaon list. There is no like, oh, I'll just splash Archaon into here. No, the whole list is now devoted to playing Archaon and supporting him, or him supporting the rest of your list in some way. And personally, I think he's way too expensive for that role, right? Like a super durable anvil flying guy that does good enough damage that he can't just be tied down forever is interesting. But for 860 points, you can do a lot better in this army. A lot better. He's playable. He's cool. You don't feel stupid for bringing him, but at the same time, there's just a lot of better stuff. So I think he's about a C tier. He's definitely he's viable in competitive play as well. If you're not ready for him, he can really ruin your day.
I'll say the same. I'll wait for Karl here because he's been the one. He's our Slaves to Darkness expert here, but I think he's really good. I don't think he's C. I think he's B.
Okay.
Yeah, agreed.
His playability, in terms of playability, like God models are very hard to dictate how playable they are. Like I don't think Alariel, for instance, is like I think a lower B tier. I think Teclis is A tier. I think Archaon tiptoes A tier. So at worst he could be B tier. At best he's at least below, bottom of A tier because he's just unkillable. The fact that he can pick his mark to customize his game depending on what you're facing. The fact that some of those monstrous actions can deal with specific threats that you are planning to deal with as you face them or charge into them on the field. I think that sort of offsets the fact that he doesn't have like 4 Fulminators levels of damage because I don't think he needs it, honestly. Like with a Mortal Wound save, with the Spell Ignore, with monstrous actions to kill heroes, 5-6 wound heroes, to sort of deal lots of damage to hordes, to pass off mortal wounds if you roll 6s on your ward saves. And then, what else does he have? I think Fight on Death for chaos units with a command point. 2-spell wizard. He just has so much going for him. Yeah, he's expensive, but he's also everything this army wants to be doing in a model. And in a season where we're more and more concentrating objective towards the center and projecting toughness in the center, just, throw an Archaon in their face. It's not a bad strategy.
So I flip-flop with this guy. I typically don't play Archaon, because how I think about models of his point cost is ignore them.
Mm-hmm.
Let them do their thing. If you can get to it and kill it, go for it. But typically he can only be in one spot at once. Now, when you think about him taking Slaanesh, that means you need to kill him because he can be where he wants. So that's like the niche here. When you're talking about playing slaves and playing Archaon, there's like a lot that you have to take into consideration. So the Eye of Shireen is probably one of the most important spells, or not spells, but abilities on his War Scroll, because that's going to dictate what you do next. Because if you know that you're going to be going first next battle round, and you're the bottom of this battle round, that means you can deploy extremely aggressively and not be, punished for it. Conversely, if you know you're not going to, not to be in shooting range or charging range of something. The By My Will, it's unfortunate that he can't do it to himself anymore, but that'd be kind of silly. Because in last book he used to be able to do it to himself. making Chosen or Vanguard or anything Chaos fight when it dies, like current Boomthirster, guaranteeing that you get to fight with a Boomthirster is pretty good. Not saying that Boomthirsters are like the meta right now, but they are very swingy. They can swing a game in your favor by rolling a 6 or 2 on the moon.
Or guaranteed value. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
really good.
It is just guaranteeing you the value out of a unit. And sometimes it can operate like Death Frenzy on a Warbringer. Not for himself, but like you fight with your Chosen. They don't quite kill what they touch for whatever XYZ reason. They're gonna do it again, and they'll probably kill it at that point. Slayer comes up more often than not. It's not as reliable because you can no longer whip him from the Bloodstoker. But it does happen. The choosing your mark is pretty critical. It's just lets you tailor your big dumb monster to whatever you're fighting against. So if you're fighting against melee, like heavy melee, say for like Iron Jaws, for example, Bloodtooths, you're probably making a miracle. Because if or possibly even Corn, but it's really hard to hide a base of the size that Archaons is from Bloodtooths. Warmaster, really good. The not receiving Rally or Inspiring Presence is huge. The amount of times that I've lost to a unit rallying 4 inches away from me, it's absurd. So if I had a rule like Archaons or like the one of the artifacts, if I took one of those artifacts or Archaon, would be different stories there. All of his heroic actions are really good. So my favorite is the Nurgle one. Say you're playing against Lumineth, you charge into their Wardens, their Sentinels are within 6, you're killing some Sentinels that turn. All of these things are pretty critical. I wish he was 30 wounds, not 25. He is still very, very killable. Turning off wards is still like a very prevalent thing. So like we have a bunch of Cruel Blaze players in the area. Nasty Hex is a hell of a spell. Parking a Demon Prince next to him that's Nurgle, removing it from a heroic action. Anything like that. That's why I'm pretty set with the C tier expectation here. Simply because I go with the mentality, it's like, oh, I see Kragnos, I can ignore him for a little bit. Oh, I see Archaon, I can ignore him for a little bit. Anything like that. It's like, big dumb monster, I'm going to kill the rest of the army now.
I think that's fair. I think especially against more mobile armies, and that it's not hard to be more mobile than Slaves of Darkness exactly. Yeah, he can be ignored while they sort of scoot around him and try to kill everything else in your army. I think another weakness of him is he might get ganged up on by like 3 Mega Guardians or something with a suplex. But I think overall he's just a fantastic. I think he actually does have some competitive viability this season. Does he have weaknesses? Absolutely, but he has tools to mitigate those weaknesses. I mean, everything else is just a dice roll. So I can't rate him C tier.
That's fair. I think
the highest levels of competitive play, maybe he is C tier.
If I had to guess what the best Archaon build is going to be, it's probably going to be like Splintered Fang spam because they're so cheap and efficient, and then you play Ravagers so that you can just revive them after they fight on death. Right, you just overwhelm your opponent in Splintered Fang, and I think that's probably the best way to play Archaon, using his command with that. So yeah, this is where God Model should be, frankly. Playable, but not broken. Not every single Slaves list is going to use him.
Yeah. We don't want Techless again, basically.
Marathi especially, God. It's the worst. All right, Be'lakor. I think this is exactly where you want unique characters to be, the space that Be'lakor occupies. Very high impact. He's very fast. He's I don't know if you call him durable, frankly. He's got 14 wounds and a 4-up save, which we know is not durable. But then he's got Shadow Form, which ignores all modifiers on save rolls, which sounds good because you ignore all rend, but then you remember that the way big stuff survives these days is by stacking save rolls. Finest Hour, Mystic Shield, all that defense, all these things, and he just can't do that. So any kind of volume fire just kills this guy instantly.
It just means he needs some attention. It's
Yeah.
not too much attention, but he will divert some attention.
Yeah, but he'll die. Like if you want to kill Be'lakor, you'll kill him. It's not hard. He's got he's a 2-spell wizard, and he's got 2 unbinds. His damage is, like Archaon, it's okay. You can't ignore it, but it's not good either. Like he can fail to kill a screen sometimes, right? Like he's not like buffing up.
It's not very good. Like if you put him up against a 3-up save unit, the likelihood of that 3-up save unit surviving is actually highly likely.
Yeah.
Even 3s is just not good. Like he might just fail his rolls.
Yeah, so it's not good damage. It's okay, right? His spell is good. One enemy unit has -1 to wound rolls with melee weapons, and it's 18-inch range, so you're very likely to cast that on a key hammer unit, which is quite good. He is one of the few monsters in the army, which is even more value. Like he's a very nice supporting melee piece. But obviously the big thing with him is the Dark Master. Once per battle at the start of the enemy hero phase, you get to pick an enemy unit, and then each phase you roll a dice, and on a 3+, that unit can't move, shoot, fight, commands, prayer, cast, unbind, or dispel in that phase. And it lasts until your next turn. So if you are taking the top of round 1 and then you let your opponent's going second, well, this lasts until your next turn. So if the opponent gets a double turn, you're still good. You've potentially disabled their key hammer piece. This is actually such a persistent problem in the meta that whenever we build lists, we're thinking, well, what if Be'lakor shuts this unit down? Well, what about Be'lakor, right? We come up with that all the time, and that's why we like running multiple threats. You don't put all your eggs in one basket.
I think you have to play him. I think he's so good in Slaves, and he covers up the key problem that Slaves have, is that Slaves of Darkness can be shut off by one specific buff piece. Like what happens when you face like a Techless who can just shut your stuff off? What happens when you face another Archaon or something that can actually go toe-to-toe with your units? I think you just absolutely have to take him. And at the worst, even after you're done with his Dark Master, you can just throw him in as a distraction Carnifex. He doesn't do a lot of damage, but he will take some attention away from your troops. And with a 14-inch move, we're seeing more and more powerful faction terrain effects. Even if you can just like suicide charge into the back line, destroy like the Gitz Loon Shrine or something, I think that's value out of him for 355 points.
So for me, because I am a dedicated Be'lakor player, him being at 355 is not the worst. Like he was 360, so a 5-point decrease for essentially better brackets because his scroll did not change.
Right.
So having that 5 points to play around with, like, thanks James Workshop, but I think it could be less. Because like when you think about it, in last season with Old Legion the First Prince, his bodyguard, it was annoying. Like it didn't count as a ward. It was a 9-inch range, so it's like one of the bigger, if not the biggest bodyguard rule in the game. But that was his only access to a ward besides the allegiance ability of Legion of the First Prince. In this army, he's dead. Like, will I play him? 100% yes. Will I have to be extremely cautious about what I'm playing into? Yes. Because, like, you play against Underbelly or whatever the Ogre Maw Tribe's subfaction for shooting is, which there's a lot down here in Florida. He's probably a sad boy. Like, Be'lakor's probably dead. Those things do a certain amount of damage. Sure, he's ignoring the rend, and they're not doing high volume shots, although they might do it against him just to have the volume. But D3 plus 3 damage is pretty sick, especially when you don't have a ward, and you don't have access to a ward. If he had access to a ward, I'd be 100% happy with where he is. With no ward, I think he needs to come down a little bit more. Does he do a lot? Absolutely. Like, I love turning off my opponent's big dumb monster or their hammer unit, or depending on how they deploy, if they put, like, perfect example, OBR, Mortek Guard in front, Immortus in the back, and you just turn off the Mortek and the Mortek off, and then the Immortus can't really do much. Like, situations like that. So, like, he's a really good piece. He's a really good, like, piece to turn something off. In my experience, he hits like a wet noodle. I don't typically combat with him. I only put him in combat when I need to, or I need Roar specifically. Other than that, like, his spell is really good. I love his spell. Him being a 2-cast is pretty good for the army, but
Unfortunately, he can't draw in power because he doesn't have Eye of the Gods.
yeah. And he wouldn't even be able to make use of it in Cabalist because he has Legion of the First Prince keyword, which, yeah.
Yep. So you're basically casting his spell and Mystic Shield with him. But honestly, you wouldn't even cast Mystic Shield with him. You cast a lore spell because you want Mystic Shield more reliable than that in this army. He's a tactical piece in an army that's otherwise just stats, right?
Yeah. Now, I will say that if you were playing Legion, I didn't even think about it the first couple of times I was playing with this book. I was playing at a GT in January, and I was playing Legion, and I'm like, wait a minute, this man is undivided. I can make him Khorne and run in charge, or I'm sorry, Slaanesh, run in charge, and be +1/2 run in charge, and like take an objective from my opponent because I could do that. And I was like, Galaxy Brain meme activated. Like, there's so much stuff you can do when you can give him a mark.
Yeah, they were very careful with how they balanced the unique stuff in this book.
Yeah.
I think another thing to mention here is his cost. I don't think he can get any cheaper because then he just gets in every Chaos army that can ally him in, and that's what we were seeing last edition, right?
Armies, like, yeah, I don't think he can realistically be cheaper because his once per game Dark Master is so powerful.
It is. It's just for him, his base size. I think you can easily hide it from Bloodtooths, but like, you can't really hide it from mortal wound shooting or most over mortal wound shooting, or just in general. Like, if, for instance, if a Stormcast player wants Be'lakor dead, he's probably dead to 6 long strikes or an amount of Judicators. So if you're going first, which, to be honest, I don't know what Stormcast lists are looking at the moment. Besides what my buddy Doug is doing here in Orlando, where he's not at a 1-drop all the time or even 3 drops. He's a billion. So I don't know if it's going to be common for Stormcast to just alpha Be'lakor off. And that's like one of the only factions that I'd be really worried about that besides ogres.
Well, Lumineth could do it, but you could probably just shut Teclis down and then they'll be sad. But yeah, I mean, if I'm facing down Be'lakor, I'd probably just keep both my long strikes in the air and just shoot Be'lakor down because I'm afraid of him turning off my long strike, like my big hammer unit later on.
And that's what I was saying last season is, and before the Thunderstrike nerf, it's I'm going to translocate my long strikes, and then I either lose Kairos or I lose Be'lakor on that turn. One of them is dead, and it most often than not it was Kairos, but it sometimes was Be'lakor. What it will look like this season, not honestly sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of limitations to Dark Master. Has to be a unit on the table. They can still use other abilities, right? So if they have like this unit does D3 mortal wounds or something, like they can still use stuff, right? It's just those specific actions they can't take anymore. We actually did a whole video on how to counter Be'lakor and his Legion back before they updated the Slaves to Darkness Battletome. So check out our library to find that if you're curious. He's definitely a lot worse. Like, Dark Master is his main ability, and now it's 50% more expensive to bring it. But he's still an A-tier model in this army, I think, right? Like, he's good. People are going to use him, and they're going to feel good about using him.
I think people just realize you don't have to make him immortal in Legion of the First Prince in order to him to be good. Like, just making him, slightly cheaper than last time and Dark Master still being what it is good enough.
Another interesting thing to note, and I'm sure it's not going to be relevant when the Caradron Overloads book comes out, but recent FAQ, I think the last one, in fact, abilities that operate like Fly High are affected by Dark Master, where they originally were not.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I always thought that was a bit nonsense, but yeah.
Eternus. Karl, I know you tried to make a good case for this guy. I'm not buying it. So let's talk about it. He's 10-inch move, so he's keeping up with knights and stuff like that. He's mounted, so he can use Knights of the Empty Throne to run in charge. He's got 9 wounds and a 3-up save, which is good, right? Like Demon Prince wishes it was 9 wounds. This guy is. He generates a command point per turn, but only if you bring Legionnaires or Furies, and as we discussed, those units are not very good. His damage is okay. It's actually like about as much damage as Be'lakor, which is not impressive. If he charged, he gets strike first, which is good, right? So he's not like he's not dragging down your combat operations. And his best feature, obviously, is that at the end of the movement phase, you roll 2d6. And on an 8+, he just comes back to life. Anywhere on the table, more than 9 from your opponent. That's only a 42% chance to revive, and it's only at the end of your movement phase, right? So if he dies in the combat phase at the end of your own turn, then your opponent gets a turn, or maybe your opponent gets a double, and then you fail the roll. Like, there's going to be a lot of times we play this guy and he dies and he's gone for the rest of the game, or at least anything relevant. But then there's going to be other games where he dies and then he comes back to life on an open objective because your opponent's not expecting something like that from Slave to Darkness, which is really, really cool. But that's about the extent of his coolness, right? He's unique, so he can't take any of the really good enhancements that this army has. His damage for 230 is not good. He would be reviving into 9-inch charges with no bonuses, which is not ideal. There's just a lot that this model doesn't do. Reviving himself is a cool gimmick. That's about it.
Makes him more eternal than Stormcast eternal. I'll just tell you
Well, he is a Stormcast, right? Like, that's the story with this guy, is like Be'lakor like just shoved a bunch of Stormcast souls into him until he started to look and fight like a Lord Celestin on Darkoath, right? He's just not impressive.
So I am willing to die on the hill that this man is good. There is just so much that he does. He is the ever-looming threat of, I'm going to have to dedicate part of my army to killing him again. There's the if your opponent walks off an objective, he certainly can take it. Like you said, there are games where he's not going to come back, and I've played against games where he has come back and one-shot Archaon. Is that likely? Absolutely not. It's the value, the psychological game of this is something that slaves don't do. Like, he's the only army or the only unit in this book that does it.
Well,
and if you're playing Legion,
there's Ravagers, right? Ravagers can just revive
once and at half strength.
Yeah,
and
but it's
they are less durable than him.
That's true.
Also contingent on having heroes up. So where that's like extremely easy to dodge shooting because of the GC rule, very hard to dodge things like Tzeentch or other magic or other abilities that are just gonna like deal with it. I think this guy has a place in competitive play. I don't think we will see him in a list that will 5-0 for a while. I think we will certainly see him in lists that will go 3-0. And we eventually we may see him like in a 5-0 list. I think he has to come down a little bit in points. But I think his scroll is good. Like, he's a pretty durable character. He comes back, he threatens the comeback, and he is the persistent distraction conflicts.
I actually have to agree with Karl here. Yeah, I think his value is in your opponent might feel hopeless even attacking him because they think he'll come back, so they won't do it, and there's value there. And then there's also value in mid to late games, especially when there's like incredibly close games between opponents, for something to just keep coming back no matter what. And like the more you do it, the more BS he's going to feel in that matchup. So I do think there's value there actually.
But is that worth a squad of knights? Right? Because you could just have a squad of knights instead. That's kind of the argument.
Chaos Lord on Karadrag thing, right? I think he's 15 points over him, something like that.
Yeah,
15.
Yeah, I think he's worth it. If you look at him in that sense.
And then you could all in, and like this is outside the book, but you could also take Scar Bloodwrath and be doing that with 2 characters a turn and really upsetting your opponent.
And just play Ravagers and just revive everything.
Exactly.
I'll also say I think, I like him over Knights sometimes. Because like I said, Knights are super, like, unless you're using like a critical mass of them, they're not that good hitting on 4s, and they need that critical mass, or they need some support in terms of banners or marks. I think 5 Knights is not that good. I think it's very prone to debuffs and just not doing anything for the whole game. This guy might, because he can get stuck in, generate extra CP if you bring Furies, which, if you don't have any warbands, if you don't want to run any Warcry warbands, Furies for like, 80, 90 points are like not that bad a screen.
They're not good either. If Legionnaires or Furies are better or good, then this guy's better, right? So he could see play. I think right now he won't, but I like the potential of the mind games. Like, he's like Be'lakor is a tactical piece in an otherwise straightforward stat-based army. I just despise that randomness. You know me, man. I like to remove dice rolls from my list as much as possible.
I know.
All right, here is a summary slide. Everything we've talked about so far. The S tier units in this army are Chaos Chosen, Splintered Fang, and the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. You could make a list that's just those units, and it's a good list, honestly. A tier, Chaos Knights, Varanguard, and Be'lakor. All playable, all good, just a little bit less efficient. They have some weaknesses that are exploitable. Still good, still fine to use. In the B tier, we've got Warriors, Theridons, Corvus Cabal, Savagers, Chaos Lord, Lord on Karkadrak, Lord on Manticore, the Sorcerer Lord on Manticore, and the Godsworn Hunt. Then in C tier, we've got Legionnaires, Gorebeast Chariot, Marauders, Untamed Beasts, Sphiranx, Lord on Demonic Mount, Demon Prince, Gaunt Summoner, Darkoath Chieftain, Archaon. And then everything in D tier and below, that's generally what we consider to not be competitively viable. I'm willing to do another review in a while and talk about Eternus specifically. I think he's got some dark horse candidate potential, so we could talk about him later. Is there anything in the D or F tier you guys would contest at this point, aside from Eternus?
Mutalith, maybe Soul Grinder. That's like a hard maybe. I've never had them, but I really like their War Scroll. I would like to test them out. Maybe a couple RTTs. Lord of Manticore. Okay. And then in the F tier, I think there is niche cases for Tarantulos Brood.
What is that case exactly?
Idolator Lord Nurgle, and then they you double reinforce them, so you have 3d3 spiders coming back, or something like that. I have to double check the Warscroll, but that also just may be the Splintered Fang.
Yeah, Splintered Fang do nearly the same thing, right? But their damage is so much better.
Other than that, I mean, yeah, they'd have to.
Other Warscrolls can shine.
Yeah. Okay. So this book, we always like to have this ranking of viable Warscrolls, and this is all, of course, our rankings and our opinions. But this book seems to have some of the worst internal balance. There are so many bad Warscrolls, and most of it is Warcry warbands. So I don't know how fair of an estimate that is. But you know what? They're being included in the book. They're being taken as a serious consideration, and some of the Warcry warbands, like Splintered Fang, are S tier. Darkoath Savagers are B. There's play in some of the other ones. So yeah, it could just be a point issue, though, honestly. If they cut some of these warbands down to 70, 60 points, and you could double reinforce a squad and bring it for 180, 240, yeah, okay. I could see stuff like Horns of Hashut or Scions of the Flame or Spire Tyrants seeing play, if the points are right.
I'd take the Unmade, making my opponent not be able to rally.
Yeah.
Just seeing that more and more. I think Gavin is also running that right now with 15 chosen.
Yeah, they're not bad. Unmade are not a bad pick. I think they're skirting between D and C, somewhere like that. All right, let's talk about the endless spells quick, because I don't think there's that much to talk about. First one, Eightfold Doom Sigil. It's predatory, range 6, moves. Sorry, not predatory. This one is the only one that's not predatory. You have to keep track of the number of models that are slain within 12 inches. At the end of the turn, for each model slain, you roll a dice. On a 3+, it gives +1 attack to a slave's unit until your next hero phase. Unfortunately, it's the player whose turn is taking place that picks the unit. and it only lasts until that player's hero phase. So if, for example, it's your turn, at the end of your turn, after you've lost a bunch of dudes, you pick a unit to give it +1 save, and it has +1 attack, and it gets +1 attack until your next turn, which means during your opponent's turn you have +1 attack. Then back on your turn you don't. So that's basically useless. And then if it's your opponent's turn and they kill a bunch of your stuff, they get to pick which unit gets it. So they'll pick like a support hero or something, or a unit that's, or maybe there's nothing in range because they killed the units that are in range. And then it also has a limit of once per turn. This is just bad, right? This is actually just really, really bad and hard to use and super easy to dispel. That's another thing, right? Like, you get the buff on your turn, your opponent is like, oh, okay, dispelled. And it's gone. This is just awful.
I would disagree with it. I think it is a C-tier piece.
Okay.
The wording on it is awful. I will grant you that. The wording on this has been awful since it came out. This is a 40-point spell, 40-point on the spell, that is potentially extra attacks for chosen knights, warriors. Doesn't matter. It's gonna keep track of both the opponent's slain and your slain, and you're gonna roll an amount of XD6. And for each 3-up, whoever's taking the turn, is gonna apply an extra attack until that person's next hero phase. And what's gonna happen here is sometimes, yes, it's gonna be bad. Bad for you. But more often than not, against specifically meet in the middle armies or just like pure melee armies like slaves, there is going to be an amount of models that die to where your opponent can't just throw it on a support piece, because a unit can only benefit from this ability once per turn. So they have to, like, if there are five 3s in there and there's only 4 units, one of those is getting wasted, but all of your units that are in range are getting an attack.
Sure, but it's the +1 attack is only like the turn you cast the spell, you don't get the bonus, right? So it's straight up a useless spell that turn. You've wasted a spell and you've wasted 40 points. If the case where you get bonus attacks that your opponent doesn't get control over is that you cast it, you've killed stuff, you pick a unit, you buff it, then during your opponent's turn you have +1 attack. But they could just not be in melee with that thing that has +1 attack. Just ignore it.
But if they are, you could fight with something in the hero phase, like your GC character, or something that may happen to fight in the hero phase from one ability. Is it great? No. Like, by all means, it's certainly not S, A, or B. I think there is a case for it to be C.
I think it's just so hard to use. It's so hard to use. I hate it.
I also think it should come down in points and be rewarded.
There's so many rule changes that could happen in this thing. It's confusing as heck. It doesn't need to be.
Exactly.
It could just be a +1 attack or that costs like way more points, like 100 points, right? But
the other way to think about it is when you're fighting against armies, like, well, let's take Seraphon and Lumineth like out of the equation, because those are the ones that are like going to auto unbind this. Even Siege. When we're playing against armies where it's like meet in the middle, or we're doing combat and we're forcing the combat around an objective because we've cast this thing on an objective, and they have support spells that they want to be going off, they have to waste one to get rid of this. So it's like a 1-to-1 getting rid of their support their support spell potentially. And if they fail it for whatever reason, I mean, it's not hard to get rid of this thing, but if they fail it, then it's there.
Well, that's another. Sorry to interrupt. That's another problem that you're saying. You set it up on an objective. It's only 6-inch range. So, like, first turn, you're not really setting it up wholly on an objective. There will be combats that take place out of range of this. And then second turn, you don't get the effect right away. You know what I mean? Like, it's so rare to actually get the bonus and have it be meaningful. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt.
It reminds me of setting up a long Magic the Gathering combo in EDH.
As an EDH player, you're not wrong. Yeah. But if you look at this as like, I have my wizard at the objective line, or at deployment line, so typically 11 inches up. The objective is going to be another 11 inches up, if it's the middle one. And let's just use the middle one as an example. This comes out within 6, so it's 5 from the center of the objective, and it's aura of Slain is 12, but its aura for buffing is 18. So it's up, 16? And then it cares about everything within 12 of that. So it's effectively like a 20 inch bubble of this thing.
It
then
can
an
cover
extra
one
6 inches.
objective, but you're not guaranteed to fight around that objective. And also, you're assuming you're putting your wizard on the front line, which, unless you know you're going first, you wouldn't do that.
Right. Like I said, this is not like a S or B. I think there is a case for it to be C.
Okay. Fair. You know what? I trust your judgment more than that. You're the slaves player here.
I'll agree with them. I'll say it's not D. I'll probably say it's C. It's extremely niche, but there are some points where you won't have 40 points available in like a Slaves to Darkness army, and taking this isn't the worst bet.
Okay. I'd like to be wrong about it because it's a cool. No, you know what? I can't even say I'd like to be wrong because the rule is so stupid. I hate anything with really complicated rules. Like, just rewrite it, please. Realm Scourge Rupture. I like this one more. It has some issues, but anyway, we'll talk about it. So it is predatory. It's like a line of spikes that move towards the enemy. After moving, you roll dice for any unit that passed over and any unit within 1 inch. So it's basically a pendulum, right? But it's like a wide pendulum, and it's 2+ to deal D3 mortal wounds and half their movement until the end of the round. So that's interesting wording. If you're going second in the round, that does nothing because your opponent won't move then. So that sucks. But let's talk about the pros. It is one of the few ways to deal damage in this army from range. And it's like 18 inch plus 1 inch threat range, so it's 19 inch threat range. That's not bad. Except for the fact that because this thing is so wide, it's actually less than 19 inch because you have to fit the whole thing wholly within 9, so it's not like you can. Anyway, it is wide, which I really like. I really like things like the firewall, the palisade, this thing, because it's so wide, you can actually just stick this in front of yourself, and then unless your opponent dispels it, they're not charging you because they can't finish a charge within half an inch. So if you find a nice piece of terrain, a nice choke point, you stick your units in there on an objective, hopefully, and then you stick the Scourge in front of yourself, well, they just can't charge you, which is really, really cool. I like stuff like that. Downsides, it can hurt your own stuff, right? So you make sure you have to put it more than 1 inch away from yourself. It is 60 points, which is starting to get into that territory that is hard to find in a slaves list. It's only 9 inch movement, so if you, for example, can't fully pass over a unit, then it has to finish its move just in front of the unit. And 3rd edition, you can just move through on the spells, so that's not really doing anything. And it is a harder cast, like a 7+, which means you want to use Draw and Power to cast it. So not only are you dedicating resources in terms of points, but you're dedicating your Draw and Power wizard to casting this, and you're not casting other spells with that Draw and Power wizard. And it only lasts until the end of the round, so anytime you're going second, the half movement effect literally does nothing. So yeah, it's got some problems, but I personally I like this one more than the Doom Sigil, just because it's easier to use. It's just point and click damage in an army that doesn't get point and click damage.
I have a soft spot in my heart for control pieces. I wish this was better. I really like the way, like the model aesthetically. I don't like the fact that it moves in a straight line. I wish you can move it back and forth. I've been told, like you mentioned it as a pendulum motion, I've been told that it moved like how the Aether Void pendulum moved originally, where it just goes in a straight line, it can't go backwards. So I don't know if it can go backwards at this point.
I meant the effect, the 2+ D3 mortals. That's I call that just the pendulum damage, right?
Gotcha. Using it as a blocking piece is pretty good. So that's becoming a little bit more prevalent where I'm playing, is using things like that to block. So we have a Pro Boys player that uses Gravetide and Soulscream Bridge to protect his Bolt Boys like that. Having something like this where you can protect yourself from an alpha and then move it and then countercharge, it's pretty critical. Like that saves points on a potential screen, but that is a will I get this if I'm playing against Seraphon or Lumineth. I wish it did the half move for until your next hero phase, I think that would make or break the spell for me. Because I'm a huge fan of debuffing or making your opponent not be able to move their models as effectively. So things like stacking this ability and then like devolve from a Great Bray Shaman, or I don't even know if they still have that spell, to be honest, but like the old wording on it, or even like Blood Boil or not Blood Boil, Blood Bind from a Slaughter Priest, where you just subtract a amount of inches equal to your chanting. Like combining all of these things until where they can't move it. Great example is the Orlando Open that had happened a couple of years ago. You play things like Shackles, and then you do this, and I mean you're all inning on control and like movement shenanigans. But like being able to tell Gotrek he can't move that's priceless. And that is what like this and the combinations of Shackles would do. It's like you put Shackles on Gotrek, you make this thing hit Gotrek's not going anywhere. He simply can't.
You can also combo this with the Jaws, right? Ravanax Gnashing Jaws, because if you half movement and then you take a big bite out of them because you choose the order in which your spells move.
True.
That is fun.
True that.
You can also do that with other spells, so it's not like a unique effect that this thing brings. 60 is just a little too much. I wish this was 40.
It is.
40-point endless spells felt really good last season. I hope we get back to that.
They felt free, I think is what you mean.
Yeah.
It's probably why they're not anymore.
All right, let's talk about the Darkfire Demon Rift. So it's a harder cast like the Rupture. It does damage. It does the same kind of pendulum damage, which is 2+ D3 mortal wounds. It moves freely, unlike the Realm Scourge Rupture. And it has this cool effect where you add 1 to the mortal wounds this causes for each other endless spell within 12 inches. So this could be doing somewhere between 3 and 5 mortal wounds to each unit that it passed over or is in range. And if the enemy has endless spells, like if you're playing against Lumineth and they have the Rune out, or Skaven or Caradron who use Skaven spells, you can kind of hurt them with their own spells, which is cool. The problem is it also hurts your own units, and it's 80 points, which is you're giving up a unit of Corvus Cabal to take this. Relatively short range, so it's not like you're going to hit like super key pieces, like the stuff that doing 3 to 5 mortal wounds would actually really hurt. You're not going to do that to them because it's such a short range. And like the Rupture, you need drawn power to make it a reliable cast. And you can only bring 3 endless spells on a 2,000 point list. So is there a list where you bring like Cabalist, 3 endless spells, where one of them is this? Like, I don't know. I don't know how useful that is. You're probably better off just spending less points on 2+ D3 mortal wounds instead of trying to get bonus mortal wounds from this guy.
I love this spell so much. I loved it since it came out in 2nd edition. You're all inning. Like when you play this, you're either using it because it hits everything that it goes around, not just pick one thing that it ended near or passed over. This is sort of like a small horde clearing spell, unless you're all inning on endless spells, which if you're playing Cabalist is 100% doable. I had a list very early on that I'm still working on, where it's like Darkfire Demon Rift, Ravanax Gnashing Jaws, and then some other endless spell. I was using Cogs for the reroll for Cabalist just to, mitigate the potential wizards blowing up from drawn power. But so it's typically doing like 4 or 5, depending on who I was playing against, to everything that it passed over. And with some of these missions, the newer ones, I noticed that there is a deployment in a long L style where it does not specify you have to be 9 inches away from your opponent's territory because the territories aren't touching. There's only 11 inches between it. So there are cases where like you could certainly get this near somebody if they're trying to play really aggressively and they're making use of that territory and deployment shenanigans. This thing can go very fast because it's going to go 18 on your turn. It's going to go 9 on their turn if they don't dispel it. Not an easy dispel, but it is, one of the average ones because it has a casting value of 7. It's 80 points, so like you said, it's like you're minus Corvus if you take this. So it's all about your play style at that point. Like, do you want the free battle tactic that I feel like more often than not it's going to be a free battle tactic with Corvus Cabal for taking Desecrate, or do you want something that is going to harass your opponent every turn, which Corvus can do until they're dead because they're a 6-up save 1 wound. I think it just boils down to play style at that point.
Yeah, this one's definitely got the highest potential out of the 3 spells, just because this army doesn't do range damage, and this guy does range damage. Like, it's useful, right? And you have to go Cabalist, like you said. There's so much you have to line up for it, but honestly, we're about to talk about the sub-factions. Cabalist is one of the best ones, so that's not that big of a downside. Section 2, Allegiance abilities. We use the same ranking system we use for Warscrolls. Because there are opportunity costs, you can only take 1 command trait, there's limited enhancements, and so on. So we use the same ranking system that we use for Warscrolls. Let's start by talking about the sub-factions. First up is the Host of the Everchosen, which gives you a 5-up rally instead of a 6 on Warriors, Knights, Chosen, and Varanguard. It allows you to take another banner, and it gives you Battle Line, Chosen, and Varanguard. Really, really good. The fact that they put this at the start of the book, a lot of people are going to fall into this and think this is the best one. I don't think it is, personally, but it is still really good. So, where does this shine? Rally is really good against shooting, and Slaves are okay against shooting, let's say. This makes you pretty good against shooting. Battle Line, Chosen, and Varanguard makes for really efficient list building, which is okay. Extra Banner allows you to go into a battle regiment and still get 2 banners, which is really, really cool. Or you can go into Warlord and then end up taking 3 of the banners, which I don't know if you want to do that. There's only like 2 or 3 that are good, so the third one's really marginal. And the Battle Line, Chosen, and Varanguard activate Key to Victory in Season 2, which means your heroes can't be shot while they're standing around the big Chosen block that they're supporting, which is cool. There's downsides, though. This is an army that wants to be in combat, and Rally can't be used in combat. So it seems good, but it's not as good as you think. The army doesn't generate any extra command points, and if you're spending them to rally, you're going to run out of command points quick, especially if you're playing against a shooting army like Stormcast. This happens all the time when I'm playing against Slaves. I will shoot them, they'll all out defense. I'll fight them, they'll all out defense. On their turn, they'll rally back the unit that I shot, and now they're out of command points. And now when the Knights charge in, they're hitting on 4s, and they fail to kill a unit of Vanquishers. It's not a good scenario, right? So it has a significant opportunity cost to rally. Armored units in this army are durable, but they can actually still just be wiped out in 1 turn before you get a chance to rally. And yeah, but otherwise, it's great. It's a great sub-faction. This is better than the entire Stormcast Allegiance, I think. It's that good. It's a really, really strong effect.
So my take on it, first of all, Varanguard got fact out. They can no longer be rallied on 5, which is the big sad.
Oh, that's right. My mistake.
It's all good. I didn't know that until yesterday either. Can't rally in combat. For me, that's like, because I've been like I said, I've been playing this since LVO. I went 2-1-1 on Sunday, and I went 2-1 I'm sorry, 2-0-1 on Sunday, 2-1-1 on, or 2-1 on Saturday. So does this feel like an A tier overall? So far on my limited RTTs with it, yes. It does definitely feel like an A tier because it is so very command point hungry. You are always wanting to protect your key pieces, especially in the list that I have, because I have 3 big units. I have a unit of 10 knights, and I have 2 units of 10 chosen. And when they're gone, they're gone. And I have very quickly found out that 10 chosen can die even with Mystic Shield and Oracular Visions. What I have been doing, though, is I've been using Nurgle Knights as the alpha to potentially clear screens. And what I do is when they strike me, I pull from the front, so I make them come to me. So they're gonna, if they want to continue hitting the knights, they're gonna have to pile in closer. So I'm using movement shenanigans there. And then if the knights survive, I'm just gonna flee with them and rally on the next turn. And rallying on a 5 is pretty key. like having multiple dudes come back that are on a 3-up save, 3 wounds, 5 against mortals, it can be very frustrating for your opponent. On top of their -1 to win. Chosen, however, feel like they're going to delete what they touch or they're going to die. I had that happen to me so many times last weekend where they're going, and then they're dead. And then because you're constantly in combat, either they're like piecemealing your units, or like me, sometimes I misposition them. So like when I pile in, oops, I accidentally like pulled in a character when I didn't intend to, and we just live with it, and I can't rally them. Double banner, I think, is pretty critical. I'm running Khorne with the Khorne Chosen with the Banner of Breach, and Slaanesh Chosen with the Banner of Screaming Flesh. Essentially having 2 units of 10 Chosen, or 2 units of 10 Chosen that are effectively marketable.
Yeah, it's the double banner is actually the main selling feature for this, I think.
It honestly is.
It doesn't seem like it at first, but it just streamlines your lists. That's what I like most about Host of the Everchosen, having Battle Line Chosen. I guess on that topic, would you ever double reinforce Chosen? Is that something you've considered?
I honestly don't know what 10 Chosen can't kill.
You'd be surprised. There are things out there.
The only thing that I can realistically think of is either Gardas Paladins or Hammer's Paladins.
There's Stormcast stuff. I think there's an Idoneth build that can deal with Chosen, especially if you can roar them with the turtle. Like a big durable block of thralls could probably survive through that. What else is there? Hearthguard could probably survive and then kill you before you can fight twice.
I don't even want to talk about Fire Slayers. PTSD, man.
Yeah, they're so strong, man. So I'm thinking double reinforced Chosen. There's value in that, and this is the only way to get it, to play Host of the Everchosen. So I think that's definitely worth mentioning. So
the other reason I would consider it is very noticeable, the damage drop off when 3 to 4 die.
Yeah, just more ablative wounds to keep the same damage profile.
Yeah.
And it's like 3 are dead. Do you really want to rally back, try to get 3 guys back? Is that a good command point? Like it's rough. It's a rough decision-making process there.
Yeah.
But yeah, Host of the Everchosen, really good sub-faction. Legion of the First Prince has an ability here once per turn. 1 undivided unit gains a mark until your next hero phase. So there's all kinds of shenanigans you can do with this. Like you said, giving Be'lakor marks, giving Eternus marks, giving your Legionnaires marks, suddenly giving them Khorne and charging them in. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with that. You can also have allied Bloodletters, Horrors, Plaguebearers, and Demonettes use their mark, which, frankly, that's not very good because those units aren't very good. So that's not really worth mentioning. You get Battleline Furies. So if you're the one guy out there who has a bunch of Furies and wants to use them, there you go.
There sure was one guy on the Legion of the First Prince Facebook page who was doing very, very well before this book came out with Fury spam.
Yeah, Furies were looking a lot better before this book. So yeah, pros. Change your mark as you need it. Sometimes you need more speed, and once you're in, you can change it to Nurgle. It's cool, right? You can also use undivided units to score a battle tactic, and then add another mark, right? You can also, I believe this is the only way to give a Darkoath unit a mark, right? You can't use Idolator Lord. So if you want to use Darkoath Savagers, this is the way to do it. This is the only way to give them Khorne. And if you take Chosen with the Dread Banner, you can roll 2 dice and they are the gods, and then still give them a mark later, which is really, really good because I quite like the Dread Banner on Chosen. Being able to roll for extra rend and roll 2 dice for it, and then swap them over to Khorne, and then keep the high rend chance, and then still get bonus attacks. Like, it's great. That's awesome. Downsides. Only 1 unit can use this, which kind of sucks because you kind of want to do it to a whole bunch of different units. And if you give, you can't use this on like a different mark unit. So for example, if you have the Nurgle banner on a unit, you can't swap that Nurgle because you have to have the Nurgle mark in order to take the banner in the first place, right? So that's definitely a downside. Yeah, it's not great. Definitely a fall from grace, being punished for 2nd edition, that kind of thing. Everybody hated playing Legion of the First Prince. That Be'lakor list was just awful. so bad to play against, and I think people they're definitely paying for that sin.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's not your fault in particular, I'm sure.
I will take an amount of blame because I did play that army for 2 years. However, with this new one, I think it is very toolboxy. It is very much the thinking person's army because there is so much that you can do with it. I think that the second half of the allegiance ability, where it's the basic demon units can use their mark, is very negligible. I think it is there for flavor. Because if we break it down, the best ones to make use of it are going to be Bloodletters and Plague Bearers. Bloodletters getting the extra attack on the charge, and then if you put them in the Glitching Veteran battalion, they can fight in 2 ranks. So they're going back to their good status, where what they had for a little bit, last season, where they can get extra attacks, they can fight in 2 ranks, etc. Plague Bearers being -1 to wound. The downside for them is with the new book that came out several months ago. And at this point, they lost their Warscroll ward. It is now the Allegiance. So there's just no point, in my opinion, in taking Plague Bearers unless you want to take a bunch of 2 wound dudes that are fairly easy to kill and then just rally them back. Demonettes, Mark of Slanesh. The extra inch to run in charge, that's cool. The command ability, they already run in charge based on the banner that they have. And Horrors ignoring spells on a 6-up is very negligible. I think if I had my say with how this is written, I would just completely remove the allied stuff, get their marks, and then do two undivided units get a mark. I think that would make this army feel much, much better.
Yeah, it's for flavor reasons. They have that demon thing in there.
Yeah. This, and like I said, this is very much toolboxy. So like, this is like buff up your dudes, go in, retreat, buff up another set of dudes, get them in, retreat with the others, rinse and repeat. The more I've been building Legion of the First Prince lists, the less undivided things I'm taking. Chosen, always undivided, but I'm also including like 10 to 20 Nurgle warriors with the eroding icon, and I'm wanting to take an extra enhancement for the eroding icon.
Yeah.
I also want the Banner of Dread.
Yeah, you have to think like it's so cool to have undivided and then also gain a mark, but it's like, what if you just had that mark? Like, you know, like, because only 1 unit can swap, so you're going to end up with a bunch of units in your army that want to swap but won't be able to because only 1 unit can. So you just give them the mark that you were going to give them anyway, and then why are you playing the sub faction? That's kind of the weird mind trap you get into.
Yeah, it's basically, how am I buffing Be'lakor today? How am I buffing the Chosen today? Maybe the Legionnaires. I think there is a case for Legionnaires, especially with this army. If you have a reinforced unit of them, you make them Khorne. Suddenly their damage output becomes a little nutty. But then you're dedicating, I think, like 220 points, maybe a little bit more. That could be warriors. I think the potential of turning off command abilities with Legionaries at 6 inches is pretty cool, but I find it very hard. List building with this army is so difficult, trying to fit in everything you want. It's just not going to happen.
No. I will also reiterate, this is the only way to give Darkoath Savagers Khorne mark. So if Splintered Fang get nerfed, but you still want basically Splintered Fang damage, this is the only way to get it.
That too.
Cabalists. I think this is one of the 2 strongest. I think it's the weaker of the 2, but it's still very, very strong. So everything we've been talking about with this army is you want big, durable blocks, buffed up, thrown into combat. How do you buff them up? You do it with spells. So you're going to have a bunch of foot heroes, usually Sorcerer Lords because they're so good. And this sub-faction just gives you more value. All of those guys gain Arcane Tome, and they get to learn a spell too, which is really, really good. And it didn't even need to have this part, but if you draw in power, then drawing power can be used by all heroes within 3 inches of that guy that's drawing power. So if you want a bunch of heads to explode randomly and you lose the game instantly, this is your sub faction. This is how you do it. But no, just imagine a sub faction that gives you Arcane Tome on every hero. That's so good. That's all it needs. Like, what more needs to be said? That's an S tier right there. You give an enhancement level effect to every single hero in your army.
That and being able to draw on power with all of your dudes, so key. I find that you're often going to be taking a 70-point tax for cogs in this army. When I play it, I give my general Master of Magic just in case the cogs roll gets messed up. And sometimes you do roll 2 1s in that roll twice in a row and it feels bad. But having the extra level of insurance for 70 points, I feel in this army is needed. There's all sorts of things that you can do with this army. I play it pretty aggressively. So like when we were talking about some of the endless spells earlier, I like taking Dark Fire Demon Rupture. I like taking Ravenous Gnashing Jaws. You will be sad if you do play against Kronspine. Don't really know who else is playing Kronspine right now. But I know that there are some lists out there that are. You can do nutty things like Flaming Weapon on, a Sorcerer Lord on Mana Core, which makes him a very viable threat to other softer monsters. So 5 attacks, 3 up, 2 up, -1 for 4 at that point. And if you take Chaotic Conduit, which there's no reason not to in this faction, he could be Ren 2 on turn 1. He could be. Is it likely? Not really. But it is something that can happen. You could also do the same thing for the Lord on Mana Core. And you suddenly, as we were talking about earlier, just the Lord on Foot becomes one of the most durable wizards in the game to cast dangerous spells, because the slave spells will hurt your own units if they're wild, like Dark Fire Demon Rupture, or even like Ravenous Gnashing Jaws. So he's like a safe wizard to cast that on if you think somebody's going to snipe out one of your other wizards. There's just so many different ways that you can play this army, this sub faction.
Yeah, it's great. It's general but powerful. Usually, when you have general abilities, they're weak because they're so general, and then you have more powerful niche abilities. But this is both powerful and general, so just wonderful. It's kind of unfortunate that such a generic, powerful faction exists because you kind of just tend to default into stuff like that, right? Like Hollowed Knights for Stormcast almost becomes a default. It just feels that strong, and this is kind of leaning in that direction. The Despoilers. All of your monsters gain +2 wounds, and each Demon Prince can take a different command trait. So we'll talk about the enhancements for Demon Princes in a bit, but there are good command traits in this army that you can take, right? Death Dealer is great, Idolator Lord is great, Bolstered by Chaos is great, and Master Magic, all great. You get extra wounds on Vortex Beasts and Soul Grinders, so you suddenly have 20 wound Soul Grinders walking around. Cool, right? Problem is that Demon Princes aren't very good, and any kind of build you would make that uses this, you could just go Cabalists instead, because that would make all your Demon Princes wizards, which is arguably as good as just, giving them command trait. It doesn't work on Archaon. He's got Host. It doesn't work on Be'lakor. He's got Legion. If you do bring Demon Princes, they need to use heroic actions in order to cast spells, unless you give them Arcane Tome, but that's only one guy. So then you're not using a heroic action to draw on power, which is really what this army wants to do. Yeah, it's super awkward for list building. I like that it exists. It's such a cool idea to have a monster-based sub-faction, but it just misses the mark, I think.
So back in last season, there were people who were doing like substantial things with this sub-faction. And I think that's going to be the case later on. After all the, we get a ton of battle reports and a ton of games in, we're going to find that there's probably some nutty combo in here. My favorite is the 3 Megalith Vortex Beast list, where you take Radiance of Dark Glory, you park a Zinch Wizard next to 3 Megaliths. They're going to heal on your turn. They're going to potentially heal off of Radiance of Dark Glory. There's 16 wounds because of the subfaction. and then you like just have this walking castle of like random effect shenanigans just walking across. With the lack of good monsters, because like Archeon doesn't benefit from this, Be'lakor doesn't benefit from this. The Lord on Manticore and the Sorcerer Lord on Manticore benefit, but it puts them up to 14 wounds, which is like putting them on par with other monsters. And granted, those two things don't bracket, so like giving them like a little bit of extra survivability is cool. Putting Soul Grinders to 20 wounds, like I said earlier, like I'm not playing Soul Grinders. I honestly don't know who is playing Soul Grinders. I think they're worth testing. And at 20 wounds on a 4-up save, I think might be cool when they can run and shoot, and then they do mortal wounds on 6 to hit with their claw. I think it'd be cool. The army just lacks good monsters in general. So like it's very niche. You were taking this sub-faction to play shenanigans with Mutilith Vortex Beasts, or you're doing like crazy shenanigans with Demon Prince spam, which in my opinion isn't good at this point. But I could be wrong.
I haven't seen anyone run this at GTs yet. We'll see. We will see. With the right point costs, this could be good. All right, Ravagers. I think this is the strongest sub-faction overall, because I think you make the strongest list using this. So what does it do? You gain a heroic action called Rally the Tribes, which allows you to revive a destroyed Marauder, Cultist, or Darkoath unit with half the models rounding up. You have to set up wholly within 12 inches of a hero, more than 9 from enemies, and you can repeat that action every turn, but a replacement unit can't be replaced again. So having a heroic action that doesn't require a dice roll to revive a unit on your turn, on your opponent's turn, on your opponent's double turn, and then on your turn, this is incredibly strong. And that's probably why it's limited to, Cultist and Darkoath, which are not supposed to be strong units, I think. But then you get Splintered Fang and Corvus Cabal and possibly even a Darkoath Chieftain. And all of a sudden you start looking at this playstyle that's, no matter how many waves of Splintered Fang you kill, they're just going to keep reviving them every turn, putting stuff in your way, putting stuff on objectives. And because it doesn't limit your movement or your attacking in any way, if you revive at the top of your turn, you can move and charge in immediately. Like we're talking about Eternus, like stealing objectives and things like that. I think this is just the better version of that. There is a downside, of course, that these are heroic actions, so you have to have a hero alive in order to do them. But this season, keeping heroes alive is easier than ever. So I think definitely this is going to be the strongest sub-faction this season, and we'll see what happens with the next one. But yeah, reviving Splintered Fang is nuts. Reviving heroes like Thedra from the Godsworn Hunt or the Darkoath Chieftain, really, really sneaky. Because if they're trying to kill your heroes and you are reviving your heroes, they're wasting resources, right? Really cool. I think it's the strongest sub-faction. What do you guys think?
I think I don't want to move around 100 models. That's why I'm not playing it. I think it is good. Don't get me wrong. I think it's really good. This feels like Soulblight Gravelords to me. Yeah, you're just not limited to grave sites. The amount of recursion is nutty. It's not quite as good as Soulblight. It's not quite as good as Death in general, and it's certainly not as good as New Gits. But threatening a billion attacks where 6s do mortal wounds, and you kill a thing, and here it is again. It's going to be frustrating for your opponent.
Yeah, and normally using a heroic action, we were talking about this with the Demon Princes, using a heroic action is a big cost in this army because you want to use Draw and Power. But this season, if you're going second, you can do Rally the Tribes and Draw on Power in the same turn. Like, man, it's so good.
It is really good. The only downside to this is newer players who are not used to moving this many models around, because like you can build this army to where it's like 100 200 models depending on what you have access to. I'm not saying like somebody has like 200 Splintered Fang lying around. If you do, hit me up, I want them. But it is going to be one of those things where if somebody sees this list there is a higher chance that they are going to ask you to play with the clock, and you are going to be subject to the clock, and you may lose to it.
I think most people playing slaves don't want to play this style, right?
No.
It's not intuitive that this would be the best style, moving around 100 models in an army like this, which is supposed to be like big dudes in big armor with big weapons and elite. And then all of a sudden, it turns out the best way to play the army is by reviving hordes of useless dudes every turn. Yeah, people aren't going to like it, but this is what peak performance looks like.
Yeah. Am I willing to give it a shot? I'm absolutely willing to give it a shot. Like I can move models around quickly. The more that I play the game, because like, you know, playing Legion the First Prince last season, and I'm like summoning out 1 billion horrors. That's the reason I don't play Siege, is I don't want to deal with splitting. Like that takes a lot of time. And like moving the sheer multitude of models and Ravagers, it's going to take a lot of time. And you know, and like you just said, people who want to play slaves are typically going to want to play, you know, their big armored man, big armored dude, whatever. Hit thing with big sword or big axe, move forward, like 30 models tops.
Yeah,
that's how I feel about the army. Anyway, that's pretty much what I'm doing right now with my army.
It's like if you're playing Stormcast, and it turned out the best way to play Stormcast was to spam Cities of Sigmar units, their infantry. That's what this feels like.
Wait a second. That's true.
And the final subfaction is Knights of the Empty Throne. All mounted units can run and charge. Unbelievably strong ability. Like, yeah. Oh my god, army-wide run and charge.
Imagine all Fulminators having a run and charge like throughout. Like, oh.
Like, Stormcast have a once per game ability that is a command ability, so it costs a command point, to let one unit run and charge. And you can't use that at the same time that you run 6, and there's no bonuses to run or charge in the army. And then you get this, and it's every mounted unit can just run and charge. Unreal.
Yep.
It's so good. Then there's this nonsense about, you know, your general can be a single model in a Varanguard unit. Like, whatever. It doesn't gain hero, so, like, it can't do stuff with it, so who cares? Varanguard get a 5-up rally, so you're kind of getting that from... I guess you don't get that in Host anymore, so this is the only way. And you get Battle Line Varanguard, so cool. You can be that guy who can double reinforce Varanguard. If you want, you have a whole army of Knights in Varanguard. You can run and charge without the Slaanesh mark, which is huge, because you can take Khorne and still have all the speed of Slaanesh. Pretty much all the speed. And then you can run 6 as a command with Khorne or Nurgle units, and then charge it immediately. It's gross. This is like the Timmy faction, right? This is what people want to play when they play Slaves to Darkness. They don't want to play, you know, cultist micromanagement simulator. They want to just charge you with big dudes on horseback and murder everything. Yeah, good faction, but it's super limited, right? Just thinking about the list that would lean into this, or even just like a couple units playing it. Most of the time, you're probably better off playing Host of the Everchosen or Cabalists, but this enables specific SKU lists, and those lists are a thing you have to deal with in the meta because people are going to want to play it, right? Sometimes the meta is what's powerful, but really it's just what's popular, right? Like, people play stuff for different reasons. It's not just because if people only played powerful things, the meta would be nothing but Night Haunt and Fire Slayers right now, okay? People play what they want to play. It's a model-based game. They want to play cool stuff. You're going to see a lot of this. So you have to know how to play around it. You have to know how to deal with, 6 for Vanguard with a Khorne mark charging in alongside a Chaos Lord on Demonic Mount, and 10 Nurgle Knights with a Nurgle Icon, right? And all 3 of those get to fight you and tie you down. And you pretty much can't avoid the charge turn 1. Like, you have to know how to deal with that. And that power gives this faction at least a B. There's all kinds of downsides with this. If you want to know more about how to counter this kind of style, we did a video called How to Counter Iron Jaws about a year ago now. And I think it really holds up. Like, it's almost identical. In fact, it's probably easier to counter Slaves doing this than it is to counter Iron Jaws, just because all they do is move forward and hit stuff. Iron Jaws have movement tricks, at least.
No, I agree. I mean, and yeah, this is the faction where you'll see like people running a block of 6 Varanguard supported by usually Slaanesh for the speed, and then 10 Chaos Knights of Nurgle, and maybe accompanying Varanguard or a Chaos Lord on Carrick or Mount, and then yeah, it's in your face turn one, and if you can't deal with that much 3-up armor, or not to mention a good amount of fight twice, well, good luck. You're probably not going to win the game, so this is going to be like a good gatekeeper thing for you to be able to get through.
This is why we bring screens, right? Anytime you see a list that doesn't have screens, we're like, hey, where are the screens? Because this is why. You need it to deal with stuff like this. When they charge you turn one, if they're charging in and hitting some fulminators, you're going to lose the game. But if they're hitting vanquishers, you're going to feel great because you just revived that unit with Call for Aid, and it's like they did nothing. And they just put all of their units in range of all of your powerful melee and shooting. So, like, you can learn to play around this, and when you do, this faction's power drops off drastically, but it will be popular. Expect to face it at a GT. What do you think, Karl? Am I underselling it, overselling it?
You're not. It's a very accurate assessment because, like, if you know how to play against Bloodtooths, you know how to play against this. It's fairly simple. It's like Bloodtooths have way more movement shenanigans. Like, they get some pregame move, they get the Mighty Destroyers, they move again in the movement phase, they charge, they smash and bash, they pile in at the end if they're still in combat. Like, these are all things that, like, Bloodtooths and Ironjaws do, and, like, we just run in charge with this subfaction. That, like, not to downplay that is extremely powerful. So, like, if you play against somebody who doesn't use screens, they're going to be sad. Like, just 100% of the time, they're going to be sad. If you play against Gargants, Gargant player is going to be sad because 6 Varanguard can absolutely pick up, if they're on Lances, can pick up a Gargant a turn. 2, if you get to fight twice into 2 Gargants. The amount, like, there's like a few funny things that count as amount. So like Warshrine, that's amount. You can do funny things with a Warshrine in this list. Do you want to spend 185 points on a Warshrine? You typically are only going to do that if you don't want to remember Oracular Visions and you want a particular buff. Like, my local meta is like, I threaten them with, like, you don't want me to play Knights of the Empty Throne. It's a more smooth brain list than what I'm already playing, and it's going to hit harder and faster. So where I think this list is good, if you know how to play against Bloodtooths, you're clear. I think this list might be a little more durable than Bloodtooths, just because it's more relevant 3-up armor, 5 wounds on Varanguard, 4 up against Mortal. And then, like, the Nurgle Knights, you know, that's bread and butter. But if you're in a heavy shooting meta, there's also reason to take Tzeentch Knights with a Tzeentch banner. For instance, I would have to look into BCP because I'm horrible with names, but on Sunday, I played against the person who won the Chariot painting competition at Hey Wanna Play over in Plantation, Florida, as my round 2 opponent. He was a great guy to play against. His entire list was shooting. And it ended in a tie. So had I had, like, the Blasted Standard on a unit of Tzeentch Chosen or Tzeentch Knights, it might have been an easier game, but he had me sweating for most of the time because he had like 4 Tempesters. He had, I think, at least 3 Long Strikes. And then I'm blanking on the unit name, but they can teleport each movement phase within 6 of a board edge. And he capped objectives that way, like, because the objectives that we were playing were towing that line. He piloted the list very well and did an insane amount of damage that I was not expecting from a pure shoot cast list. On top of, he also had 4 fulminators, so well, like that threat was there.
We never skew too much, right? Like, you don't see Stormcast build like a Knights list, right? Which is all cavalry, all charging you turn one. Stormcast don't do that. We always do combined arms.
But it's funny that you mentioned that because I'm looking at Gavin's list from Lone Star Open or something that's coming up, and he is running 10 Chaos Knights in Markham Tzeentch with the Blasted Standard to avoid shooting, and then both his sorcerers are Mark of Tzeentch as well, so they can teleport them out of a tar pit situation and charge in again. So
yeah.
So good subfaction overall. Like I said, if you guys are interested in learning how to play against it and why we ranked it B tier, go watch our How to Counter Ironjawz video. And if I am good enough at YouTube, there should be a card popping up right now linking you to that. Hopefully I figure out how to do that. Let's look at command traits. We don't have to talk too deep about a lot of these because they're not. Most of them aren't very exciting, but we can go through. Death Dealer. Once per battle, fight twice, but you fight last. I would only ever take this on the Demon Prince that you've kitted out. Maybe rarely on a Chaos Lord on Karkadrak or Manticore. Probably not though. Like there's better command traits to take.
Yep. I would put it on a Lord on Manticore.
Yeah, like you give him Flaming Weapon. Yeah, the strike last thing really does matter because none of these heroes are like wipe out a big hammer unit good. So like as soon as your opponent knows you're going to strike again, well, they're just going to turn around and kill you probably, right? So there's downsides here.
Nichely good with the fight last spell, Binding Animation, and if you were taking the Cat Demon.
Mm-hmm.
Nichely good.
Yeah, that's C tier, right? It's about right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Favorite at the Pantheon. After the battle, after deployment, your general can roll an Eye of the Gods. If you're trying to do the grand strategy where you get a Demon Prince, you can use this, right? Otherwise, don't bother. Not worth it. Arch Sorcerer. Your wizard learns all the spells from the Lore of the Damned, which is great. However, on its own, it doesn't let you cast any more spells. So you really want to combine this with like an Arcane Tome to get more spell casts. And if you're playing Cabalists, you're going to learn so many spells across so many different wizards. I don't think this will see a lot of play. Because this is basically like you're playing Host or you're playing Ravagers and you want a toolkit and that hero has Arcane Tome. Which is pretty niche. Maybe it's better than the C tier I gave it here. Maybe that's like a B tier because it is a good effect. You do have some nice spells in that lore, which we're going to talk about soon. But the fact that Cabalists exist really just makes this a lot worse. And Idolator Lord. I think this might be the best command trait in the book. There's definitely a strong argument for it. So what it does is your general gains the Priest keyword, which means you can chant Bless and Smite, and then you can learn Curse, Heal, and Guidance, which are all decent. Curse especially is good in this army. And you can replace the undivided marks on cultists with whatever mark the general has. So if you have Nurgle mark, all your cultists gain Nurgle instead of undivided, which is not very good for those units. That's awesome, because now you have Khorne mark on your Savagers, you have Khorne mark on your Splintered Fang, or you have Nurgle on all of these units, and you're reviving them constantly with Ravagers and just being really obnoxious and just outlasting your opponent somehow. With cultists, you're outlasting your opponent. Really, really powerful. The fact that it could have just been that cultist part, and it would be a really strong command trait, but it also teaches you, a prayer, and you can banish things, and you can dispel with that guy when you couldn't dispel before. Awesome. This is really, really powerful. Tons of value.
Thing that should be mentioned with this is banishment. When you take the Idolator Lord, specifically because it's pretty frustrating for me. I haven't quite figured out how to play against Fire Slayers. I think they have the easiest grand strategy in the game next to Tzeentch. To have one of their things up. When you don't naturally have access to a priest besides the, I think we rated it at F tier, the Warshrine. Having a Lord be able to do banishment is key, and also it's just good to bring up because not a lot of people are aware of the rule. It's like getting rid of an endless spell, but it's for invocations, and it's a 48-inch range.
Yeah, and man, there's going to be a game where you get stuck behind a firewall with your knights, and that's going to be the worst game of your life. And you'll wish you had brought Idolator Lord.
Yep.
Demon Prince command traits. First up, not to be denied, in each hero phase, this general can use a heroic action that was not done by another hero. Which means you can, for example, use Draw and Power and Rally the Tribes every turn, even not in Season 2. Right now, I'm giving this a C tier, just because you can use 2 commands right now if you're going in round 2, which really marginalizes this. But definitely keep an eye on this one. We were talking about it when we talked about Demon Princes. This is not a bad command trait by any means. Bolstered by Chaos, you get +2 wounds and monster. So this army really wants monsters, and here you go. If you're using Demon Prince, it's a strong consideration to take this. Radiance of Dark Glory. At the start of your hero phase on a 3+, you heal 1 from each unit within 9, or you heal 3 if you have a monster. So Archaon and Be'lakor are both monsters. It works on allied monsters if you bring any of those. If Despoilers, if the point cost for all these monsters come down, you can actually have like a monster spam list that just heals everything every turn. It's a high amount of healing. Like a guaranteed 3 heal out of 3+. Like it's not a D3, just 3. Really, really cool.
Very good.
Works in combat, unlike Heroic Recovery. Like, this is obnoxiously good. The problem is that Despoilers is not very good. And Diabolic Majesty. Once per battle, the general can do a heroic action on their war scroll in addition to another heroic action. So you can pick any of those 5, I should say, even if you don't have the mark. So you could do, Strike First this turn, or the Nurgle one in a pinch, but probably better just to go Not to Be Denied, so that you could do the heroic action off the war scroll and then do the heroic action, the other one that you want to do. So I don't really like Diabolic Majesty. Am I missing something, Karl?
Let me pull it up real quick. I think you have it pretty much nailed. The only thing that I could think of is, let's see, once per battle, general can do a heroic action on war scroll in addition to another heroic action. You could do something like Strike First, Finest Hour, or Strike First, Nurgle, Finest Hour. It's not something along those lines.
You could do like Nurgle Mark, Undivided Mark, like both of those, so you can strike first with ignoring wards. That's okay, I guess. The fact that it's once per battle, like, does it need that? Couldn't it just be every turn? Yeah.
I think that would tip a scale of balancing princes over at that point. I think that would be one of the key things to making them very good. Like, very, very good if you could do it multiple times. Especially, like, if you're combining Diabolic Majesty with Not to Be Denied.
Yeah, if you go to Spoilers and you get both of those in a list, that's awesome. Okay, looking at the neutral command traits. I'm gonna skip over most of them real quick here. Battle Lust, reroll 1 in charge. Honestly, if you're playing Knights of the Empty Throne, this can save you command points from having to run 6 your general and then reroll charges with your general, and then you can keep up with a unit of knights. So it's actually not terrible. This has a purpose. It's not great, but it's there. Skilled Leader, on a 5+, you generate a command point. Slaves wants command points, but you can also just use Idolator Lord and chant Guidance, but then you also get all the benefits of Idolator Lord, so this is totally useless. High Priest, there's no priest that can use this, right? The only way to get Priest on a hero is Idolator Lord, and you can't take High Priest and that at the same time. +1 wound, not impactful enough, and if you manage to push your hero out from 9 to 10 wounds, you've actually made them worse, so don't do that. And Master of Magic, I think, is the second best command trait. Rerolling, casting, unbinding, and dispel has really, really good utility. Preventing miscast from exploding your head. Rerolling, unbinding, and dispel is really nice. Like, sometimes you just unbind Techless. You cast on a 10 and you just, boop, there, it's gone. Sometimes.
Sometimes that's what gets the job done. Like, get rid of Total Eclipse, because Total Eclipse is going to wreck this army. And then, Protection of Techless or Searing White Light. Like, whatever your most hated spell in that army is, like, Master of Magic will do that. Like, try and unbind that spell.
Yeah, it seems like if you're not using Idolator Lord for any particular purpose, I think you go Master of Magic in this army. It just seems like helps with a core weakness, which is magic defense, and it helps the consistency of your casting, which is a nice bonus.
Yep.
Talking about artifacts, all Slaves to Darkness heroes can use these, so this includes Demon Princes, by the way. Hellfire Sword, wound rolls of 6 cause mortal wounds equal to the damage characteristic. No, it's just bad. No, there's so many. No. Helm of the Oppressor, though, is really good. Enemy units can't receive Rally or Inspiring Presence if they're within 6 inches of the bearer, turning you into a mini Archaon, because he shuts off those things within 12. I think this is really cool on a Demon Prince with wings, being able to fly 12 inches and then have this 6-inch thing. You make them a Slanesh mark, they can go even faster, right? Like, the threat range you can get with Helm of the Oppressor is really cool on a Demon Prince. And then we have the Conqueror's Crown, which enemy models with wounds 1 or 2 can't contest objectives if they're within 6 inches of the bearer. We are in an infantry meta. There's a lot of wound 1 and 2 stuff out there right now. I think this is good. It's very good.
Very good. Just very hard to get out of the mindset of like just snap picking Arcane Tome.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you're a Cabalist, you don't need Arcane Tome, right? So
True that.
yeah. If you are a wizard hero, you can take one of these artifacts. The first one is a Chaos Familiar. Once per battle, you can cast an additional spell from Lore of the Damned. Why just use Arcane Tome? Right? Like, it's every turn. And it doesn't have to be from the Lore of the Damned. It's just bad.
Honestly, should have just been an auto unbind like it used to be.
Yeah. Well, they don't want this army having good anti-magic, I guess. Gotta have some weakness, Karl.
Yeah.
Infernal Puppet. Once per battle, an enemy wizard within 24 inches suffers D3 mortal wounds before casting each spell. So 24 inches is huge, right? Like, you're doing that from deployment. And it's every spell they attempt to cast that phase, so you could just slap Techless with an average of 8 mortal wounds that first turn. That's awesome. And this is before he casts, so he can't, like, heal it up at the very end, right? Because it might just, like, let's say he's low on wounds and you slap this on him and he tries to cast his healing spell, well, he might actually just die before he can heal, which is cool.
This feels like more of a deterrent because, like, you do this to Techless, you do this to Nagash, like, they're not going to willingly take D3 per casting attempt.
Helm of Eldritch Command. Instead of dispelling, you gain control of an endless spell, which is super cool. Like, that's such a cool effect, but the problem is nobody's playing endless spells, and this army's bad at unbinding and dispelling. So, yeah, could be the meta for it. Strong effect, just not right now.
I think it would be funny to take Zinch's, not the Simulacrum, not the book, the thing that makes spawn.
Oh, that would be fun, yeah. How does that work? Can they recast it? No, because, like,
they would have to dispel it and then recast it.
Yeah. Which they will, because they're Zinch.
Yeah.
Alright, let's look at Demon Prince artifacts. Helm of Many Eyes. Always strike first. Holy hell, that's so good. Just how many unconditional always strike first effects are there in the game? There's so few. This is amazing. Really strong artifact. Problem is Demon Princes don't do a lot of damage, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, your support hero sniping at that point. Yeah. And Demon Princes are durable to do that. You have the case of the support hero is like next to like a heavy hitter. Yeah, that's like always gonna, not always, but typically be the case. So that's like where you might want Helm of the Many Eyes. Like if you're treating your Demon Prince like a surgical, remove the support hero and then he may die. Like that's fine. I guess like I would not take the artifact for that specific scenario, but that is the only case in which I would take Helm just in general.
Mm-hmm. Doombringer Blade. You can pick a hero or monster on the battlefield, and all melee attacks against them are +1 to wound. And that's not just from the bearer; that's from everything. So if Slaves of Darkness came out at the start of 3rd edition, this would be an S tier artifact because we were in a monster meta against Gargants, Maw-Crushers, sometimes Star Drakes, all the big monsters people were playing. This is amazing. This is also really good against Storm Drakes currently, right? So it's good. It's not the right meta though. We're going into an infantry-based meta. There's not going to be very many targets that you want to stick this on, but think about it this way. It could really help you in specific matchups, right? You're playing against Ironjaws, you want the bonuses against the Maw-Crusher, boom, you got it. You're playing against anything with a big hero you want to fight, like a Techless or a Marathi, you can get bonuses and make sure that she takes her wounds reliably with smaller units. It's got utility. It can be a situational pick, even right now, even when most of the things you want to be fighting aren't going to be a target for it.
I think Doombringer Blade is like the pick out of all of these. Without speaking about Realm Warpers first, being able to pick a hero or a monster is super relevant because people are still going to play Crushers, like you said. People are still going to play Marathi. People are going to play Archaon. People are going to play Bellicor, Kragnos, etc. but without like deep diving Warscrolls, I'm sure there are super durable GCs that you may, in some niche cases, need the extra oomph to kill. Because the if it was just monster, this would be bad, like in this season at least. But hero or monster, that's where it like becomes, at least a little more relevant in my eyes, because you can pick something that's super durable, a GC, and like possibly mark it
It's
a little bit easier.
It's never a dead artifact, right? There's always a
Yeah.
hero. It's just a matter of how good is it, right?
Yeah.
There's some artifacts that are like, once per battle, do this thing, and it's got a dice roll, and it's a situational thing. It's like, this doesn't have any of that nonsense. It's always gonna have a target. It's just how useful is that target, and how many of those targets are you gonna have in the game.
Mhm.
So it's gonna be good. Keep an eye on it. Realm Warper's Twist Rune. Once per battle, you pick a terrain feature, and it blocks line of sight in the same way as Wildwood. And it also does a mortal wound for each model within an inch. So that's okay too. But really, you're using it to block the line of sight, because this army does not want to be spending command points on rally. So what's better than doing that? Well, it's just blocking line of sight. If there's like a big central piece of terrain, boom, it's now blocking line of sight. Fantastic. And this is used at any point in the hero phase, so you can do a whole bunch of other stuff, make some decisions, heroic actions, and your spell casting and things like that, and then pop this thing. Very strong artifact. Doesn't do much against melee armies, and it only lasts, like, it's once per game, so there's a lot of limitations, but it's a nice tactical option in an army that is just stats. And when you mix stats and tactics together, you get a very, very powerful intersection.
So this thing, I would argue, is either B or F. And the F case is going to be, you're playing against melee. Hey, you have a dead artifact. The other case is like event terrain. Not every event is going to use like what we do in Florida, where we let the defender distribute 2 Wildwood tokens, so they essentially slap the Wildwood token onto a terrain feature, and it becomes a Wildwood. Or in LVO, they did the exact same thing, where the defender got to choose the 2 Wildwood tokens there. And there are some other events, but I've also played in events all over the country that don't use Wildwood. They don't use this. So, and this is an army, like you said, where you don't want to waste CP on all that defense against shooting. You don't want to be rallying because of shooting. But if your terrain is good, and you already have either a bunch of true LOS blocking pieces of terrain, or you have other Wildwoods on the table, this could really make or break your game against shooting factions. So I would like, if there's any Slaves players out here that are like looking at Realm Warper's Twist Rune, take a look at your meta. Like, what are other people playing, and what are your terrain packets looking like for your events? Like, if you're using a bunch of true LOS blocking pieces, or you're incorporating Wildwood into your packet already, I think this is a really good artifact to maintain a level of defense against shooting. But if you're not already using a lot of true LOS blocking terrain, and you're not using Wildwood, I think this might be an F tier.
Yeah, it like you said, B or F, something like that. And unlike the Doombringer Blade, you might have matchups where this does literally nothing for you. Like, Ironjaws don't care. They just don't. Neutral artifacts. Amulet of Destiny, nope. Vial of Manticore Venom, nope. Arcane Tome, S tier. Best artifact in the army is, though, also the best one in the Stormcast army, because you're just a pile of stats, and you want as much value as possible from your spells. So Arcane Tome, very, very, very good. Seed of Rebirth, nope, bad.
Yep.
Looking at the banners, you and I may have some different opinions on these, so I'm curious to know what you think. First one is the Blasphemous Icon. Oh, as a reminder, these can only be used by Chosen, Warriors, or Knights. First one, Blasphemous Icon. You don't need any particular mark to use this. Enemy priests without the chaos keyword have -1 to chanting, so this can really screw with Stormcast. Broad and Gargant lists, Daughters of Cain, Fire Slayers, and everywhere else it's useless. Would you ever put this in a list, even if you knew there was going to be a lot of Stormcast. Would you ever put this in your list?
Part of me wants to say yes. Because I feel like, and it's not even for Stormcast, it's for Fire Slayers. I don't care if there's prayers. I don't care if you get your translocate. I don't care if Broad gets the spells. I care about Fire Slayers. They're the one army out of the 4 that are listed right here that I don't know how to play against. And when they're eking out wins because I can't deal with their invocations, it's super frustrating. So part of me wants to say yes, that I would take it for this. However, I am much more a fan of things like the Dread Banner, Banner Bridge, the Ogroid Icon, and the Banner of Screaming Flesh. Because I've been playing with the Banner of Screaming Flesh. It is super good. Having very fast Chosen or very fast Knights and having an extra attack is just very good.
Yeah, let's talk about all of them. We can kind of talk about all of them at the same time. Personally, I think the best one's Eroding Icon, and I think we're going to agree on that one. That's just so powerful when you stack it with -1 to be wounded.
Well, it's most consistent, I would say.
Yeah. It doesn't require any... I don't want to say... I don't want to say any skill, but like, it's just always good. There's always going to be a use for it.
Yep.
And then my personal second favorite is the Dread Banner. Basically just because of Chosen. Fishing for Rend bonuses on Chosen, I think it's going to be really important. That unit being Rend 1 is sad. It's like, it's like a kid with progeria trying to catch a football and cracking all his ribs. It's that sad, like. But when you get Rend 2 on Chosen, best day of your life. So Dread Banner makes it more reliable. You guys know me, I love getting rid of dice rolls, making things more reliable. So that's my pick for number 2. How about you guys?
I'm pretty on board with that. Just because Chosen are like straight my favorite unit this army. Being able to give them Eye of the Gods rolls, or more reliable Eye of the Gods rolls is pretty key. It does suck when you're not playing Legion that you're losing out on the extra attack or the extra movement or even the 6-up spell shake. Like, I think the Dread Banner, like if you are consistently making rolls on that, it pays for itself over time. If you aren't making rolls for it consistently, you're either winning the game too hard or you're losing the game hard.
You're losing so bad that the banner wouldn't have made a difference.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, after the Dread Banner, I think it's pretty close between Banner of Rage and Screaming Flesh. I definitely see the Screaming Flesh banner eking out a little bit ahead just because of how popular Slanesh Mark would be on Chosen. But I could totally see Khorne Knights with Banner of Rage. That way they don't need to have demonic power. You could save that for a different unit. I like it. I do.
The Banner of Rage on Knights isn't... it's good, but I think it's not because like you're at that point wasting CP on giving them all out attack. Because they're hitting on 4s. I've typically had about 10 Knights in all of my lists on various different marks. And sometimes, they do work, they clear screen. They're annoying to deal with. And sometimes you put them into 10 protectors and you're a very sad person because the protectors aren't going to move. You're just going to have scenarios like that. And it really doesn't matter what banner you're on at that point. Because like if you put your Knights or whatever has the Banner of Rage into something like that, you just have to you have to go in expecting, you have to make decisions based on what you think you can kill. And where I'm still playtesting against a lot of protectors, I might be getting the name wrong. They're the guys that have the 2-up D3 Mortal Mace.
Yeah.
Okay. Like I've put 10 Knights with the Eroding Icon into protectors, they die. I've put them in with Banner of Rage, they die. So, and like the most durable that I've had them is obviously the Nurgle one, but it really depends on like what you're doing with the unit, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I obviously the Eroding Icon on Nurgle Knights is such a good combo that you probably won't go Banner of Rage unless you're going like, Knights of the Empty Throne and you somehow get a Warlord Battalion to get another banner, or something. You know, like it's your second unit of knights gets the Khorne banner or the Flesh banner. So.
And then I think it's worth talking about. I think I might have mentioned last time we talked about we're doing the review. In the allegiance ability for Slaves of Darkness, we obviously have the Eye of the Gods rule. And the first paragraph in Eye of the Gods is worded in a way that can be interpreted and is interpreted by a bunch of people online. That the moment a thing with, and like this is obviously me paraphrasing, I'm not reading the book right now. The moment you kill a thing, like a hero or a monster, with Eye of the Gods, with an Eye of the Gods unit or character, until the end of the game, at the end of every phase, you make an Eye of the Gods roll. It is worded that way. I read it that way. I don't play it that way. I'll tell you that. I do read it that way, that a unit like Chosen, the moment they kill a hero or a monster, there are people who are going to argue that they're going to make a roll at the end of every phase for every turn. I encourage you to not play it that way, and I just want to make you aware, just in case people online are, like, if you play on TTS, because a lot of TTS players are doing this, that is not the intention of how it should be played. And I don't think any TO, any TO will let you do this, because it is very easy to launch like Slaanesh Chosen into a monster or a hero, and then you make 72 Eye of the Gods rolls that game.
Yeah, I don't think that's right.
Exactly. So people who are like thinking this, like, you should stop thinking that, and like try not, and like, because when my buddy told me that that's how that worked, and I was thinking about the Dread banner, it's like, okay, I'm just gonna have Chosen that have like 10 rend good game. Yeah. And then I thought about it. It's like, there's no TO on this planet that's going to allow that.
No, it's not even a reasonable interpretation, I don't think.
No, I think you're more likely to have your models broken and told to go play 40k or something.
All right, let's talk about the Tzeentch banner. It gives you a 4-up board against missile weapons, which sounds super good. But what's going to happen is you're going to play Iron Jaws, and then you're going to play OBR, and then you're going to play Flesh Eater Courts. You're just not going to use, like, you're going to get, as soon as you put that banner in your list, you're not going to play against any shooting at a tournament. And
well, hold on.
Or you'll play Stormcast and they'll just ignore it. just don't care about it. They'll shoot something else.
With to give an example of Flesh Eaters, do their screams count as missile weapons?
They might. You're right about that one.
Flesh Eaters?
Yeah.
I don't think they use the attack sequence, but they might be missile weapons still.
They are shooting attacks. They are missile attacks. Yeah.
All right. My point is, you're just going to play against these melee armies that are just not going to care that you have that banner, and then you'll play against the one shooting army, and they'll just ignore that unit until, like, they'll just disable it, basically.
I mean, it's not a bad idea in that sense. I mean, it's like, what are you worried about fighting a melee army with Chosen? The answer is not much, because you're going to delete them with like fight twice, and the amount of attacks a unit of 10 Chosen or 15 Chosen can generate. Your biggest weakness, like if I have a Mortal Wound Shooter like a Lumineth Sentinel or a Vanguard Raptor, I'm looking at some Chaos Knights across the board. I'm looking at maybe some Chaos Warriors. I see them with that 5-up ward, and I go, ooh, look at those Chosen. They don't have any ward. Well, let's go mess with them. And I mean, it covers that.
Yeah, but
not to mention, it lets you charge your Chosen into Stormdrake Guard and survive it.
Sure. The problem with it is that like, it's not bad. It's just there's too many matchups where it's useless to justify bringing it, I think. And it's not going to be the first banner you bring. It's the banner you bring that sometimes you don't bring the Dread banner. You know, like, Eroding Icon's number 1, Dread banner's number 2, and then sometimes you bring the Tzeentch banner.
I also like it because Helon is becoming really popular, man. Like,
Helon ignores, like, Wind Chargers ignore wards, so...
No. People are playing 40 Sentinels. They haven't switched to Sentinels yet.
They don't know. They haven't watched our review.
Let's be honest. You're not worried about Wind Chargers. Like, you'll be on like a 2-up or 3-up save. It's whatever. But it's like, Sentinels are a problem if you don't have this banner.
That's true. Just for Chosen, though. Rest of your units are okay.
Yeah. I would like to say that if Gavin is probably, like, Murgok, you said Gavin is taking this to Lunstar.
He's taking it on his Chaos Knights, but yeah.
There's probably some merit to it, simply because Gavin is doing it. I think that based on like, again, your local meta and like even your when you go out of state to a big event like LBO or Cherokee or anything like that, there's always going to be like an amount of shooting that you're going to face. Like I think it's extremely lucky if you fight 0 shooting.
Yes.
Because like we saw a good example is ogres. Because ogres, they were using the new tome for LVO this year. Had I played an ogre shooting army, I would 100% wish I would have taken the blasted standard. The shooting army that I did not end up playing against is I played against Stormcast and I played against Idneth. And against both, it was like pretty like meh. I didn't really want the blasted standard. It would have just helped me survive a little bit better. But things like charging dragons, charging fulminators, Iron Guts shooting, or Ogre Matribe shooting, anything like that is like I think it's like a good case. And to throw a free award on Chosen, and then potentially do the trick with the Gaunt Summoner, or any other Zinch wizard where you're just teleporting them within 9 because it's like free movement for them at that point. And they're +1 to charge, so they could be on an 8-up charge. They could get a +1 from the Eye of the Gods. They could be a 2-up charge. So I mean, like it's a tool in the toolbox. I think it's.
I'll make it very specific. If I'm taking Host of the Everchosen, which is giving me a free banner, then I take that banner. If I'm taking Knights of the Empty Throne, I probably don't take that banner.
That's probably a fair point.
Yeah, the eroding icon's just too. It's just always useful.
It's just too good.
Yeah. Let's look at the spells. So, Binding Damnation casts on a 7, range 12, strike last until the end of until your next hero phase. What a great spell! Love it. Strike last in this army is really good. Spite
needed.
It's certainly needed. Yeah, that's how you fight with 2 units at the same time, right? So this kind of diminishes the value of the Chaos Lord on Demonic Mount. Granted, it is only a 12-inch range spell, so there's going to be some trouble getting into range in the hero phase constantly. But when you're in those midfield fights, this swings the game. It's really good. Really good. Spite Tongue Curse casts on a 3 and makes an enemy suffer 3 mortal wounds. But if this spell fails or is unbound, the caster suffers 3 instead. So you want to do a little shotgun blast, like a super arcane bolt? There you go. It's okay. I don't know. You want your spells doing more than just 3 mortal wounds per turn. The Chaotic Conduit cast on a 7-up as well, and this one allows an Eye of the Gods unit to immediately roll on the table. And this is really cool because if you cast this on a hero, you can use it to score a battle tactic, which is really, really cool. And when you're drawing on power with Master of Magic, that's a very reliable battle tactic that doesn't really require pretty reliable dice rolling. Your opponent can't really interact with it that much. Don't have to move anywhere. Like, that's a solid tactic. So I find Chaotic Conduit is going to make it into a lot of lists. And if you cast it on a unit, well, that unit, like Chosen with the Dread Banner, they're rolling 2 dice and maybe they're getting another point of rend that turn. Pretty good. Ruinous Vigor casts on a 6, and a Slaves monster can use the top row until your next hero phase. This is bad because Slaves monsters either don't have a damage table or you don't care enough to buff them in this way. So I think the only use case is to cast it on Archaon, right? Like, is there anything else that I'm missing?
You potentially put it on Bellacore, but that's about it.
I don't think his brackets matter. You're not.
It really doesn't. His bracket in my opinion, got too good for it. But if you want the 8 attacks with his sword, you would cast it on him.
Mm-hmm.
But that's about it.
Demonic Speed casts on a 6, which is easy, range 12, but you have to be wholly within range. However, a mounted unit wholly within range gains a 3d6 18-inch charge. That's nuts. Combine this with the run-in charge, and that's why Slaves of Darkness is going to be like this perfect Timmy army where you just charge forward from crazy distances with your Knights and Varanguard and try to tie everything down and murder it. And this spell is a key component of that. You cast Demonic Power, you cast Demonic Speed, you cast Mystic Shield, you whip your 10 Knights across the table, you have yourself a great game.
Yeah, it's a shame that they made Ruinous Vigor what it was. I can't remember what the old spell was. I don't think it was called Remiss Figure, but there was one that lets you reroll hit and wound rolls against hero monsters. And with the amount of monsters that this goes on, i.e. Starkion, I would rather have that old spell than this.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the seasonal champion enhancements real quick. The Tusk Helm, doing some mortal wounds after you charge. That's pretty good. Damage is utility. Doing a little bit more damage to support the unit you're putting in there. So, you know, you have a Chaos Lord and you charge in with the Warriors and Retinue Chosen. That's pretty good. It's not bad. Nightflyer Cloak, you can protect your Chaos Lord or Gaunt Summoner from sharpshooters, right? Guaranteed you can just drop into play anywhere with Corvus Cabal. That's pretty cool. If you don't want the Tusk Helm, if you don't want the Arcade Tome because you're playing Cabalists, then Nightflyer Cloak is actually pretty decent in this army because they are hurting for any kind of mobility tool. And then the Grip Feather Charm, you can make a 5-up ward on a champion, which I guess that's the thing. The Sorcerer Lords are probably just going to die if they get hit, so whatever. And then the Chaos Lord has a retinue, then it gives them a 3-up ward. So I don't know when you'd want to use this. And just being tougher is not necessarily very useful.
Theoretically, not dying to drawn power is like it's a niche case to me.
Super niche. Makes it less likely, yeah.
That's about it. Because like, if your Sorcerer Lord is going to get attacked, it's dead.
Yeah. Then looking at the aspects of the champion, Tunnel Master, I think, is S tier. I think it's going to be one of the two you always pick in this army. Being able to just teleport a hero anywhere, scores you battle tactics, it takes enemy objectives that they left vulnerable, it allows you to just get out of dodge in a bad situation. Can't retreat with it, but otherwise it's really, really useful to just have a once per game teleport on a hero.
Yep. For the list that we were talking about earlier, last time when I was talking about the 20 chosen list, I often found myself out of range of one of the chosen. So having Tunnel Master to like pop me in range of one that may need his support, fighting immediately, like in the case of like being potentially fighting last from XYZ ability, I think that'd be pretty keen to have. Also, just the obvious like take a free objective that they walked off of, or get your hero out of dodge, stuff like that.
Yeah. Fueled by Gurish Rage, you get a 3+ revive. That's okay. I don't know, whatever. Not very exciting. Tunnel Master's better. Take Tunnel Master. Stubborn as a Rhinox. I kind of like this one in these like battle plans that have central objectives, and you're not a high model count army if you're using Chosen and Knights, even if you do splash in some cultists. So having a hero count as 10 models is actually a really big deal. I really like that because one of the ways to activate Eye of the Gods is to take objectives away from your opponent. So Stubborn as a Rhinox really helps solidify that playstyle.
Yep.
And then the other one you'll probably take alongside Tunnel Master, you'll probably take this one more often if you're playing like Host of the Everchosen, but Leadership of the Alpha, it lets you rally 3 times once per game, or all-out attack once per game 3 times, or all-out defense. And that's awesome. That's a really powerful ability. Also redeploy. So if you have a triple redeploy, that could also win you games sometimes. That small change of positioning with 3 units. Really useful. I really like it.
Yeah, that's the one I'm playing right now. Being able to rally or just like all-out attack or redeploy. Because I often find myself where I have screened one way just because of how few units I have in the army I'm playing right now. And I need to reposition all of them to account for something that somehow got behind me. So I need to like rescreen.
Yeah, and those kind of minor movements swing games. It's really awesome. Section 3, Matched Play. We use a slightly different ranking system here because there are no opportunity costs for any battle tactics, so it doesn't really make sense to have the same like S tier, A tier kind of thing for them because you just get them all. There's no trade-offs. It's just a matter of how reliably you're going to score them, how often you're going to score them. So we try to use the same nomenclature S through F tier, but it's a little bit different. So S tiers are going to score it every single game, right? There's going to be a few of these. These are going to be your staples, and you're going to get them every time. A tier is pretty close to that. You'll usually get it. Sometimes there's just a situation where it might be awkward to get it, so it's a little bit worse than S tier. Scaling all the way down to F tier, which is like, you're just not going to score this. Like, if you score this, please send us a message and let us know that you did, because it's like a unicorn, you know? Looking at the grand strategies, let's look at the universal ones for. So these are for Season 2. If you're watching this video at a later time, please just keep in mind these are specifically for General's Handbook Season 2. So neutral ones, tame the land. You have to control, not contest, all objectives wholly outside your territory. And I think for a lot of armies, this one's really difficult, but it really does just play into exactly what slaves want to do. Sometimes all the objectives wholly outside your territory is like 1, because let's say you're playing on like one of those L-shaped deployments where it has 2 in your corners and then 1 in the middle. So you just have to control that 1. So that's an easy one. But then there's battle plans where, you know, those objectives can be destroyed. I believe the Jaws of Galat it's called. You can take objectives off the map. So you could actually this could literally be impossible to score, which is really a pain. So it's hard to give it anything more than a C, even though it does kind of fall into the battle plan or the game plan of what slaves want to do. It's like, I don't know, there's definitely better picks.
Yeah.
Defend what's ours and take what's theirs kind of go hand in hand. One is just defensive, the other is offensive. The first one is you have to have no enemies wholly within your territory at the end of the game. And then the other one is you have to have more friendly units than enemy units wholly within their territory. And usually, I don't recommend taking Defend What's Ours for any army that has no shooting whatsoever. But because Slaves actually has some somewhat decent hammer units that want to sit back and hold objectives, like you might have a squad of 10 Splintered Fang or 10 Warriors or something holding an objective, they can reasonably deal with threats, but I would not pick Defend What's Ours with this army. I would definitely go take what's theirs.
Yeah, I think this army is too elite, A, first of all. B, it doesn't like elite units sitting back because that's just wasted points. You'll be sitting back like 200, 300 points sometimes, unless it's a Warcry warband. But even then, if you look at the movement-based Warcry warbands like Corvus Cabal, you're better off deep striking them into enemy territory because that scores you a battle tactic like Desecrate and the next grand strategy on this list, which is take what's theirs.
Yeah, take what's theirs just seems like the natural pick for this army almost every time.
Mm-hmm.
It just I can definitely see situations where you hit like a Luminath castle and you might not have the damage to punch through them fast enough. So it could make for some awkward matchups, but overall, I think this will be the default pick for Slaves.
Yep. This is an army that always wants to be attacking, so yeah, take what's theirs is probably the best one for them.
Yeah. The next 3 all require Galatian Champions, which, if you're unfamiliar, a Galatian Champion is any non-unique, unmounted hero with less than 10 wounds. And Slaves use a lot of those. Chaos Lords, Sorcerer Lords, they use a lot of those. So reasonably, you could get these, but this first one here is definitely not it. It's called Stake a Claim, and it requires 3 or more champions wholly within enemy territory, which means you have to start the game with at least 3 champions, and you have to finish the battle with all of them alive, or at least 3 of them alive, and at least 3 of them in enemy territory. That's really, really hard to do.
This is really bad.
It gets worse because this army sometimes kills its own champions because they ascend to Demonhood. So you could actually just...
Yep. Or miscasts.
Yeah, so even if your opponent does nothing, you could just not have the opportunity to do this. It's not good. I can't think of any army that wants to do this one. Survivor's Instinct. Your general is a champion, and they are contesting an objective wholly outside your territory at the end of the game. So this one's a lot easier to score than Tame the Land, because it requires scoring only a single objective, but the problem is that it has to be wholly outside your territory. And you have to make your general a champion, which means you can't do something like a Sorcerer Lord or Manticore General with Master of Magic. You can't do that. If your general transforms into a Demon Prince, you can't do it, right? Actually, I think you keep the champion keyword, right? I think that's how that works. Oh no, it's a new unit, so it wouldn't get it. So yeah, if you send a Demon,
it wouldn't get it.
Yeah.
It keeps all the enhancements, but not the champion.
Yeah. And this one, what I like about it is you don't have to control; you can just contest. And one of the problems with these grand strategies that require controlling objectives at the end of the game is you might not have the last turn in the game, and your opponent can dive bomb and deny you those points, like, Hail Mary play and take that away from you, because objective control is, of course, checked at the end of the turn, but this one just requires you to contest it. So even if they just retreat onto an objective, they actually have to, this just doesn't, you have to be alive, that's it. But that is a problem, I think. Anyone with sharpshooters will kill Slaves heroes. They know how good they are. Chaos Lord is probably a good candidate for this. If you're running a list that has a Chaos Lord, like we'll show later in the review, as your general, that's not a bad pick. But Sorcerer Lords are very fragile. If anybody wants to shoot them off with sharpshooters, or if you just move past where you're using Key to Victory, then they just die. They're not durable. So keeping your general alive, moving them out of your territory, you may not want to do either of these things. And then you also have to be on an objective, which, that depends on battle plan, how difficult it is. So hard to give this more than a C, but it's an option, I guess.
I mean, I guess it's possible if you have two generals, like something like Archeon or something. Oh, no, it has to be a champion. Never mind.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Yep. Last one here. The day is ours. You have to have more champions than your opponent, and this only counts your starting army, which means if you summon an additional champion, like if you revive a guy with the Ravager's ability, that won't count. This army will bring champions, for sure, like at least 2, usually 3, sometimes 4. You'll have a lot of champions in your list, but you don't really have a way to kill champions outside of melee. So if your opponent's just castled up and their champions are sitting back behind walls, you don't really have a way to deal with them. However, sometimes you just auto-score this. You play against Gargants, or you play against like an all-mounted list, and you just get this, right? And as long as you have one hero alive. So aside from take what's theirs, I think this is a good pick.
Yeah, it's a good pick, but against like some armies, you might just like auto lose to. Like if you're fighting like a KO army and you don't, they could lose the game and still deny you this, or like a Fire Slayer's army or something.
Yeah, Fire Slayers, Stormcast, Lumineth, these are all tough to score this one. Seraphon would be another one for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Especially because I think this actually counts starting army for both players. I'd have to double check the wording, but I believe it does, yeah. The Slaves of Darkness have some thematically appropriate grand strategies, let's say. Looking at them quick here, Dominating Presence, you have to have a Slaves unit wholly within each quarter of the battlefield. So there used to be, back in Season 1, there was a similar one to this, where you had to have a veteran in each quarter of the battlefield, but this time it says wholly within, and previously what you could do was just have one model in the middle of the board, and that would be within every quarter, right? This time it says wholly within. So it's actually not possible for a unit to be wholly within more than one quarter of the board just by, geometric definition, which means you need to have 4 different units survive, and they have to be in different quadrants, which you might not want that to be the case. But it's not that hard, because you can score this with like support heroes or reviving a unit in range with Ravagers or something. It's not the hardest thing in the world to do, but I think because it just restricts your strategy so much, I don't like things like this. Anything that tells you have to be in a certain position at a certain point in the game, like you don't plan towards that, it just happens, and if you're going to win the game, you get this. That's kind of where this one lies, and I don't like stuff like that.
Yeah, I think it's fair. I mean, yeah, this isn't 40k. This is far easier to do in 40k.
Yeah, everything's so fast in that game.
Yeah.
Follow the Path to Glory. You have to roll the Dark Apotheosis result on the Eye of the Gods, which means 11+, which means only heroes can do it, because regular units can only roll a max of 6. And you have to do that at least once. You don't have to actually use it. You don't have to transform into a Demon Prince. You just have to roll the result. So, given how many ways you can game it, you can re-roll, you can add dice. There's different things you can do here and there, and that's actually doable, right? Like, I think I'd actually pick this one because it requires no interaction from my opponent. You could just randomly score this at the top of turn 1 if you use Chaotic Conduit. If you have an undivided hero, you cast Chaotic Conduit, and boom, now it's you just get it. So I kind of like this one, even though it is random. There's enough ways, I think, in the book to play it that you can get this one.
Mm-hmm.
Bring Ruin to the Realms. You have to complete at least 4 battle tactics, and every battle tactic you complete is from the Slaves to Darkness book. And that's a harsh restriction. Sometimes you'll win games only completing 3 tactics. Sometimes you'll not be able to score 2 of the book tactics. We'll talk about them soon. The Battletome Slaves to Darkness tactics. Sometimes you just can't score them. If you can't score, if you have to score a regular tactic, then you're not going to get your grand strategy, and that just feels awful. Maybe in a future season where there's just no neutral battle tactics, this might see play, but I don't even want to play that version of the game, frankly. Playing with just book tactics would be so bad.
Yeah.
So
I just wish there was they standardized them in a GHB or something, kind of like how 40K did. Because man, some of these are just too easy. Some of these are too hard. Some of these are just like okay, you play this army, you get this.
It feels, 3rd edition in general feels really experimental, and it feels like a lot of these book tactics they've written and grand strategies are like, well, what can we do? What actually is good? They're really trying a lot of stuff here. Master of Dark Ritual. Have any Slaves to Darkness Endless spell on the table at the end of the game. There's other ones similar to this in the game, and this they can reliably cast it, right? Slaves to Darkness can reliably cast a spell with Draw to Power out of unbinding range, right? You just but you have to bring one of the slave spells. And as we talked about, none of them are good. Not a single one of them is like, oh, I want to include this in my list. It's like sometimes you're going to a club night and you want to play the Darkfire Demon Rift, but you're not going to play the other 2, I don't think. So it's really, you have to pay 80 points and you have to play Cabalists and you have to have a bunch of wizards alive and you have to hope you get the last turn, because if you cast it top of round 5, your opponent dispels it bottom of round 5. There's nothing you can do about that. So just too many things have to line up, and the 80-point tax on the Demon Rift, I'm not seeing this one. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Let's look at the battle tactics. First up, we will look at the universal ones in Season 2. First up, Gaining Momentum. You know it, you love it. It's easy. If you've played Age of Sigmar Season 2 at all, you know how easy this one is. You pick an enemy unit, you destroy it, and then you control more objectives than your opponent. And around here, we just call that playing the game, because that's obviously what you need to be doing. Destroying stuff and taking space, taking over objectives. Easy. You'll get this every game, for sure. Now,
you should be aiming to. I mean, there's some ways you can muck this up, and just be careful. Don't only pick this when you know for sure you can present overwhelming force on something and destroy it.
Yeah. You don't want to do this if you're like, oh, I've got 5 chosen left, and he's got a 12 wound monster, and it's got Finest Hour still active. Don't risk it, right? But it's easy to find scenarios where you're going to get this, because you can destroy 3 Aether Wings and count this.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I will also say, even though I said you can score this every single game, that doesn't mean you're going to score it all the time, any turn you want. Because it's not always feasible to control more objectives than your opponent. Sometimes it's there's only 4 on the board, and if you're going first, then you can obviously score it. But if you're going second in that round, then that's tough. Trying to force your opponent off 2 different objectives. You also don't want to necessarily spread yourself out that thin. You don't want to split your army completely in half or in thirds. And any weakness right there is just, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that. So don't bend your strategy completely just to score this tactic early. Try to save this for later in the game when you know you have stuff in position to kill something and you're going to be ahead on objectives anyway. Eye for an eye. If a friendly unit was destroyed last turn, destroy an enemy unit this turn. So a lot of people give me heck for this one because I call it A tier, not S tier based on our rankings. But there's still enough situations where you actually just won't score this one. Especially in Slaves, because they're so durable, sometimes you just don't lose a unit. Right? If you're just playing Varanguard and Knights, there could actually be a whole game go by where your unit doesn't get wiped out because it gets shot, you rally, you get stuck in, they can't kill you fast enough, and you just don't get the opportunity to score this one. Sometimes you double turn, right? You just can't score it if you double turn, so it's good. It's probably going to get scored, but maybe not every single game.
It generally does if you have chaff units. Sometimes, armies that have really tough units, sometimes Chaos will go, double reinforce stuff. It's very hard for them to score it because it's very hard for your opponent to actually kill anything. So this might not work out as often as you think, but it's still a good tactic to have in your pocket.
Mm-hmm. And the last of the easy trio, let's call them, is Desecrate Their Lands, where you just control a terrain feature wholly or partially within enemy territory. Unless you're playing like very little terrain, you will score this every single game. Between Knights, your Chariots, your Corvus Cabal, any support hero just walking into range, it's very, very easy to score Desecrate. There's too much terrain on the table for people to play around it reliably. And even if you do try to block terrain off, they'll just score it another turn instead. So Desecrate is like a freebie. You're going to get it at some point.
It's especially easier if you have something like Corvus Cabal. Just Deep Strike and take it turn 1 and keep them in a corner or something.
Yeah, well, see, I would advise against that. Personally, I try to score something a little more difficult turn 1. Because Desecrate, you do anytime, right? There's no...
I mean, it's battle type dependent. If it's like a giant fight over a Rumstone Cache or something, then, there's no point. Like, you can score Desecrate, like, immediately. But if not, then yeah.
Mm-hmm. Easy.
The good news is Desecrate doesn't count for, like, wholly within territory. It just says within. So.
Yeah. Did they ever clarify how contesting terrain, controlling terrain works? Like, do you retain control of it like an objective if you leave it?
Yeah, I think they basically they said it's like objectives, and yeah, like a model size matters. So if it's a monster, it counts as 5, things like that.
So that would mean then you have to
move away.
It means you have to keep track of who is controlling every piece of terrain every single turn.
I mean, why? I don't think they have that grand strat about controlling more.
No, because you could say, well, I was on this piece of terrain last turn, even though this turn I'm not going to end within contesting range. I control it from last turn, therefore I auto-score Desecrate.
I think Desecrate specifically says you have to control it end of the turn.
Oh, does it? Okay, in that case, that's fine then. Well, controlling you control it until you leave it. That's what I'm saying, right? If it's just control, then you can just walk away from it. And that means...
Hold on, Desecrate. I mean, that's why it says within your opponent's territory, because when their opponent starts there, chances are they'll control it always. Does that make sense?
Not necessarily, because you check control at the end of the turn.
I mean, it's a very niche scenario, but it would only really matter if you deep struck something there, moved it away, and then said, I'm going to Desecrate this later, but I already control it.
Well, I'm saying that you can do that, right? That gives you more resources. You can use your Corvus Cabal in a different place instead of keeping it in that terrain forever.
I haven't seen anyone use it that way, but because, most of the time Desecrate is like, you want to be going there anyway, is what I see as Desecrate as, but yeah.
That's how people generally play it, but why not min-max it even further? The practical application is you have to check, in a super competitive game, if you want to play a tippy top, this is what you ought to do, is check control of every piece of terrain and keep track of it throughout the whole game. So stupid. All right, this one's mine. Your general has to destroy a unit with attacks, not spells or abilities. This one you score with if you have Archaon, or you have like a Chaos Lord on Karkadrak, and he's your general, and he's charging into something weak that he can reliably kill, and not with abilities, mind you. So if he has like Charge Mortal Wounds, that won't do it. Don't try to do that. This one's pretty lackluster, unless you're going to try to score it with Be'lakor fighting something weak, or Archaon fighting something that's not like a wall unit. Probably not.
You can't actually do it with that, because this one's mine says the unit picked to be your general.
Oh, yeah, you're right. So you can't even do it with that. So yeah, this one's actually even worse than I thought.
Yeah, you can only do it with something like a Karkadrak is doable. A Chaos Lord, if you've rolled a couple of times on the Eye of the Gods and he has -2 rend, he could like nuke a chaff unit or like another hero or something.
Maybe.
So I've seen Slaves units pick this, but only like late game if they can't do anything. Everything sort of lost some models and wounds, and they can like typically pick like a weak thing, go after it with like a fast lord and kill it. That's the only time I see it's been used.
I'm not seeing this on the foot heroes generally. Just the situation. If it comes up, sure, go for it, but I don't see it. And the other ones, all 4 of these require using a champion, and as we discussed, slaves will be using champions, so these will be doable. Let's say a matter of honor, you have to destroy an enemy champion or bodyguard with your champion or bodyguard. And when you're using Chosen and Splintered Fang, yeah, you're going to score this at some point, right? Either there's going to be a foot hero in range that you can kill, or they brought a sworn bodyguard that you can attack first and kill it. Super, right? You're not going to score this with your champions, but I think slaves are going to use the sworn bodyguard enough, just because of how good Chosen are And the once per game the one game in a GT where you get to fight in the hero phase with Chosen, that's going to be beautiful. That's going to like win you that game by itself. So I think the Sworn Bodyguard thing is good, and I think that makes this tactic pretty good too.
Yeah.
Lead the assault. You have to control, not contest, control 2 or more objectives in enemy territory, and each one of those has to have a champion contesting it. So that's really tough to do, unless you're specifically playing on these like L-shaped deployments where you can take the first turn and you split your heroes up, and then they contest different objectives. But like, I don't even like that idea because you're splitting your army up, and you don't want to split your army up in that way. You want your Chaos Sorcerer Lords supporting the hammer units, and anytime you split your army up, one section of it is just going to get destroyed by a competent opponent, and then they'll come around and destroy the other part of it. So, yeah, this one, probably not going to see it, but sometimes you will. United Offense. You have to control an objective with 2 or more champions contesting it. The objective had to be an objective that your opponent controlled at the start of the turn, but there's no restriction on what territory it's in. So as long as your opponent had it at the start of your turn, you take control of it, which is what you want to be doing for Eye of the Gods anyway, and you walk 2 heroes onto it. You can score this. So that seems like you will find an opportunity to do this at some point in the game, right? Because typically how Age of Sigmar games goes, you trade objectives back and forth, right? You trade hammers, you trade objectives, you're doing stuff on the flanks. If you're able to hold on to an objective, that's probably at great resource cost to you. And typically how the game goes, maybe Mark, you can speak otherwise of this, but usually how my games goes, you trade objectives back and forth. There's usually centralized objectives, like, he's expended this many resources to take control of it, and I'm going to spend less resources next turn to take control of it. Stuff like that.
Yeah, more or less for the first 2 or 3 turns, and then by that time, that's how basically the game gets decided.
Yeah. Cunning Maneuver. A champion that is currently more than 3 inches from enemies, so you can't be engaged in combat, has to control an objective wholly outside your territory and be more than 3 inches away from enemies at the end of the turn. Cliff Notes version, Tunnel Master. If you take Tunnel Master, you will score this at some point throughout the game.
Yeah, basically.
It's also worth noting, you can be within 3 inches of an enemy at any point in that phase. So if you need to charge in to get to the objective, and you have like a hammer unit wipe out the stuff defending it, that's fine. It just has to be at the start of the turn, you can't be in combat, and at the end of the turn, you can't be in combat. So great tactic. I would say this one, I typically see every player score this at least once. As long as you have a champion in your army, you'll score this. Looking at the Slaves to Darkness battle tactics. So remember, there is a grand strategy that you have to score at least 4 tactics, and all of them have to be from this list. So let's go over these and take a look at them. First one here, Enthrall to Chaos. You have to pick an objective with enemies within 12 inches of the objective. And at the end of the turn, there are no enemies within 12 inches of it. So that sounds easy, right? On paper, that sounds pretty easy. Just kill stuff. Don't even have to contest the objective. You just kill stuff. The problem is, the way Slaves kill stuff is by engaging in a melee, right? And you also want to take control of that objective at the same time. So you could find yourself in a position where you're splitting your forces in different directions just to chase down units in order to score this tactic. Don't do that early on, right? Like, do this later in the game where you've wiped out like 3 of the units that would have been defending a central objective, and there's only like a hero and something else near it, and you can just run them down. And that's when you want to score this one. This is like a round 3, 4, 5 kind of pick, and not something you do round 1 or 2.
Yeah, that's a fair estimate.
Yeah. Lust for Power. You have to roll for Eye of the Gods with a hero during this turn. And to remind you how you can roll for Eye of the Gods, you can either capture an objective, slay a hero or monster, or just cast Chaotic Conduit. So if you are playing any list, you just stick Chaotic Conduit in there, draw to power, cast it pretty reliably on 3 dice, and boom, you got your tactic. And you've also got a roll on the Eye of the Gods table. So I hope you didn't get the Chaos spawn. Easy. This one's like, what I really like about this one, because you can score it with just Chaotic Conduit, if you're playing really defensively or just passively, you're playing like a longer, drawn-out game, you're in a position where taking an aggressive stance wouldn't be beneficial at that exact moment, you can do this. It's just a passive don't interact with your opponent, cast a spell, and get a battle tactic. And normally I wouldn't like a battle tactic that requires a dice roll, like casting a spell. But with this army, between Master of Magic and Draw to Power, you're quite likely to cast that spell. Just don't cast it in range of a Knight Incanter. That'll really mess up your day. The March of Ruin, a unit with an ensorcelled banner, is wholly within enemy territory and within 3 inches of another friendly unit. So you can't just stick a unit of 5 knights and move them into enemy territory. You have to actually dedicate 2 different units to doing this. But though that second unit could be a Corvus Cabal unit. It could be an Untamed Beast. It could be literally anything. It could be an allied unit, right? The units don't have to start within... the units can't be within enemy territory, so you specifically have to go into enemy territory. You can't pick a unit that's already in there. There's some issues with this, I think. Namely, you want to give banners to Chosen, and you want to give banners to Knights. Knights typically charge in on their own. Unless you're playing like an all-Knight, all-Varanguard list, in which case, yeah, you're going to score this one. But if you're playing like a standard Slaves list with a mix of Knights, Chosen, and some Cultists for damage, let's say, this actually gets harder and harder to do. Especially if your opponent kills your one unit that has a banner. Like if you only brought one banner, it's kind of risky. So keep an eye out for situations where you can score this. And remember, you do have to be wholly within enemy territory. If they're deployed up to the front line, you just can't get your unit in there at all. So just watch out for that. Next up, Iconoclast. You have to pick a unit that is a priest or totem and destroy it. So, do you know how many totems there are in the game, Ragonk? There's more than you think.
There's not that many. There's more than I think, but less than actually see. Less totems than we know actually see play.
Yeah. So like Lord Castellant is a totem, which is interesting. A lot of Stormcast heroes are totems. Weirdly enough, even stuff like the Knight Heraldor, I believe, is a totem.
A lot of our 8 wound heroes are totems.
Yeah, but it's just Stormcast, really, right? So like, if you're slaves and you have an opportunity to melee a Stormcast hero, probably not in your best interest. There's almost certainly a better thing you want to be meleeing instead. And how many other armies are going to have priests or totems for you to destroy like that? It's always support heroes, right?
Support heroes. I think Daughters of Cain employs a fair number of totems. All their cauldrons are totems.
They're also all priests.
The totem. Yeah, they're also all priests.
Yeah. So it's okay, I guess, if you have a situation. Don't forget that you can just kill a priest or totem and get this. It's a nice tactic, but not great.
Champions... It's situational. I mean, I view all the book tactics that way. It's like it makes if there's literally nothing else you can do, usually there's a book one you can do that's open somehow.
Yeah, well, this is, compared to Stormcast tactics, these are all great. Like, these make us look terrible.
Yeah, I mean, the Stormcast tactics, they might as well not exist. I think someone released a graph of that, actually. Like, armies that win according to book tactics, and ours was, like, really high win rate compared to book tactics used from the book.
Yeah. Champions of Chaos. You have to have 3 or more friendly heroes within 3 inches of enemy heroes. No, I don't think so. I'm not going to be charging in my Chaos Sorcerers. I'm just not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Sorry. Could you picture a list where you'd actually score this? Like maybe if you're playing Archaon or just like a bunch of mounted heroes. Like I can't think of any list that wants to be this aggressive with its heroes. If it was 2 heroes, no, I could see that. 3.
Within 3. No. This is like maybe like this is like a narrative game thing. Like you're not doing this in like 2K competitive. Let's be real.
No. And run them down. 3 or more friendly slaves units made a charge move this turn. So this is actually a reason you would want to charge your heroes in, right? It doesn't require charging enemy heroes. You just have to charge 3 units. So there is a downside here, and that they don't have something like a Guardus Saintly Assault to reroll charges. They don't have like a Knight Vexlord to reroll charges in an area. So you want to set up situations where you can charge in reliably, and that only one of the units may want a reroll, right? Because you don't want to pick this with like only 3 units, and then oops, there's the Snake Eyes that cost you the battle tactic, which can cost you the game, right? So it's really, really good. You'll probably get this one in every single game, but I just want to caution people that you don't want to be at the mercy of the dice for this one in particular. All right, so putting everything together that we've talked about, Mergonk, I believe you wrote our first list here, which is called "Who Said Armor Doesn't Come Cheap." You want to run us through it?
Hey, yeah. So this is a really simple, what I call starter list. You could probably do for Slaves to Darkness. The biggest appeal of this is I think this is like super easy to get started with. It's like a good list. It's a good enough list that you can collect for relatively cheap. Um, you can get basically everything. You need 2 Sorcerer Lords. You need a couple of the starter collecting boxes, 10 chosen, which, if you bought the Slaves to Darkness start collecting army set, you probably should have those. And then Corvus Cabal, which you can get for another $100. So this entire army can be constructed in less than $500. You could also replace the Mindstealer Sphiranx if you really wanted to, and you couldn't find one anywhere. But given the new Regiment or Renown boxes that are coming out, you'll probably get one pretty easy. So the meat of this list is basically your Chaos Sorcerer, your Chaos Lord, who has the Conqueror's Crown and Stubborn as a Rhinox. I believe Conqueror's Crown is the one that doesn't let models of wound counts of 1 and 2 contest objectives within 6 of you. I found that to be a pretty useful artifact to deny things like Tarp hitting Pink Horrors or Hearthguard Berserkers or even Stormcast. Stormkeep lists, or even something like opposing Chaos players to be able to just tarp hit you with Chaos Warriors and not be able to take objectives against them, or really any Horde army, like even like Gits or something. The two Chaos Sorcerer Lords because they're obviously one of the best heroes in this book. I chose Undivided with Arch Sorcerer. I realize now Arch Sorcerer may not be the most optimal pick, but over here they know all the spells. With Arcane Toe makes them cast 2 spells. So you can, reliably do something like Chaotic Conduit and Demonic Speed with them every turn. And then the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle has Demonic Speed on it just as like a backup. But you'll probably use Demonic Power from their scroll off for them. From there we have 10 Chaos Knights of Khorne. These can also be Nurgle, but I just picked Khorne here because +1 attack on the charge. You want to be charging with them. Then I chose 5 Chaos Knights as Nurgle. These I chose as like a light tarp hit, obviously not as heavy as 10 Chaos Knights. They don't have that critical density of wounds to be able to tarp hit something, but you couldn't tarp hit something, and Chaos Knights are relatively easy to find given the new Vanguard box. Then we have 10 Chaos Warriors of Nurgle with the eroding icon. These are your tarp hit unit. They just sit on an objective in the middle, waste your opponent's time, and do some plink damage. And then you have the 10 Chaos chosen with the Undivided banner, and the idea for this is to essentially use the Dread banner to fish for 6s and increase the rend. Chaos chosen will roll 2 dice. With the Dread banner, they get to do it immediately as you deploy them, and then every time to take an objective or kill an enemy monster or hero, I believe, and then you make them the Chaos Lord retinue, so the Chaos Lord will fight alongside them. The Corvus Cabal are there to just snipe objectives coming in from Deep Strike, and the Unmade are there because your army is relatively slow and you don't want them redeploying away from you. And then against things like Hearthguard Berserkers or 4-up rallies, Daughters of Cain, having Unmade is really, really useful. A useful piece of tech that I found in Chaos, it's the Mindstealer Sphiranx, and we talked about it in our unit review. But being able to just make units fight last on a bravery check, there's quite a few units who will absolutely fail that. But the thing that comes to mind is, because this is a very beginner list and it isn't skewing hard into armor or removal, you might face something like Iron Jaws that just want to charge you and delete you, or like a Gargant. And being able to just say no or be able to just stall a Gargant to make multiple units of yours fight them first is a pretty strong effect. So yeah, just like a really, really basic list. It's an alright 3-2 list. It's relatively cheap and easy to buy. It doesn't skew hard into anything. But yeah.
All right, so my thoughts on this list is I do think it's like pretty easy to get into. It's a couple start collecting Zero Vanguards at this point, and a few other boxes. The things on this that I would change is Arch Sorcerer to Master of Magic. And I'm kind of liking your decision on the Unmade. People are either going to waste time killing them or they're going to ignore them, and then they're then they're going to be relevant, and they're relevant if they're wasting resources on killing them. It's free 80-point distraction or 80-point make sure they can't do redeploy. It's pretty good. Corvus Cabal is just an 80-point tax in this army to get a free Desecrate and take objectives. I think that's really good. I would consider turning the 5 Knights into reinforced 10 Chosen, but I don't know if that would break your Warlord. I'd have to look at that.
It wouldn't. I think Warlord needs 1 unit. The other route that I was thinking was actually you take the Chaos Knights out and you add them to the Chosen, actually. Make 15 Chosen. Make like a big block of Chosen.
Yep, definitely could do that. And talking earlier discussion about 15 Chosen, I think that's a route worth exploring. Overall, pretty good list to get into. Like I said, I think it's going to be a very easy 3-2 list to go with. The Conqueror's Crown and Stubborn as a Rhinox is really good on a character that's really hard to die when he's next to his retinue. 2 Sorcerer Lords, I think, is pretty key here. You have 3 casts with them. Demonic Speed would obviously change if you turn the Knights into other Chosen. But I think that's pretty good if you leave the 10 Corn Knights. This list is probably going to play like tie them up with either the Nurgle Knights or clear a horde or a screen with Chaos Knights with Demonic Speed, Demonic Power, Mystic Shield. And then you start wiping things up with Chosen and tying things up with Warriors and sitting on objectives and then back capping with Corvus Cabal. And then you have shenanigans with the Mindstealer Sphiranx. I can't find them anywhere near me, so I think if somebody has them, it is definitely worth putting in the list and trying out, because having essentially a free fight last is good.
Well, I mean, now that Cockatrices are out, I'd say if you can find a Cockatrice, replace that with the Mindstealer Sphiranx. It's only 10 points more than the Mindstealer Sphiranx. You might have to shift some things around here, but I think that one is just flat better. Because this one is a bravery check that doesn't do anything. That one is just a 4-up, and it makes something just hit on 6s, which I think is about the same effect that we want. So
that's pretty good. Overall, I like the list.
Man, it's just a simple, like, if you just have some things you want to run, but you don't want to skew too hard into something. It's just like a beginner list I came up with, but obviously, as I see more and more into what this faction is capable of, having played against it, I see a few things you could skew into. Like, I don't think you ever take more than 10 Chaos Knights. I think you definitely can go 15 Chosen. Chaos Warriors might actually take a back seat. I don't think, although we were pretty high on them initially, I don't think they're going to see as much play. I think Reinforced Chosen sort of do that job in a very similar manner. So I could totally see dropping the 10 Chaos Warriors for I don't know, something like another utility piece, maybe 2 Cockatrices in its place or something.
More Corvus Cabal or Untamed Beasts, I think, would add a lot to this list and give the eroding icon to the Nurgle Knights.
Absolutely. Not to mention, there's a new Khorne Warband, and I don't know if you've seen the War Scroll for it, but for 100 points, it essentially does the same thing that Untamed Beast does, but it has like a few other like bells and whistles on it.
Neat.
Is that the one that has the guy that's dressed as a Fleshhound?
Yeah, Karnak's Worshippers or something.
Yeah.
Cool. Oh man, look at that juicy wound count, 139. Oh boy. And a lot of this is on 3-up saves too. Oh man. Right on. Here is the second list, and I tried to go as metal as possible, and I called it Bloodfang Resurrection. I don't listen to metal. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what I'm doing. So this is a Ravagers list. I tried to think of what I could make as just the most strongest list possible. And there was a few combos I gravitated towards. I don't know if they're optimal, but let's go over this. This is definitely with Season 2 in mind. This won't apply outside of the season. But first thing I wanted was a whole bunch of Splintered Fang, and I wanted them all to be Khorne marked. And to facilitate that, you can't give the Khorne mark with Idolator Lord to a Sorcerer Lord because they're a wizard and you can't have Khorne wizards. So I had to bring a third hero, which ended up being a Chaos Lord. And if I'm bringing a Chaos Lord, then I want to try out this like super greedy, fight with multiple units thing. So I went with the Galatian Command Battalion with 10 Splintered Fang. And then you can see down there in Galatian Veterans, I've got some Chaos Chosen who will be the retinue for the Chaos Lord. So ideally, what would happen is the Chaos Lord fights, and then the Chaos Chosen fight, and then the Splintered Fang fight, all in one combat phase. Awesome. Uh, it has 2 different Sorcerer Lords. One of them is Nurgle with Demonic Speed. He's going to be casting that on the block of 10 Knights that you see there, which are also Nurgle with the eroding icon. So the idea there is they are an initial salvo. You throw them out. They tie down the enemy army, hopefully, with the eroding icon. Gives you time for the rest of your army to move into position to deal some damage. The other Sorcerer Lord there will be casting Demonic Power. He also has Undivided with Binding Damnation. Because you'll notice there is a Darkoath Chieftain here who has an Arcane Tome with Chaotic Conduit. So for battle tactic purposes, he's going to be trying to cast Chaotic Conduit to score that, and then trying to cast it on the Chosen, which have the Dread Banner to roll 2 dice and try to fish for some juicy Ren bonuses. Sorcerer Load being Undivided allows him to try to get additional rolls on that anytime he captures an objective, or just as a Chaotic Conduit hero, he can do that. The Darkoath Chieftain here is a little secret spice. I needed a 4th hero. I didn't have a lot of points left over to add in another Sorcerer Lord. And I think the ability to revive a hero in Ravagers is very interesting, because you always want to make sure you have a hero on the table so you can keep doing that heroic action. And if all of your heroes get sniped, then you can't do it anymore. And being able to revive a Darkoath Chieftain makes it a lot harder for your opponent to do that, to get rid of all your heroes. So yeah, that's the list. 10 Chaos Knights push forward, while Chaos Lord and a whole bunch of Splintered Fang move into position, and then Corvus Cabal jump on an objective somewhere and then probably die, hopefully. That's the best case scenario for them. What do you guys think?
So with this one, I think you got a lot going on here, but I like most of it. I'm not a huge fan of being that many drops, but I definitely get it because we want to be attacking with all 20 of the Splintered Fang on each unit. Why are the Chosen in that sign? Is it mandatory for it?
No, there's no need to put them in the Warlord Battalion, and sometimes, you end up in like weird pilot situations where it does actually come in handy. It could matter, but if they weren't in that battalion, they just wouldn't be in a battalion.
I might flip the 10 Splintered Fang and the GC with the Chosen.
Same.
Well, you can't, because the Chaos Lord, you can't fight twice with the retinue and the command battalion, so there'd be no purpose to that.
More durable shape. But if you're trying to fight with the worst, well, yeah, no, I guess that works, because you could retinue to the Chosen on Warscroll, and then you fight with the Splinter Fang.
Yep, exactly.
And it's going to be, I think,
Berserker trick. Okay, yeah, okay, makes sense.
Nurgle Knights, I think that's fine. I think you're going to end up sacrificing the GC Splintered Fang and or the Corvus, depending on what you're fighting against.
Oh yeah, stuff's gonna die, and I'm just gonna keep bringing it back to life with the resurrect ability.
Yeah, so I'm thinking for like the Bloodtooth matchup, if you're wanting to screen with Splintered Fang and Corvus, or if you want to put the Knights in front. I don't know what the correct choice is. I think list-wise, let's see, you got Demonic Speed, Binding Damnation, conduits for the characters, and the Chosen, obviously. At that point, the only thing I don't like about the list is the billion drops, but like I said, it's kind of the point, because you're attacking with 20 Splintered Fang.
Yeah, and I think going high drops is fine, because if this list needs to play first, it can heroic action to revive stuff. So unlike a lot of other lists in the game, this has reactive defenses, right? It's not like you hit me hard and then I'm just I lost 6 of my 10 units. This one's just going to keep bringing stuff back constantly. So right. I'm not too concerned about going first or second with this list. If you let me go first, then I get a huge advantage on position and objectives and battle tactics. And if you go first, then I'm still good, because I can screen out very well with all the different cultists that keep getting revived.
Worth noting that you don't have a target to revive every battle round, but it's probably not going to matter.
Yeah, it's probably fine. I don't think I'm going to lose something every single turn of the. Well, actually, if you count the Darkoath Chieftain, I'd have 1, 2,
Oh,
3,
that's
4.
true. Yeah. That he would be 5.
Yep. So just throw him away. Here's a fun little interaction. If the Darkoath Chieftain ascends to demonhood and becomes a greater demon, he is destroyed. He does not count as slain, but he is destroyed, which means you can revive him. So you can have the Demon Prince version of him standing next to him.
Now, my question on that would be: is say you did accomplish that, would both have Arcane Tome?
I don't think so, because I think the Ravager ability creates a new identical replacement. And as they FAQ'd previously, identical replacements don't keep battalion bonuses. So it's not properly defined anywhere, but I have to assume that you're not going to keep anything. It's just a new unit, and if it was Cabalist, then it would gain Wizard, and you can learn a spell, like you were adding a unit to your army, like you summoned a unit. But basically, it's a summoned unit. It doesn't get enhancements.
Fair. Okay.
Yeah.
Overall, I think the list is going to do well. I think this is what we're going to see a lot of Ravagers list stem from. Although I think we're going to see Savager variants as well.
Yeah, I think people might not go Chaos Lord. I think they'll probably do like Chaos Lord on Karkadrak just to fight first with those knights to have more tech against certain armies, certain matchups. I think that's totally fine. I kind of just wanted to explore this concept of like fighting with the Chaos Lord, fighting with the retinue, fighting with the sworn bodyguard.
It's pretty fun. Tell you, it feels good when it happens.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we've talked a lot about this army. Yeah. Let's try to summarize it here, right? Strengths and weaknesses, right? If I left anything off here, let me know. But I think this army has some very defined strengths. The main one is that it can easily reach 1+ saves on big units of dudes. It has reliable Mystic Shield casting. All-out defense is always available. So your Warriors, Knights, and Varanguard are super tough. Chosen can also be super tough. Most of these units can ignore mortal wounds on a 5 or 4. Like, that's huge, right? This is what Stormcast wish they were. Like, the lore for Stormcast is what Slaves to Darkness are doing in the game, which is cool. They have awesome melee damage with Chosen, Varanguard, and Splintered Fang. Like, 3 really good, totally different hammer units, all good in their own ways. Knights and Warriors are super durable if you give them a Nurgle banner, Nurgle keyword. A little bit low on damage, but that's fine. They're more pinning units than anything else. The mark system, lets you turn a small collection of dudes into a huge amount of lists because it lets you specialize them in different ways, and I think that's really, really cool. The Knights and Varanguard are fast and durable and do a lot of damage. Not the most damage in the army, but they do a lot of damage. You can't just ignore them. And they have really powerful heroic actions, which just can't be stopped. It's like prayers, but they don't even roll a dice for these prayers. They're really, really good.
Yep.
Now, weaknesses. Obviously, I'm biased as a Dirty Order player. I play Seraphon and Fire Slayers and Stormcast, so I can notice some of these weaknesses, but maybe there's a bit more out there, or maybe I'm overstating these. But from what I can see, the army has generally poor rend outside of rolling for Eye of the Gods or like Varanguard, which are super expensive, and I don't think Varanguard are going to make it a competitive cut, like the top best list. They might include a squad of 3 or 6. But aside from that, there's not a lot of rend in this army, right? And there's not a lot of mortal wounds either. There's no like crazy charge mortal wounds. There's no spell damage that's really significant. There's no shooting at all, pretty much. So like, if you hit stuff that's armored, like if you hit Stormcast or another Slaves army, you're just grinding each other into the dirt, just hoping the other person rolls a 1.
Yeah, that's pretty prevalent. Like, just thinking off the top of my head, Rend 3, the only source of it natively on a Warscroll would be Lance Varanguard on the charge, I think. What they lack in Rend, they make up with an astronomical amount of volume in certain units' melee attacks. For instance, Splintered Fang, Chosen, Mark of Corn Warriors, warriors that happen to be wholly on an objective that my opponent controls, or in the opponent's territory. Because they can go from like 3 to 4 attacks pretty quickly. and then the command ability of not piling in and getting extra attack. So I think this army is looking to kill via volume, specifically with like Chosen or Splintered Fang. I mean, you can do it with Knights, but I think the good amount of output's either going to come from Splinter or Chosen, because like we have things like Stone Guard, we have things like Seraphon. Right now, my dreaded Stormcast unit is the Paladins or the Protectors. They're very hard to remove from a table.
Yeah,
with melee at least.
Oh, just wait till you find a good Karazai list. That's going to make your head spin. Just how defensive some things can be in this edition. It's crazy.
Yeah.
The armored units in this army are super expensive. Like they feel more expensive than Stormcast units feel. Like when Stormcast spends 480 points on 4 Fulminators, that's great because they're just kind of like a package that work on their own. They don't need anything. But the armored units in this army, about the same cost, but then they also need to bring support heroes that have to buff them, right? Like if you don't get those buffs, you're going to feel weak on the offense and vulnerable on the defense. Like those support heroes are crucial for this army, which is a very different dynamic than Stormcast, which like we have support heroes, but they're mostly just to move us around or deny spells and things like that. On the flip side, the cultist side of it, they're all super cheap. Like you can bring hundreds of models if you wanted to, but that army is super weak to shooting and magic, which is exactly what the armored guys are good against. So it's almost like the army balance is forcing you to bring a mix of them. If you go into one, then you're exposing yourself into a huge weakness, and as soon as you face a list that can take advantage of that weakness, it's just going to fall apart.
I don't know about that. So, well, other than the fact that cultists are just really expensive on your wallet, and just really hard to find. I mean, obviously, this might change with the season, but the more and more I see of this season and how much things count for generating power in the center, or more specifically, toughness, I think as far as density goes, I think there's some armies that can just do it better than the cultist build of Slaves to Darkness can, if that makes sense. Like I think if you are trying to do like you said, like shooting could remove them, but there's also other armies that can do some, like Cruel Boys. I mean, they're not like a top tier army right now or anything, but they're one of those armies that can like shoot and also like put out a good density of wounds and like bodies out there. Same goes for like something like Gitz or like Night Hunt. And yeah, I just don't know if Splinter Fang survive something like that, because Splinter Fang will just take a bunch of damage from Night Hunt and probably just run away due to Battle Shock right after.
Yeah, but you just Ravager and bring him back. Like that subfaction is what makes Splinter Fang.
I'm saying like that doesn't necessarily help you score points for that turn. It might later, but if you face a good player, they'll know, okay, your unit can come back exactly here, here, and here. Okay, whatever, you're not scoring points. It's fine.
Yeah, but remember, you revive them at the start of your turn. They can move and act normally. It's really, really rough. It's a lot better than a lot of other revives in the game.
Mm-hmm.
On that topic, though, this book has pretty poor internal balance. Maybe it's just as a percentage, but even just in terms of raw units and the combinations you make with them, it feels like this book is very much Splintered Fangs and Friends, or maybe like Chosen and Friends as well. Like, there's not too many units that are like, you put them in every, like, there's some units that you put in every list. I think Splintered Fangs and Chosen are those units. Knights are pretty close to being that unit. I think you can make some lists without Knights. But it almost feels like the lists start to write themselves once you really understand this book, right? You got your 10 block of Knights, you got your Splintered Fang as your volume attacker, and you got your Chosen as your armor cracker. You roll a bunch of rend bonuses on them. Like, it just starts to fall into place. And it's
I mean, it's like us, right? It's like we have 4 different flavors of Darkoath, and really only Tempestors and Fulminators are seeing play for the reason that they're all cannibalizing each other's roles. When you make an army about pure melee efficiency, people are only going to take what's mostly efficient. Anything beyond that is just tricks.
Yeah, and it just feels like this army just has a lot of bad units, just like really bad units. And that's, as a collector, like one of the things I like about collecting Stormcast and Seraphon is I just have tons of different units, and there's so many different ways to put those units into different things together. I definitely need to mention though that where the army falls short in terms of unit diversity, the marks more than make up for it. Right, being able to run Chosen effectively as 5 different units is really really cool. Even if Zinch isn't that good for Chosen, like sometimes you run the banner, and that's really awesome. So even though it's one war scroll, it's one unit, and you'll see it in all the lists, it can be used in completely different ways across different players and across different styles. One of the go ahead.
That is like the thing that makes this army is because like with Warcry they made this game, and I don't play it. Like I never got into Warcry. I think the models are phenomenal, and they want to find a home for everything that they do. Big box game or however Games Workshop internally like calls these games, where it's not Age of Sigmar. They want to find a home for all of these models to where they have rules, for Age of Sigmar instead of just for Warcry or Underworlds. And we're seeing a bunch of at least war bands from Underworlds do a thing, gain a 5-up ward. So like we're seeing war bands that have like some utility, like Godsworn Hunt, the new Corn one, where they just natively have a 5-up ward and they have a really cool priest that has a cool prayer. But like we have things like Warcry where they're spitting out all of these like cool concept things and they're like throwing them back to Hashut. They're making all these things, but they're not really making it worthwhile to play competitively. I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing. I mean, like, where you have like people who are playing pretty casually and they just want to play with what they have, and they also play Warcry, shoehorn Warcry model into a fun list. But it does feel bad that we have all of these options in our book as a competitive player, and not all of them are viable. And I'm sure you feel that as Stormcast because you have like some of the most Warscrolls in the game.
Yeah, we got 75 and like 45 of them are good.
Yeah. So the way I feel about that is like if your core units are good, I wouldn't feel so bad about like the Warcry warbands because some of them are good. They're utility pieces. They're not going to form like the core meat of your army, but it's nice to have. The problem with us is our core units sometimes are bad. It's like you just came out with like a Thunderstrike release. This is the new generation of Stormcast, and like 2 units in there, maybe 3 are playable. Like what?
Yeah.
What were you guys doing? Like,
yeah, this book kind of has that same problem. They released a whole bunch of cultist models, and most of them are just bad.
But hey, at least the new core that they released, the newer Chaos Knights, the new Chosen, the new Warriors, the new Chaos Lord, I think those are all fantastic, and that's the media army, and
all that stuff is good. All that stuff is playable. That feels good for sure. Another weakness this army has is that it uses a lot of command points, and it doesn't generate any more than usual. And when you're playing against Stormcast or Seraphon or Idoneth or Lumineth, and you're rallying and you're redeploying and you're all-out defensing just to stay in the game against their shooting and trying to strangle your way onto objectives, like claw your way onto them, you're going to run out of command points, and then your demonic power might fail or it'll get unbound, and then your knights are hitting on 4s. Or 5s if you're fighting Lumineth or somebody with a Hish Battle Mage. So that's definitely a weakness. Like not having enough command points. Really got
+1 for Eternus.
For what? Sorry.
+1 for Eternus and Legionnaires or Furies.
Maybe they might be starved enough to consider that.
The only other way that I can think of is the generic prayer that goes off on a 5-up to get a
guidance. Yeah,
that's bad. Like
sometimes there's mystical terrain, and you get +1. So
yep. Yeah. With the Florida packet, the defender has access to 2 of each mysterious terrain. We have 7 pieces of terrain on the board. So there is mystical a lot of the time, but a 50-50 for a command point seems bad.
It's better than not having one, and you're gonna take Idolator Lord probably. So it's not the worst thing in the world.
It's not. I'm not finding myself at the point where I'm running Idolator Lord.
Okay.
But I am running the skew list that you and I talked about. So
okay. Another problem with this army is that they have some of the worst mobility in the game. Maybe even the worst. They have some stuff going for them. So what I mean by mobility is their speed is super high, right? Like you can see on the radar chart there, we've broken up speed and mobility into different categories. Speed is like your ability to move and charge and clear the board and just get where you need to be. So that's how far you can go. Mobility is how freely you can move, right? How does the enemy being in a certain location prevent you from being in that location? Can you retreat and charge? Can you teleport? Can you redeploy easily? Can you put units in reserve? All these things are mobility, and this army is really, really bad at it. I think the fact that Corvus Cabal exists and Untamed Beasts are here really helps with that, and that's probably where they're going to find their way into a lot of competitive lists, just because the pregame move really, really helps more than you think. Like, it's more important to have a pregame move than just getting on an objective instantly. And the deep strikes are also really, really good. But aside from that, once this army goes somewhere, that's where they are. Especially Chosen. Once the Chosen charge, they're not leaving that area plus or minus 10 inches in either direction for the rest of the game. Right? They are a missile that is locked in and it's moving in a direction, and that's all it's doing. Knights, once they're stuck in, they're not retreating and charging. They're not teleporting out. There's limited ways to do all of these things. And that can be taken advantage of, especially on an army that requires charging to get bonuses. These two factors combined means you just, and you combine that with the low rend in the army, and you just get stuck fighting stuff you don't want to be fighting.
Yes and no. Very much yes, if you're not playing Slaanesh. Give an example is right side of the board, up to the edge, I deploy Slaanesh Chosen. They go up along that edge to the units that are on my opponent's deployment edge, and then they come left. And then I had a game where same game where they ping-ponged diagonally between the objectives at top left and bottom right, simply because they're running a charge. So I think if I mathed correctly, their maximum threat range without Eye of the Gods as Slaanesh is 26, and like that's perfect rolling. So where it is possible for them to go, I would agree that the mobility of the army is pretty low without taking into consideration like GCs. So like if we're just looking at the book internally, a 1 or a 2 is probably correct.
Yeah,
but
there's also a distinct lack of flying units, which is a big thing in mobility, is being able to just move over your opponent, charge over them. This army it's groundbound, man. I think maybe Levitate might actually be worth casting.
I don't know that I would waste a cast on Levitate. You have Bellicor, Archeon, Princes, Lord, or Gaunt Summoner and Disc, and the 2 Lords on Manticore. I think they're the flying units.
Yeah, but I'm talking for like hammers, right? Like get for an army with no shooting, not being able to jump over screens is pretty rough.
Yeah.
Another weakness here is that although they do have very good casting, you notice we only gave them a 3 in that category out of 5, and that's because they are very weak to casting. They have almost no bonuses. Is there even a bonus to unbinding in this army? I think the Gaunt Summoner has a +1.
I think he'd be the only one.
Yeah, and Master of Magic is a command trait, but like you might get a lot of unbinds if you play Cabalist, but you're not unbinding much or very reliably. And opponents can do a lot of mortal wounds with spells, and maybe you can ignore them with your rune shields, but you know what you can't ignore is all the debuffing and buffing spells that people are doing, which will cause way more damage than direct mortal wounds. And if your spell casting is disrupted, like I said, your hammer units become inefficient or vulnerable, and sometimes if you're just using Chaos Lords and you don't have like a reroll from Cogs or Master of Magic, your wizard's heads explode and you lose the game pretty much instantly. It's pretty rough.
Yeah.
The biggest weakness is that there's no range power in this army, or let's say very limited. There is some sources, but it's few and far between. And if people know how to screen properly, like any melee army, that's just going to hurt. Like basic hammer and anvil tactics are really going to play well into Slaves to Darkness, and that's rough. After over a year of playing against Ironjaws, I think people are ready to handle Slaves to Darkness, and I don't think it's gonna it's not going to be as impactful on the meta as people think. I think what will change the meta with slaves is the fact that it's all 3-up saves. Like, that's going to make people start thinking, oh man, I need more mortal wounds. I need quality attacks. It's not just going to be about volume in order to kill all these hordes of infantry. I actually need high rend in order to punch through this armor. I can't just bring volume fire like crossbow adjudicators. I need to bring some long strikes too. So I think that's the effect that slaves are going to have on the meta. And overall, I would put this book at like a B tier. I think, especially with the Splintered Fang, considering we're probably going to get nerfed, right? Like, they're just too good. Not that they're making the faction too good, but like in terms of the book, they're totally ruining everything. So once the Splintered Fang get nerfed, this army, I think, settles into like a 3-2 kind of average. If you're a good player, you go 4-1, sometimes even 5-0. Like, if you're a really good player, I don't think it's a bad army by any means, but I don't think it's gonna dominate the competitive meta.
While I'm thinking about it, I don't think Splintered Fang are going to get nerfed.
Really?
Have you played against new Gits?
Maybe Gits need to be nerfed as well.
It just means they'll probably just see like a 30-point increase, but Gits probably need like a 15% increase, like a 20% increase.
Yeah, there's some stuff in the Gits book that's a little undercosted. I think Splintered Fang are kind of similar though. They just do too much for their point cost.
I think in strictly looking at like Splintered Fang versus the Gits book, Gits do it way better. So like you can get free recursion in both books. Like, if you're playing Ravagers, I think Splintered Fang are on the same tier as like maybe Squig Herd, who got all out attacked and they're doing 6s to hit or mortal on top of the all out attack. And other like shenanigans, like, why does Scragrot have the Warsong bomb effectively for 1 unit at range 24? Like, you have to, when I played that against that this past weekend, I was thinking like, man, I wish I was playing that army. I wish I had those rules of this army with slaves. And the Gits book is the reason why I think we won't see a nerf on Splintered Fang. On top of the fact that they're impossible to find.
Yeah, I don't.
So in a meta review, we're not going to see an astronomical amount of lists that are going to affect the meta watch.
It all comes down to usage. If enough people spam them, they will nerf them, and especially if they take over. But I don't think they will. I think they might get away with like a 20-point increase, kind of like how people realized ogres, 170-point iron blasters were clearly wrong and stupid. It's kind of like that. They'll just say, "Oh, hey, Splinter Fang probably doesn't make sense for it to have like more damage than 120-point like Redeemer unit in Stormcast." Just on that basis alone. Anything other than that, yeah, probably not.
But even so, let's just assume Splintered Fang are not the primary way people play this army. I think they're going to comfortably land in that B tier kind of that.
Oh
thing.
yeah.
So I think it's a strong army. It will have an impact on the meta, but it's not like Fire Slayers right now or Night Haunt, right? It's not that level. It's good. It's fun. It's cool. It's thematically appropriate. I actually think this army just didn't have any flavor before this book. It just felt like, I don't know, random nonsense, but they really nailed the flavor in this book.
Yeah, I'm wishing this writer writes the Stormcast book or something.
That would be so great.
Just the enhancement section. Don't mess with
Thanks for watching. Big thank you to all of our viewers. I can't believe you guys are actually interested in this podcast. That still blows me away. And a special thank you to our Patreon supporters. If you think we missed anything or we kind of just messed up our analysis, please leave us a comment in the video here. Love talking to you guys in the comments. Check them every single day. If you want to talk about AOS, then join the Stormkeep Discord. Check the video description for a link. We have battle reports from our users. People post their models. We have community contests for painting and list building. And then we have a special little section just for talking about the lore, hosted by one of our regulars, Matt. And consider joining the Patreon and supporting the gang. Check us out at patreon.com/thestormkeep or by becoming a member on YouTube. You can get exclusive access to early content, You can get the slides that we put up here on the podcast and a few more things. We have more content coming up on the podcast, including Lords of the Storm number 6, where we will be talking about all the different Stormcast lists we've been building for Season 2. We have a video on drops and battalions, and we have a video on how to counter Siege with a special guest. So stay tuned, and see you in the next one.